Hello.
Just like
Testing 1, 2, 3. Because OBS froze on me. I see myself. I don't know if that's coming through on the stream.
Chat, are we live?
If we're here. Alright, cool. Yeah, there is a giant snowstorm which could be giving us issues. I'm not in the snowstorm, but it just could be having issues in general, so. Hi, guys. We make it? Least showy intro we've had in a while. Yeah, for some reason, as soon as I was ready to hit live, OBS just decided to freeze. I was like, okay, thanks, OBS. Like, sure. It's frozen right now. It's giving me the rainbow circle, but apparently it's still running, so. How you guys doing? It's the most awkward way to come into this in a while. Yeah, no, we don't have any snow here yet, but there's snow on the East Coast, which is where Discord's servers are and OBS's servers are and everybody's servers are, apparently. The real question is if Ryan and Kaus can speak, because I have a weird feeling they got froze out by Discord. Let's see what Discord's doing. This is what happens when there's weather events. Discord is frozen and I don't hear them. Yeah, I heard Ryan too, and then now I don't hear anything. It's funny because Discord lets me click around the screen. I just can't hear them. So. And they're gone. Oh, participants of that video currently hidden. That's nice. I think Discord streaming mode is also causing a problem lately, I've been noticing. Like, if you're in streaming mode, it's supposed to help, but it doesn't. It actually makes things worse. We'll just give it a minute, everybody. So how you guys doing out there? Fun times. I had a good weekend. I went and saw an Elvis concert movie that was also a documentary that was also kind of a movie. It was great. It was an IMAX. Had a good time. There's Discord coming back online.
There you are.
Streamer mode. Streamer mode on Discord's the problem. This is the second week in a row I turn off streamer mode and everything works better. So. Thanks,
back.
Discord. You not only steal our data and get hacked constantly, but you also don't have a functional streaming mode. All right, so the icons will be reloading, but here we go.
We're just Soundout ghosts in his head.
We are ghosts. We're back. There we go. I think we're all good to go now. So, hope you all had a good movie. I have not seen the Nirvana movie, though I wasn't planning to. I'm one of those people that like.
Is Batman in it?
No.
then you'll watch it. Yeah.
I'm one of those people that like I know Nirvana music. I appreciate their point in history, but I wouldn't consider myself a Nirvana fan. Does that make sense? Right.
Unlike our moody Bruce Wayne.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, you know, when they use the Nirvana song in the Batman, I was like, that's cool. But you know, I'm not a Nirvana head or anything. But I still like respect the hell out of Nirvana and everything they did. I will also say that I don't know if it's sacrilege to say that I think Man with a Mission's cover of Smells Like Teen Spirit is like 100 times better than the original, but I'll say it. I'm not afraid.
I mean, looking at your room right now, it looks like something's in the way.
Something is in the way. It's called I pulled a bookshelf out of my closet, replaced it with a nice Kalex shelf, and now I don't know where to put this. This is the something in the way right now. It's the Nirvana movie not about Nirvana? No, it's a different Nirvana? I was thinking about the band. I don't know of any others.
Hope you fellow East Coastans like me and Cass are safe from the goddamn blizzard right now.
Apparently Discord servers aren't, because it just froze and locked up on me. Yeah. Also, I'll add as this as well is this whole room project. Oh, it is a different Nirvana. Okay. This whole room project's going through a complete like redo. Sometimes like I was like I formulated in my head, I was like, all right, I'm going to do this, and this, and then I did this and this, and then by this I was like, no, I actually don't want that. I was just like, no, I actually think I want to do something completely different. So.
$1.99 from Comingina. Please pray for Mexico in those hard times.
Is Mexico getting the snow too? Because that would really suck.
I think so.
Mexico ain't
Well,
built for snow.
uh,
But
yeah, I mean,
also just in general, pray for Mexico. I mean, shout out Mexico.
I'll DM you. It's
Yeah.
You guys in your Puerto Rican blood.
Okay, it's not based on the band Nirvana. The movie is based on an old show called Nirvana the Band. The show. Okay, now we've gone completely far away from anything I know.
Is this Street Fighter? Is this Street Fighter the movie, the game?
Yeah.
What's tougher than a Street Fighter? A Street Fighter's mother?
Oh, okay. Cal's just updated me on the Mexico situation. Yeah. Stay safe in Mexico, everybody. That's rough. Somebody needs to get Dragon Ball back like ASAP so that like everything.
For real.
They're
working on it.
It is like legitimately like put a new Dragon Ball episode out tomorrow. Yeah.
Blood boiling.
Because like I know I don't even know if it's like officially true, but I do like hearing that like when Dragon Ball Super had new episodes, like everybody agreed you stop and watch Dragon Ball. Like it's like the most peaceful days were new Dragon Ball days. So hey Toei.
It's I'll never forget during the tournament of power all the crazy stuff Mexico did, like bars were like having actual bets of Jiren or Goku and all that stuff there and such.
Oh yeah, the stadium that showed up for the super finale where Toei was like, you can't do that, and the people were like, we already did it.
You don't like free advertisement?
It's real, and it's funny too because the Broly music composer, like was like, oh yeah, I saw that footage and I incorporated it into my soundtrack, and I was like,
Go Broly, go Broly.
Toei didn't want it to happen. Toei don't know anything. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I did hear Toriyama's passing was like a state of mourning for the whole country. That was.
I mean,
yeah.
I think Toei or Shueisha just saying, "Oh, that's big. It's just the Saint Seiya guys, right?"
Yeah,
like, no,
exactly.
just Saint Seiya and Dragon Ball.
Anyways, pivoting from that, this week's news is all comic books. I didn't put the timestamps up this week because I forgot, but it's all comics.
It's all comics.
It's like we have a little bit of non-comic news, and then it's just all comics. Because ComicsPRO was this weekend, and the May solicitations came out, so it was just like...
Which is... So it was pretty much comic fair. So
yeah.
So are you guys ready for... We need to cross out X-Men.
K-Boy asked the good question, why is Wolverine in a timeout in the corner? I have no idea.
He got lost again. He's like Zorro.
I'm going to leave him right there, because that's just funny. I didn't even notice that. I think I just moved him. I was like, this needs to go over here. Oh, yeah. All right, so
in this stream, we shall rename bitching about X-Men to bitching about Marvel.
Basically. Oh my god. It's funny, there's not as much X-Men to bitch about, because that's also actually one of my bitching points. It's going to be a lot of bitching. The Marvel Legends are not going back in here, I've decided. They're going to be going to a new home. Not like outside the house. Like they're going to be going to a new part of the house. This made it sound like I was just like putting up all my Marvel Legends up for adoption. I mean, I'm going to sell some of them because I have like way too many.
no, just the mental image of them having a little mini house next to your house.
Yes. I kind of need a little mini house just to like, just have stuff live in. But yeah, no, I decided that this back wall, it's been Marvel Legends for years. I wanted to make it Marvel Legends again. But now I'm like, I think I'm actually just going to make it comics instead. And then just kind of have this whole half of the room be a library. And I kind of like that idea. Because I kind of have that right now, because it's just the way everything's in place. And I've just been kind of like really warming up to the idea of just having like 90% of my books just in this corner. And then also, yeah, like selling stuff. Matthew says, what are we exactly bitching about today? Lots of things. Marketing teams. Comic book publishers, and a few other things. Omander said MLs are annoying to sell, so are Black Series best dude in bulk. Yeah, I think my plan is just kind of like put together my display and then just look at what's not on display and go, do I need any of this? And then just take the tub to the comic shop and be like, how much you want for it? Because it just kind of, they can give you store credits, so it just pays for my weekly books, which is, easy. Am I going to put a chair over there for like a reading chair? I might. I might.
Just get a fake fireplace and then put the classical
Should.
music. Welcome to another edition of
We have an
Soundout12.
actual fireplace, but we're like perpetually in a drought, so we never light it. My mom turned it like the whole area into a doll display because it's like we can't ever have a
I,
fire inside the house. You'll start a fire outside the house.
I don't know. No, I just imagine you just lit the fire and just kaboom. It's just like what?
Not an impossibility. A house blew up like a couple months ago, like 3 streets
Oh
down.
yeah, yeah, I remember
like a
that.
gas leak, and I felt it. It was the freakiest thing. I was like sitting up against my bed, and the whole wall shook, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" And everybody in the neighborhood just all came out. And we're like, "What happened?" And then like I called a friend, and I was like, "What's going on?" He was like, "A house blew up," and I was like, "What?"
That
yeah.
That reminds me of a couple of years ago when I felt a building blow up from a gas explosion as well. But get this though, it wasn't a house.
What was it?
It was a strip club.
Oh.
Wait,
somebody's lap dance was a little too good.
Cass, what's the Simpsons gag? Wait a minute. There's no fire escape here.
There's no fire exit in this lesbian bar.
Enjoy your death trap.
What's her problem?
What's her problem? Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that happened. A strip club blew up. And
yeah.
Downtown actually had bras and panties everywhere. I was like, oh no.
We need like a shonen manga adaptation of Kouses and Sounds Adventures where everything's taken up to 11.
Yes. I mean, we really could write a sitcom with all the things we've gone through. It wouldn't be that hard. It'd just be like, yeah, we just recounted memories. And here we are. Oh, good times. All right. Let's get to the news section because we do have a lot of comics news.
So what happened last week on the channel?
Blu-rays and comics. We had Lupin the Third, every Lupin the Third Blu-ray, which was just kind of like a recap. As you can see, they didn't even fit all in the thumbnail because there's so many. My God.
You can make it. You know, I just want to see that one day when maybe they ever finish Lupin is that giant complete box set. I want to see how long that it'll be longer than manga box. Those manga boxes probably.
It would make that Naruto box set look like a coaster.
You ever seen that ridiculous image of a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament when someone brought like all their cards, like that?
And then the other one was how I collect my Marvel comics, which is basically, it wasn't a ramble video, it was structured, but like, it was basically me talking about like, okay, how do I collect Daredevil? Like how do I decide what I'm getting in this format versus this format?
I think the video is more of showing, yes, you are part of probably X-Men fans that only cares about the 90s era.
Yeah, I am like, I'm like, oh, why is X-Men always like stuck in the 90s? And then I look over at what I own and I'm like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't say shit.
Yeah, it's a whole thing where it's like people go like, Magic, she's a scary character. No, she isn't. But you're just so stuck in the 90s that you don't realize that. I know Magic is technically a 90s character,
70s.
but still 70s character. But
yes.
still, she wasn't on
Magic for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Because all they know is the 97s, the 92 series.
Exactly, and it's like, and it's funny because like I was discussing what the best X-Men cartoon was with some people. And I think I have to say that like X-Men 97 is the best X-Men cartoon, but I think that the 90s X-Men was the only one to get a long enough run to actually really be a fully fledged X-Men show. Because I feel like with Evolution, because I love Evolution, but because it didn't get like one or two more seasons, the fact that like they don't get revealed as mutants until like season 2 to the world, they didn't get to explore the mutant metaphor until late in the show. And then the fourth season was truncated, and then it was like, oh, we missed out on a bunch of stories we could have had.
I think with Evolutions, I think it definitely kind of feels like that, but I also think it was also really satisfying enough already.
Like as a show, it's great, right? Like as a show, I think it's probably like the most satisfying show.
I honestly do like that they waited to end of season 2 for the mutant reveal. It's just kind of a cool, like you never really see that before. It's usually just like mutants from the start, we hate them,
I mean, that's what
like,
Wolverine the X-Men. There's been people discussing, like, is Wolverine the X-Men actually just like a stealth sequel to Evolution because a bunch of the characterization lines up? Like, it's
that's the
very
thing, like,
weird.
That's what I always thought.
it's
Yeah.
always like there's it's one of those it reminds me of like like Incredible Hulk or Ang Lee's Hulk where there's enough similar but also enough different where they had to be
Different.
separate
Yeah.
universes, but there's a lot where you like if you change some things they could maybe
And yes,
maybe
Master Ben
so
does remind me, I do like Evolution, but the thing that always holds it back for me is the fact that Storm was not a character in that show. She was just there
yeah.
doing nothing. But
That's
I think with
true.
Wolverine the X-Men, that was also another one that's like, oh man, if that had gotten more.
That one just saddens me so much,
Yeah.
man.
I think
I
with
love them all.
90s X-Men though, you get to season 5 and you're like, okay, when is it wrapping up? Like, it's the one show that like may have like overstayed its welcome, and I think it's kind of fun. But I think
Oh, I think it's worse because season 5 was just bad.
it was
That's the
bad.
problem.
Like, it was just but they wrote the finale was supposed to be the big apocalypse fight in season 4. That was supposed to be the end of the show, and then Fox was like, "We want 11 more episodes," and they're like, "What?"
And we'll change the animation to be very Disney looking. It looks super weird.
Saban was like, "You're gonna go with this cheaper studio. I ain't paying for more." And then, yeah, it was a whole mess. But I think that's why, like,
I think that's the thing. I
think
think
it's why we're
honestly,
trapped
like,
in the 90s cycle is because I will say, I think because as much as I do love costumes since, Jim Lee's costume design work on that X-Men #1 cover is kind of hard to top.
I mean, I
It's
think
like immediately iconic, right?
I think it's one of those. It depends on which character. 'Cause I think Logan is one of those consistent costumes where like
Yeah.
even like my favorite Survivor the Astonishing costume for Logan, but like even it's still just the tiger stripe. But like I think Cyclops could be either or.
Mhm.
I had no picky. I think because I think it's more of like I think my favorite Cyclops look is still probably like if you combine the trench coat from Wolverine X-Men with X-Men anime design or something
Yeah.
like that.
My favorite
G
Cyclops
has
is still the skull cap Dave Cochran one because it makes Scott look like a good old Boy Scout.
Jean is the if she's not Phoenix is always a goddamn struggle for poor Jean.
Yeah, I don't like any of Jean's. The only Jean costume I like is the one from X-Men Red, where she was blue and red as a color combo because I thought that was so much more interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why that's why so many people just make her Phoenix always because
yeah,
that's the only good costume. But like Storm can Storm you can pick either or. But like characters like Rogue and Gambit, they're just the Jim Lee designs are honestly the best. Every time they try to reinvent
yeah.
their suits, it always doesn't look.
Gambit's had the
I
same
don't.
costume since he debuted in 1988.
Yeah, I think what is the Jim Lee Rogue outfit is just it fits. I think like the bomber jacket just fits with her character
Yeah,
so much. So, and I think it's just that's why it stuck so long because it fits the character so much.
because every time they try
Eh,
to change it, just doesn't work, and then you just go back to the bomber jacket. It just
yeah,
works really well, and I also like the bomber jacket too because it kind of gives like a little bit of like she's got some Carol Danvers in her, so it's kind of like part of her like like she's got Carol Danvers powers permanently, right? And she's got a little bit of Carol's memories still even later, and it's like that bomber jacket kind of goes with the Carol Danvers part of her history.
it's kind of the same honestly with Magic, where ever since she got was it 2010 where she got that her
Black
current
leather,
outfit. Yeah,
yeah,
the black that just because even like
yeah.
Fortnite rivals Tokon not even much that different. They're all just the same outfit, just modified
How
art
about my goat
style.
Nightcrawler? He's had the same costume since 1975.
Yeah.
Dave Cochran
No,
nailed it so hard out the gate. There's like no point even trying to change it.
no, I will say I do like Bearded Nightcrawler
I
a
do like him
lot.
but his costume ends up being about the same. But you throw on a beard, and I'm like, that's character growth. I love that. Love the beard.
You know what? You know what's another character that always have a struggle getting a good costume? Kitty. I honestly
Oh my
think Kitty's
god.
best costume. I honestly legitimately think Kitty's best costume is honestly Evolution. I don't know. I just
Yeah,
like the blue in
I
the
think the blue's nice
outfit.
too because it references
Or,
like her Excalibur costume where she's in like
yeah, God.
the Shadow
I mean
Cat colors.
that Excalibur costume is so fun. It's so like pajama men looking.
I love it only because if you've seen the disasters that Kitty was cycling through in their early appearances, it was rough. She was
Oh, you want to
picking
talk
her
about
own
character?
costumes as a 14-year-old, and she had no
Oh,
fashion
oh
sense.
god, you want to talk about character that I really am frustrated that I wish she can escape the '90s as Psylocke. Like,
Yeah, oh
god
my
damn it!
god,
What?
yes. Marvel editorial
I
can't even escape that.
I do not want Betty. I want Psy or what's the natural name of
Canon?
Psylocke again?
Quanon?
Canon.
Quanon.
Quanon. I want
Canon's
Quanon
the
or
Ultimate
Psy.
Universe one, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I want Quan or Sai, not Betty. Not that Betty's a bad character,
But I
but
like
just
her
use
being
it.
Captain Britain. I think it's
Yeah,
so
I like her being
perfect.
Captain Britain. I like
Yeah.
her being Captain Britain. I want them to be separated from now on. I don't like them keep. It's like it's one of the things where it's like when that Thanos and Psylocke 2-pack went back up again. I was thinking, oh, do I want to get it? Then I saw the $60 price tag and said nope. But
Yep.
also like I was thinking like I really like Psylocke, but like I like Quan Psylocke or Psy Psylocke, not Betty Psylocke. And much as
Yeah.
the
I don't
design's
like.
good,
I don't like the Asian woman's body with a British woman's mind in it. It's so gross. Like,
yeah, like as much as like the design's nice, I'd rather have the character
I mean, it's funny because
like.
Quanon literally just wears the '90s Psylocke costume half the time.
Yeah.
It's like there's a way to have the cake and eat it too. Like, you don't have to go back to the storyline. You just have Quanon and Betsy be
Look,
separate characters, and then Sai's just in the middle being awesome because she's the best one. But
like I'm just seeing this keep slipping Blocky's 20. Like, come on, make like side the next Blocky's kid,
yes.
please.
I was gonna say
Emma,
I was gonna add into a couple questions in the chat. So Mutegi said X-Men Red. Who was on that team? It was the coolest X-Men team I've ever seen. It was Jean, it was Nightcrawler, Gambit, X-23, Honey Badger, and a couple like lesser known characters. But it had Monet, and then Trinary and Gentle. Gentle's a Wakandan mutant. That guy's cool as hell. So that is like, it was like one of the coolest teams. It only lasted 12 issues, of course, because Marvel sucks. Blade Raider said, really and truly, the main reason I prefer $92, $97 is because Rogue is my favorite, and I hate that they keep taking the Miss Marvel powers from her. Absolutely. It's the only time she ever gets to be the glass cannon that sounds like Dolly Parton is in the 90s stuff, right? Like the Evolution didn't give her...
I'll forever have a soft spot for Evolution Rogue.
Goth Rogue is fantastic. Wolverine the X-Men Rogue, what the hell even was that?
That one was weird. That's Rogue. Like, really, enough, Rogue is like the character that feels like almost really like a possible like follow up to Evolution. The way how they kind of characterize her, but like still, like what the hell is going on with her character?
Common Jojo says, "Did you read Ultimate X-Men? And if so, why can you tell us why it's so bad? You need to clarify which Ultimate X-Men."
So both. So I mean,
I can give you my thoughts on both. I think the original Ultimate Universe X-Men comic is hot garbage. There's not a single redeeming thing about it, and I don't understand why every adult character is a pedophile. And then Ultimate Comics, the new
or cannibal,
or cannibal. Yeah, I forgot about that part. And then new Ultimate X-Men was fantastic, but you could clearly tell that Marvel editorial kneecapped Peach Momoko because for some reason the comic ends as if Dragon Ball's last chapter was the one where Raditz showed up.
It's the manga cancellation treatment, from what I understand, right?
You wanted comics to be more like manga. Guess what? Now we got sudden cancellation when there was clearly more story, because it's like if Raditz showed up in Dragon Ball and then the series just ended. Didn't get to fight Raditz. Just series is over, and it's like.
I really hope with I mean, we're gonna get to it, the whole Ultimate Reborn. I really hope they just let Peach Momoko just pick up where she left off.
Yeah, we'll talk about that because that's a whole mess. Matthew says where I can buy the X-Men manga, Barnes and Noble, and if you don't have a Barnes and Noble, their website.
I mean, speaking of X-Men, man, it's like one of those like I need to watch more of it. I did really like the X-Men anime when I watch of it. I really vibe with the X-Men anime a lot.
It's not perfect, but I actually really like the X-Men anime. It's
a sort of astonishing.
It is. They were like, what if? Because like the whole premise of the the Marvel animes in the 2010s, is like, oh, Iron Man goes to Japan, Wolverine goes to Japan, X-Men go to Japan because Emma Frost found out about armor and needs help with a situation involving her, and it's like, oh, you're using the Japanese mutant for your Japanese anime. It's brilliant, and then it's also like. And it was Madhouse, like peak Madhouse, and everybody just looks gorgeous. Like, have you seen Anime Storm's design? Is just incredible. Like, it's so good.
And they had to give her a proper dark skin.
Exactly. I love the X-Men anime. I also like the Wolverine anime, but it's like I like the Wolverine anime the way I like junk food. It's like. It's not good, but I enjoy it.
He's such a shonen pretty boy in the Wolverine anime.
He is. It's so funny too because he's given he just looks like a little freaking goblin in the X-Men anime, and I'm like, these are technically the same character, and they just look completely different. But if you read comics, you read X-Men comics, and you read Wolverine comics, you're like, oh yeah, no, he is like two different characters half the time. In the two different books. So
you get the Jackman, you get the hue. or the rabies man.
Exactly. Matthew says, do all the Marvel animes take place in the same universe? Up to a point, they do.
All the Madhouse ones,
Yeah.
at least. Yes.
Because like Future Avengers was a different studio, right? Or was that
Future?
Yeah.
Future. That was Madhouse, but it was its own thing. It's its own
Yeah,
thing.
like
Same with
Disc Wars and Future Avengers were their own things, and then but all the like the movies that Madhouse did plus the shows were all together. It was fun because like when they were airing those on G4 back in the day, they would air like 2 at a time. So you'd watch like Iron Man and Wolverine were like airing in the same night, and then they would air X-Men and Blade. And
it was honestly a better. It's honestly out all the attempts of making the Marvel anime universes. The anime ones are the most successful ones.
Yeah,
because they're consistent.
And it was fun too because you had like there was like you'd be watching Iron Man and then Wolverine showed up in Iron Man and then Cyclops showed up in Wolverine because they in Japan they aired them one at a time. It was Iron Man, Wolverine, X-Men, Blade. But here they overlapped it. But it was like so Wolverine showed up in the Iron Man show. Cyclops showed up in the Wolverine show. I think Blade didn't show up in the X-Men show. I think Iron Man showed up in the X-Men
Wolverine.
show. Or was, no, it was,
I think it was Blade and Wolverine.
No, Blade and Wolverine actually. The first crossover was not Blade and Wolverine. It was the samurai guy from the Wolverine anime showed up in the Blade anime as a supporting character first before a Wolverine cameo showed up. It was great. It was fun. I remember doing it. I kind of want to. Now I kind of want to go back and rewatch all those. I could binge through them quick. They were not that long.
Yeah, because I think the problem with the '90s universe and the Disney XD universe is inconsistency because no one talked to each other, or Disney did not allow them to talk to each other. So there's always very much inconsistency from either voice actors or designs or continuity is the problem with.
But the Marvel animes were very on point. They were very clean. All right, let's continue forward though, because
shorts. You only did one short.
I only did one short. I did Ultraman Omega and his lack of torso articulation.
That figure, I wouldn't mind that figure was like the $30, but the fact it was full price, like what?
Exactly. We'll talk about Zaearth later, but like Zaearth is full price, but he comes with all his stuff. This guy was full price and didn't. The hell. All right, so the way the show is going to work for those coming in late, well, not late. I mean, coming in anytime. We're going to go through the non-comic book news because ComicsPRO is this weekend. So we have a bunch of comic news. And we have a bunch of stuff that wasn't at ComicsPRO and stuff that came out before. I've combined all the comic stuff together. But we have a couple like Blu-ray news stories, a couple trailers. Then we'll get to from there. Just to kind of keep the show consistent. Because I could talk about comics and yap about it for days.
That's why we're doing the other stuff first.
I also structured the show so that way the topics we'll yap more about are towards the end. So that way we make sure we don't miss out on stuff. All right, let's start with the Blu-ray news. Let me find my tag. Boom, Blu-ray. So first of all, Media OCD put up some more Discotek deep dives onto their web store. So if you're looking for some older titles, they've got some older stuff there. Mix of Blu-rays and DVDs. So go take a look. Enjoy that. Good times. All right. Next up, it has been announced that Frankenstein and K-Pop Demon Hunters are being added to the Criterion Collection. They didn't confirm a Blu-ray in there, but if it's being added to the Criterion Collection, it's going to get a Blu-ray. It's not a Criterion channel thing because Netflix would never let their movies be streamed on another platform. And also, Guillermo del Toro has already said Frankenstein would get a physical release with bonus features and an extended cut. And his Pinocchio film, which was also a Netflix original, was a Criterion release. So this tracks. K-Pop Demon Hunters is a surprise though, but I'm really happy about that because
I see people bitch about it, like, oh, it's not like Ralph Bakshi or blah, blah, blah.
People in their Criterion. People with their Criterionism elitism is so funny to me because they do not understand what the Criterion Collection ever was about. People think that Criterion is like an art house film label. No, they're a boutique film label that's like specializing in impactful film. So
like I see stuff like that is like, God, that's so elitist. Like, oh, like look, I get it, I get it, but also like, look, home media is home media. I feel like
and as they said, this will fund their releases for years to come. Every obscure film you get from Criterion will be thanks to the insane amounts of money they're going to pull with K-Pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I feel like where it should be to the point with home media stuff where in terms of at least like the Blu-ray and like from like these bigger companies, that we should be grateful we had this stuff now. I feel like we get picky like, oh, they should have picked this obscure 70s animated movie instead.
This is why Discotek clowns on those people every single stream where they're like, we're the high quality pop culture entertainment boutique label. Now here's a porn movie.
Here's this anime.
Exactly. They're always clowning on that. But this is the thing. It's like anybody that's mad about this, first of all, please go find reality. And then second of all, just know that this is going to fund millions of more releases. Because this is great. All right.
Ace. Yeah, I'm surprised Wally's the only Disney movie to have Criterion. It always weirds me out.
It's very strange, but it was a good pick too. All right, next up. Doctor Who the movie has been finally restored properly and is being released on 4K and Blu-ray. It's only confirmed for the UK at the moment. For some history on this, for those of you not in the circles, Doctor Who the movie was a TV movie done in the 90s that was done as a pilot. It was a co-production between Universal Television and the BBC, and it starred Paul McGann as the Doctor. It is canon. It is 100% canon. Sylvester McCoy also makes an appearance in this. And the idea was to
run the most brutal Doctor deaths.
I think it's the most brutal. I don't know any others that got gunned down in the street. Minor spoilers for the first 5 minutes of the movie, I guess. But anyways, the good part is this being a 4K, like Matthew said. They're region free, so I'm going to be importing this if we don't get it. But the cool part, we got a nice trailer. They're doing a bunch of bonus features. So it'll have the uncensored UK version, the USA broadcast version, soundtrack in Dolby Atmos and 5.1, extra bonus features, new featurettes, audio commentaries, isolated movie score, making of documentaries, Paul McGann's audition tapes, all kinds of extras, releasing in standard Blu-ray and 4K, as well as a really nifty looking steelbook. The film has been properly restored this time. When they did the Blu-ray before, it was an upscale off an existing transfer. This time, this is being done off the original 35mm film print, which Universal did provide to the BBC archive team to put together, which gives me some hope that this might get a wider release internationally because Universal was involved with the release this time. But we shall see if that happens.
I'm really glad because actually Paul McGann's honestly one of my favorite Doctors. There's something about him. He's so goddamn charming.
He's great.
Charming.
It's fantastic. I'm sad that he's only really had like a couple, like 2 or 3 on-screen appearances, and most of his stuff is just audio drama.
Yeah, it made me so happy when they brought him back for the Night of the Doctor short.
Yeah.
For Day of the Doctor, because it made me so happy to see him again.
And they also brought him back for the last Jodie episode. He showed up in that, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is great. I'm very excited this is getting a proper release. With a bonus feature set that feels like the collection sets in terms of like content, which is awesome. So I'm glad. All right, next let's go to entertainment news because we've got stuff to talk about.
We got some trailers to talk about.
Yes. Psycho said, "What's with the thumbnail? It's all comic news. We had to change it up." And Ryan was feeling really creative, and I love it. And then
Psycho, which new friend?
Yeah, which new friend? The giant shelf that's been here, just in a different spot, and I can't move it because it's got stuff on it.
What's that on top? Is that Oswald and Lion up there?
Oh.
I realize that.
Oh, that's Simba. I will admit, I bought one piece of merchandise from the Lion King CG movie. It was that Simba that Build-A-Bear offered. And I was like, I want that. Look at him.
He looks like he's about to eat for Oswald.
Yeah, no, Oswald's his little buddy. That's what's going on there. They've been here, by the way. They usually sit in front of the comic shelf. But again, everything's in flux at the moment, so haha, Doctor Who reference. Anyways,
Mateki, no, you say this won't be super long like the last one. Never mess me and Sounds talk about comics.
Yep. Or our talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. Kristen Bell's gonna voice Amy.
Like I just
we
love
dodged the Aquafina bullet.
Oh, like this came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's like all of a sudden, it's like, oh yeah, Kristen Bell's voicing Amy in Sonic 4. Like what?
There was an actual rumor say that Aquafina was going to play Amy, and I love Aquafina in specific roles that aren't Amy.
I think Aquafina is forced, but like I don't think she. But also I don't think Aquafina would fit Amy. But Kristen Bell, works so well. First off, What's nice about Jeff, because I think Jeff Fowler is still in charge of the casting,
Yep.
and I'm really glad he actually, unlike say the Mario movie, he actually casts actors that fits the characters first, for foremost. And like, it's nice that Kristen Bell, like she voiced Anna in the Frozen movie, like and she's done a lot of voice acting work for movies and all
Mm-hmm.
that stuff. So it's like really glad.
I think the fact that all the Sonic voice actors are also on-screen actors, I think has been able to allow the gap to bridge really well. Like, to bridge the gap when you're doing like a CG hybrid movie, the voice actors don't feel like they're in a different state of reality from the on-screen actors because you're getting a lot of people with on-screen camera experience to be able to kind of like work in both realms. Does that make sense?
I think also because I think what I appreciate about, again, compared to the Mario movie, they pick actors that are big actors, but not like A-list AAA actors or anything like that.
Yeah.
Kristen Bell's a big actress, but like not like right away must buy the tickets like Chris Pratt or something
Yeah,
like that.
and we know from Colleen O'Shaughnessy being brought in for Tails, they're just picking who's best for the part. If they can also be a marketing thing, that's a bonus. Probably also because they got Jim Carrey in these movies. And that's enough marketing for anybody,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just,
So
I mean, it's the yeah. I mean, we just need to look at the watch this wait check Jim Carrey's back announcement. We just have to wait and see.
yeah, I mean it's gonna happen because he enjoys playing the character. They know how to give him enough money. And how would he stop at this point? Yeah, so I think this is great though. I think this is really good casting. I think this will be what it is that I like I think maybe outside of Keanu because that was kind of like what everybody expected. I feel like this is not like the safest casting either. Like this is going to provide an interesting
I saw, I, I
performance.
saw, I saw no one really suggest Kristen Bell at
Yeah.
all. Like the most, like the one actress I saw people talking about in terms of movie for Amy that wasn't the Aquafina jokes were Kimiko Glenn, who
Yeah.
voices like Penny in the Spider-Verse film and such like that. Like I think that, and that was a good pick also. But I think Kristen Bell's another great pick, and yeah,
Especially if the
was
rumors are
a.
true and Amy's like from the future and stuff. I think that
Mhm.
gives Kristen Bell a lot to work with too with the character. But I think this is very exciting. I'm pretty happy with the casting and yeah. I don't know if we have anything else at the moment because we just don't really know anything else about the movie officially.
I mean, it's surprising we getting. I mean, this far, they're advertising because we're not getting this movie until like next. I forget when next year, but just next year.
It's
I
like
forget there was a day or
late
not.
next year, I think. It's like
Yeah,
a
something like
summer
that. So
movie.
yeah, so it's like nice to see we're getting news about it sooner than later,
Yeah.
scenario like that.
Matthew says, "Do you think Shadow will get his own movie? If not, do you think he'll be in Sonic 4? I think he won't be in Sonic 4, and I think instead
I
he's
think
gonna because
no.
they announced a Sonic Universe spinoff movie, and I feel like that's just the Shadow movie.
Well, that's the thing, 'cause I don't know if he's back in 4 because they did like in the Chris Bell when they announced Chris Bell did mention Keanu, but I don't know if they mentioned Keanu because he's gonna be in movie 4 because he was in the past movie
Yeah,
scenario because they
I
mentioned.
was just saying like the franchise keeps adding boldface names to the voice cast with each entry, and then just kind of adds them as part of it because
Yeah.
it's not in the there's a nice picture with her and Ben Schwartz. Um,
Hmm.
it's not like they didn't list like here's who's in the movie because we
Hmm.
don't know, and I have a feeling he won't be just because I think if you have Shadow in every movie, you can't do a Shadow movie as well. Yeah,
Hmm.
if you're gonna do a Shadow movie, you got to do it like unless he does like a cameo thing. But
I think it's cameo. I think we're
yeah,
getting cameo, but that's another yeah.
yep. All right, next up, the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer. All right, so I got
Oh, you mean the next National Lampoon Vacation movie,
yeah.
father and son?
So like, I want to sit down with Disney marketing team and be like, okay, so you had Mandalorian and Grogu be the entire focus of Star Wars at Toy Fair. You had a Super Bowl spot. And the time you decide to release the trailers, not on Valentine's Day weekend when you had 3 brand new movies in theaters, or you didn't think to release it that same weekend because that was when Toy Fair was happening when your toys were being shown. No, you waited until
A random Tuesday.
the only movie that came out this past weekend that was new was the Elvis in concert movie, which was in limited release at IMAX only. There was
And
no other
also, and,
movies released. So
and I
why
shared the
release the
audience.
trailer then?
And I also think the audience for that film are not the same audience that would say Star Wars.
Also,
I'm pretty sure.
I was at the Elvis screening. They did not play the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer, so they didn't design it to play in front of anything. If they had just done it a week prior, they could have played it in front of GOAT. They could have played it in front of Crime 101 or Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights would have been a funny combo, but Disney decided to release 2 trailers in a week where there was no new movies, which is just feels like they forgot, right? Like they had a Mando and Grogu Super Bowl spot, and yet this trailer was not ready. No, there's no way, because there's also there's a D20. No, it was a Star Wars Celebration trailer that's still out there that they've never released. So they could have. So from a marketing perspective, that's slip up number 1. Slip up number 2. This poster sucks. All this poster sucks.
The graphic design for this movie is so weird because it feels like a. It kind of makes it feel. That's the thing I say it because Star Wars. As a lot of people talk, I see people talk about Star Wars is a family kids franchise. I think so many people forget about that.
Yes,
but really, I don't know, I look at that logo and some of the graphic design I see in the movie, and really, it really screams like kids movie. I don't know why this kind of screams that
the whole.
to me.
That's the thing. I think that's going to be a detriment to the film. So Muteki said Crime 101 was in theaters. Yeah, Amazon actually releases their movies in theaters. Surprisingly, only if like some of them are Prime Video only, but if they have like big enough budget, they'll just throw them in theaters and see if they make a few dollars.
Like Red One.
Yeah, like Red One. Crime 101 was a much better movie though. Anyways, so the issue I have with this poster. How does this look any different from the 3 seasons of TV? Every single poster for all 3 seasons of Mando were just Mando and Grogu, Mando and Grogu, Mando and Grogu.
I mean,
Where is the push to tell people go spend money to watch this in theaters?
Yeah, because I see from even from the trailer alone, which we're gonna get to in a bit.
Yeah,
it doesn't really feel like it doesn't feel because you know what it really feels like. I mean, it is technically it is what technically this is what it is, but also this is supposed to be our new Star Wars movie. It really does feel like a TV show movie, like your Transformers the movie, go
yep.
watch it and stuff like. It feels like that. It feels like
the show.
movie.
It's very cinematic, but you got to do something to make it look different than the show, and they've done absolutely nothing to make it look different from the show.
Yeah, it really does feel like just the movie, the movie tie-in to the show.
This is no insult to the people that work on Toei Tokusatsu, but it looks like a Sentai or a Kamen Rider movie where it's like it's an episode, but on the big screen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like Hey Arnold the movie, or Rugrats the movie, or something like that.
Think about like Star Trek. Like the Star Trek movies have a different visual language to them than the Star Trek TV shows at the time. Like when Next Generation ended and they went to Generations, they were using the same sets, but they lit them differently. The sets were lit differently. Everything was in a different aspect ratio. It was more cinematic. And then they blew up the ship. And then so for the next 3 movies, they were on a completely new ship with a new bridge. It looked different. It had a different look to it. So you would know, oh, that's from, Star Trek First Contact. That's from Star Trek Insurrection. Whereas you look at this and it's like, that's just an episode of Mandalorian. But you have to go pay for it in theaters instead of just watching it at home on Disney+.
I mean, there's a reason why they stopped doing those those movie cartoon movies or such like that, and because people go like, why watch that? We can watch that for free at home.
Cosmic Reject said the modern Star Trek just looks like the movies, and that's why we haven't had a Star Trek movie in 10 years. Because what do you do to make it different from your TV shows that are cinematic, right? So going into the trailer itself, though, I actually think it's pretty solid. I think it's a pretty solid trailer.
Yeah, it's fun. They really are having the very much dad and son feel, which I kind of like about the trailer.
Yes,
but also it's again, I think it's like the actual. It's like from we've seen of this movie, it looks fun. Is this gonna be like the big grand return of Star Wars in theaters that Disney wants? I don't know.
They should have put out the Star Wars Celebration trailer, I think, instead, because the Star Wars Celebration trailer had a lot more action to it. The Star Wars Celebration trailer, I've watched the leaked footage of it, and it opens with a Daredevil-esque hallway fight with Mando, and I just really want to see that like in the marketing because it looks fantastic, and yet it's not anywhere in the actual trailers they've released to the public, which is a dumb thing Disney does. Don't make exclusive trailers for conventions. Show them early, but don't lock them to a convention. It's dumb. But I will say that what they've shown, I think this is going to be a really fun movie. I'm really excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm going to not look forward to the discourse when it bombs. Because it's going to be just terrible online. But
when's this film coming out?
May 22nd.
So what's the competition? I'm curious. So what competition does it have?
Let me go pull up the calendar. Actually, let's go pull up the film
Because that's
calendar.
the it's like I'm really curious if what's competition because I can see it doing all right. Like that's it. I can see it doing right as like the perfect like let's go the family come together movie, but like it depends on us coming
My
around at the same
box
time.
office guess is going to be 400 to 600 million top. Like 400 might low, 600 is going to be high. All right, I think it's good to use Fantastic Four numbers. Actually, I think that's what it's going to be. Fantastic Four numbers, good thing. So here's what's coming out in May. We've got Devil Wears Prada 2 on May 1st, Mortal Kombat 2 on May 8th. Also, Hugh
That was
Jackman's
bombing.
Very Strange Sheep Detectives movie. Then we got Mando and Grogu on the 22nd. Then it's a week off, and then Masters of the Universe is the week after that.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the competition right there.
So
is
Mando
Masters,
and
honestly.
Grogu have 2 weeks to themselves, basically. And then, yes, their next family competition is going to be Masters of the Universe. So, yeah, it's got
That
like
one,
2
yeah.
weeks.
And honestly, like I honestly can see Masters doing better, honestly,
Yeah.
because again, it really is
They're actually
depending of like
marketing it properly, for one.
that. No, that also again, it's the whole like, why do we want to go like
Like,
mom, like imagine the conversation, mom, dad, can we go watch the Mandalorian movie? Why we won't go to the movies right here? We have Disney Plus right here. We can watch the Mandalorian here.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
gonna be that conversation like with that movie. I'm real curious if we're good.
AR
I'm hoping
said,
that will happen.
AR said Masters feels like an actual push. Exactly. I don't feel like they're putting the effort into Mando and Grogu.
It feels like they just Disney. I mean, Disney. This is the thing I know is with Disney a lot with Star Wars, but like really just feel like they're just making on just it's Star Wars
That hasn't
on it
worked in
alone.
like 5 years.
Yeah, I think Disney need to realize that like because I think with like
They need to realize the brand is tainted and just putting the name on it's not going to sell it. You have to
because I
actually
like
do
because
something.
that's
Oh, I came back at a good time.
yeah, because I like Marvel. Again, as much as people say, "Oh, Marvel's falling off," Marvel is an evergreen brand, no matter what. Like when a kid goes, "Can we watch the Marvel thing?" They're gonna go, "Okay, son," because
Yeah. Even if it's Deadpool
it's
and Wolverine, a bunch of kids were at that showing.
yeah, it's Marvel forever be evergreen because there's just so much Marvel things out there, comics,
But Star Wars is a
cartoons,
generational
games.
thing, and by having nonstop Star Wars for 10 years, it's lost its luster. Doesn't feel
Yeah.
special anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 'cause I was
Yeah.
watching a video. There's a great video of talking about the history of Lego Star Wars and like learning about the history about like of just that hype for Phantom Menace was so interesting.
Oh yeah.
About like where Lucas was like the reason why they got Lego made the deal with Lucasfilm because Lucasfilm was like, please, we need to advertise this movie, take our license, pretty much from I understand and such like that.
Yeah, and then Force Awakens had that level of hype, but then it died off because they just put out too much. It stopped being special. I wanted to discuss Jerry, did you have any thoughts on the Mando and Grogu trailer as itself before we
Yeah,
Yeah.
remember?
Yes, you did.
Well,
So, yes. I want you to tell the
I did.
audience.
Oh, right. No, I when I saw it, I liked the. It felt like, from what I told you, it felt like an old school serial. Like I felt like I was watching like the Rocketeer, like old school Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
It does get
With
that vibe. I did, yeah, I like that.
especially with the title card. I was like, oh wow, we back. Close enough. Welcome back, Rocketeer.
Yep.
You really again, like I think like the film quality wise, it's gonna be fun, but it just gotta be. Is this enough to say Star Wars? I don't think it is.
Nope.
Is the
I don't think the Ryan Gosling movie coming next year is going to save it either. I got to tell you.
No, I agree with
Can
you
I
guys on that
make one legitimate complaint about Star Wars right now? Why does everybody have a child sidekick?
It's the 90s all over again.
Yes, Mando has Grogu. Ahsoka's got Sabine. Sabine's not really a child, but she's like, yeah, she acts like a rebellious
I
teenager,
forgot
so it
to
counts.
mention about Grogu.
Yes.
I know it's already inspired by Lone Wolf and Cub, but when Grogu got into basically his battle crib carriage, I was like, wow, that's just Lone Wolf and Cub.
Yep.
You know, you know, it's funny though, Kels. You say that, all I think is the Rugrats movie with the Reptar, the Reptar.
Reptar, yeah.
Yep. My question is
still have the soundtrack.
Who builds a pram that can go to 70 miles an hour in 0 to 70 in 1 second, right? All right, so you got those two things. Star Wars the Starfighter movie with Ryan Gosling next year is like it's him and his nephew. The Maul Shadow Lord show, he's like, picking up a Jedi remnant kid, and he's training her. And that's literally all our current Star Wars. Everybody's got a kid sidekick.
I don't know. Right now, I'm just imagining. Oh, man, if this film was made back in the day, man, it takes to the head. It's me, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. I will say, it does seem like there's a part of this movie where like Mando gets captured by the Hutts and Grogu has to go save him, and that might just be peak cinema right there.
Grogu, yes, that's what we're wanting for. Grogu versus Pizza the Hut.
Yes. Yeah.
I can't. I really hope we get like a Grogu. I'm really curious how they're gonna do the Grogu parody for that new Spaceballs movie.
Oh my god, they're gonna make baby versions of every single character from the original Spaceballs, aren't they?
merchandising. God.
Oh yes.
You know what's funny? It's gonna be the fact that Spaceballs is gonna feel like the bigger event movie than Star Wars.
It's gonna feel more special, I think, because it has been so long since its last movie, right? I will also add that it is cool Embo is here, but it's very funny to me because I think they regretted killing off Cad Bane in a lame fashion in Book of Boba Fett.
You know what's so weird? How like lack of Zeb, because I feel like Zeb was being pushed about. Like they advertised like we got Zeb in this film,
and he's in like 2 shots.
Yeah.
What's funny is I was like, oh, maybe they don't have a CG finish yet, but the Star Wars Celebration trailer from last summer has Zeb like hanging out in Mando's spaceship. He has Zeb like doing actions. I'm like, there's a lot of Zeb footage that's just in that Celebration trailer, and I'm like, why are we not seeing more Zeb?
I love Ramsey, the artist's comment.
Grogu should be called Gogurt in Spaceballs too. Yes, absolutely. But yeah, we need more Zeb in these trailers. I feel like, look, why would you not let Steve Blum sell tickets for you? Come on. All right, I do want to say here's our summer our summer movie season preview. Let's go over the big movies in the summer just to kind of get you guys an idea. It's a fun little 3-minute side tangent. So May 1st is The Devil Wears Prada 2, which I think is going to be kind of insanely huge. I just have a big feeling that's got buzz. We got May 8th, Mortal Kombat 2. That's going to die. I don't know why they moved it.
Horribly.
It could have competed with Tron Ares and won instead, but they decided to move it to May.
But they're sending out the dogs to die.
Like, Mortal Kombat 1 has had crossover DLC with that game for basically a year by the time this comes out.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. They made. I'm pretty sure the reason why they made this like the collection was to tie into this movie.
Yeah, because it came out the same day the movie was supposed to be out. Sheep Detectives is going to be a sleeper hit. I think this is a movie where Hugh Jackman plays a guy with a farm of sheep, and then he gets murdered, and the sheep have to solve his murder. And it just sounds cocaine enough for me to really enjoy it.
Just like I like it.
Exactly. I can't wait. I'm legitimately, because it comes out the same week as Mortal Kombat, I'm just going to wait and see Mortal Kombat the following weekend. I need to see the sheep movie first.
That sounds like a fun double feature.
It does. I'm seeing Hoppers and the Bride in the same weekend coming up. That's going to be a fun double feature.
Shaun the Sheep movie live action.
Yes, basically. Mando and Grogu is going to be on the 22nd. Not anything big the 29th, but then we got Masters of the Universe on June 5th. That's a fun double feature. Spielberg's new movie Disclosure Day, which I'm still not sure what that's about, on June 12th. Scary Movie 6 is the same day.
I forgot they're making that. I forgot they're making another scary movie.
Still haven't seen a trailer for that yet, which is interesting. That's pretty close.
At least the wine scenes are gone, so we're safe from that movie.
Yeah. June 19th will be Toy Story 5, which we're going to talk about in a moment.
We get to.
June 26th, Supergirl. July 1st, Minions and Monsters. July 10th, live action Moana. July 17th, The Odyssey. I can't wait for The Odyssey.
I'm honestly genuinely surprised we have not got any more commercial trailers for that live action Moana, honestly.
Yeah. I think the reaction of Rick going, is this AI? Like, scared him.
Or are they too scared to release The Rock? Live action Mally Rock.
I think they're still probably trying to fix it. Let's see. July 24th, Evil Dead Burn. July 31st, Spider-Man Brand New Day. And then the next big movie after that, like August is pretty dead. Well, I mean, Air Bud's returns. That's hype, right? Air Bud returns.
Air Bud.
Air Bud.
Dude, I grew up watching Air Bud.
And then August 28th, Coyote versus Acme, which is but it's finally escaping the vault. We're gonna finally see the movie where
I really
Coyote
hope.
sues Acme for their products.
I hope that the distribution of that film is better than Blows Up the Earth.
Yeah,
Really hope.
I hope so too. Because I had to drive across town to go see Day the Earth blew up. The day the Earth blew up. I did not. I don't like driving to the other side of town. I like my theater that's 5 minutes from my house. Makes me sound lazy, but like it's just easier that way.
I
You make it sound like the area you went to see Lynch's was some like Raccoon City blown up like shady area.
When I went to see Frankenstein, that's basically where I had to go to. Was like the Raccoon City part of town where I was like, I don't want to be here, and I don't like. I think, and it was a brew house theater, so I had to like deal with people eating their food all around me, and I was like, but I have to see Frankenstein.
It was like, oh, Victor. It's like you were saying, like, Victor, I hate you.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. I will credit to the wait staff of the theater though. They were really good at carrying plates of food while bending forward halfway so that they wouldn't block anybody's view as they came rushing in and out of the theater. Like I didn't even notice them.
Those are flexible people, right?
Very
there.
flexible and very fast. I was like, put these people in the Olympics. They would win you medals.
You know, I know some theaters do it, but I'm surprised more theaters don't incorporate like that plug-in headphone thing. Like, so I know very some theaters do that.
Yeah. My theater's got an app where you can hear movies in different languages through your phone.
That's nice.
Yeah. So, Toy Story 5 decided to remind us that yes, the franchise is 30 years old, which means Woody's balding with the rest of us.
I love discussion. You see that
discussing film. Woody unveils his bald ass head.
I love discussing film breaks character.
I do too. That's why I was like, I need to find an article that points out the balding head. So, I've been pretty down on Toy Story 5 to date. I was just like, why are we doing this? But I gotta tell you, the trailers like completely turned my opinion around, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, like Gauss and I were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Before the stream, we were like, both like, "Hey, I wasn't really high on this. Me neither." Then I saw the trailer. I know, right?
I have some mixed feelings. I think like I think like Essie being clearly the main lead, good. I think that's great. It's how horribly sidelined she was in 4, which I hate.
Yep.
So making Jessie like the main character,
and also throwing in one of her flashbacks where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna cry again. All right.
Yeah. I think again, I really the whole like toy technology thing. I really hope they handle that well because I do not want the movie to be technology bad, toys better. Because
I will tell you, the Disney
Corporation
who wants to put AI into their streaming service is not going to let them go with a blanket technology bad. That's for sure.
I mean that's the when kind of subject like this, you need to have a nice balance. I know because if you try to make one thing better than the other, I think you lose the point because it's good to have both, but like we need to manage it and stuff like that. I think how they have Woody come back, well, weird. I think.
I just want to know when did they get him that? When did they pass him that walkie-talkie? Because I like the idea that they're still in contact and like Woody's like helping Lost Toys still, and I kind of like that maybe Woody was like, oh hey guys, and then they're like, here, have a walkie-talkie. He's like, all right, see you later. Like,
I feel like they're gonna do like a retcon scene at the end of Toy Story 4, like right before Woody leaves, like he gives Jesse the radio. But like even though I think it's the best way how they brought back Woody. If they're gonna bring back Woody best way. But yeah, I do like balding.
The balding head's great. I love so many people were like, there was somebody that was like, oh, he should go visit the old toy maker and get his head painted. Everyone's like, that dude's so dead.
No, that else he's too busy fighting. He's too busy fighting himself.
Yeah, he's playing chess in the park. You don't have time to paint Woody's head. I think like that element. I think because like they were talking about this army of buzzes, but it seems like the army of buzzes is on their side, which I think is kind of more fun.
Like that. It's like okay, but like speaking of the one thing I'm like wholly like I don't like this at all is having but Woody and
you just gave him a ship name, Boozy.
Buzz and Woody fighting at the end. They're like, really?
My question is it that they're actually fighting, or is it like when like Wolverine and Cyclops fight and it's sort of like, those two are back on their antics? Like I'm wondering the context. Are they actually like mad at each other, or is it like they're just kind of playing around kind of way?
I hope, because like
Like when me and Wheels
just
talk, and it sounds like we hate each other, but we actually just like just pissing each other off
yeah.
on purpose.
Oh yeah, because so I recently just recently I rewatched the original trilogy again, and like Woody and Buzz had such a really great friendship, especially
Mhm.
at after the events of Toy Story 1. That like seeing them argue like that, I'm like that doesn't make sense.
I hope
And
it's like a
also,
Vegeta thing, where like every time he's like, "I'm gonna kill you one day, Kakarot," and it's like, "No, you won't. You're buddies."
yeah, I guess, and also I think it was just, I guess it goes into my problem I have. Like it's kind of started with Toy Story 3, but like Toy Story 4, where I just feel like the writers don't know what to do with Buzz,
Yeah.
which I really hate because I really love Buzz as a character. So like having him like, God, I hate what they did with him before with the stupid ass inner voice thing.
Mhm.
So like when I saw that, when I saw like he's arguing with Woody, I'm like, oh no, is that the gimmick for Buzz for this movie now?
I'll let it slide only because there's that potato head line where he's like, it's back to the old days. Like, the kind of like
Yeah.
that's my I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but if they let me down, I will rant about it on a Monday after seeing the movie.
Well, it's interesting they add that, but like Buzz really, it was only like because again we watched the film recently, and also like the
It's
first
only
film
really
is
in the
like ingrained
first
in your
two,
brain.
right?
Yeah, well, they don't really argue. It was always Woody. It was always Woody that like it was the aggressive one.
Yeah.
And every time Buzz fought back, it's when he tried to murder him, murder him. But after that, like after Buzz went through his existential crisis, they were all chummy. And the only time Buzz and Woody fight again was when Woody is like, "I'm gonna go to Japan," and Buzz is like, "You idiot! Do you really just want to be this play forever?"
Yeah.
It's like that. They never really had this like rivalry at all. And so they have that loving mutual respect. So like seeing them argue like that, I'm like, okay.
Hey,
You
if that's
really
the only
get
thing
like,
we're held up on, we're doing pretty
yeah,
good, all
like
things considered.
that's.
Yeah.
I really hope I hope that's not a major thing in the film. That's
Yeah.
what I only really hope in the
I
film.
hope it's just like it's
Yeah.
a gag or something, or it's like,
Yeah, it should
yeah,
not drag.
it
It
shouldn't
should
drag.
not
If it's a
drag the whole
drag on the
movie.
whole movie, it will just make the movie miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah. K-Boy says if Lilypad actually records Woody and the gang in the movie being alive, maybe they can be a threat to a toys. You know, it'd be funny. It would also be great commentary on like government surveillance through technological devices.
Yep.
They won't go that deep. It's a Toy Story movie, but I can hope.
I mean, they showed enough screen time doesn't actually go up to.
From being on the iPad.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, all right, Bonnie, you can be on Lilypad. What if the parents are just like, we're gonna throw your toys out because you're not playing with them, and Bonnie just has like a meltdown?
I think that's the idea. Like at least the plot of the Billy
Yeah.
pad for one, such like that. Hold on. The stream buffering, because wait, there we go. The stream's back. I know the
Yeah.
buffering for a little bit. We're back.
Cosmic Regis says, what if people find out the toys are alive and empathy defeats the Lilypad? That'd be kind of a funny ending, too. Everybody's like, oh no, what have we done to our toys? And Jesse's owner just is like, I was going to go really dark with that, but I decided never mind.
I know, like, I always say, with the Lilypad lie, like, the Lilypad's not a toy. So, like, is this making the Pixar deal real? Is this going to lead to Wall-E with safety and robots now?
Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, man.
All right, you guys want to talk about some crazy toy news? We got a little bit of news.
Yep. All right, Trek boy. Talk about Trek for the
yes.
time.
Psycho has asked, so I'll answer. I'm not going to do a Toy Story week 3. I just don't have enough to talk about.
Toy news.
It's not enough. Anyways,
here's right.
Star Trek Nacelle Wave 3, they had announced there'd be a mystery 2-pack, and a bunch of people were taking guesses, like, oh, Kirk and Spock from a mock time, this and that, this and that. Nobody except one person guessed Gene Roddenberry and Lucille Ball. And so what they're doing here is brilliant. You got Gene Roddenberry, who's the creator of Star Trek, and Lucille Ball, the whole reason we have Star Trek, because Lucille Ball, her studio, Desilu Studio, was the one producing Star Trek. And when NBC rejected the first Star Trek pilot, she was the one that emailed Gene Roddenberry and said, you have a great idea here. Let's do another pilot. And we'll make it happen. Because she wanted shows for her studio to be successful. She wanted shows. She liked Star Trek. She's like, let's make it happen. And she sent this letter to Gene and said, all right, do another thing. So, and that's what got the show picked up, was the second pilot. So this 2-pack is going to be of the two people responsible for Star Trek's existence. And they've already previewed some of the accessories. Like, it's got Lucille Ball's typewriter. It's got like a gold captain's chair for Gene. Brilliant stuff. I think this is absolutely, like, this is the most insane thing to do as action figures, but it's the thing I love. It's like I love having my Stan Lee action figure, my Jack Kirby action figure, and my Todd McFarlane action figure. Like, yes, by all means, give me a Gene Roddenberry and Lucille Ball 2-pack. I'm 100% in on that. I think it's awesome. I think it's a great way to give some reverence to the people behind the screen that made the show possible. That's my
I mean,
piece on it.
it's also. I mean, I think it's the best like choice for like what's gonna be the last figures of the wave and such like that is the actual creators of the show and such like that. Also, I'm really glad it's not just Gene. I feel like Ariel always credited Gene Roddenberry, but I'm really glad including
yeah, without Lucy, like the show wouldn't
Lucy.
happen because she was the one that had to put the money to it, and she was the one that greenlit that second pilot.
Yeah, because it really feels like everybody just it's the whole Stanley. Everyone calls Stanley and not like Jack Herbert, the other writers. So like really glad to see that.
Me too.
You can really it shows that Brian Weiss is a true fan.
Yeah, it's great. All right, next piece of news. Mysteriously, a Scareglow appeared in the Masters of the Universe Chronicles line, which so far has been movie stuff. But this is called Inaugural Edition Scareglow, and we've got packaging images of him. I don't think he's from the movie.
I think because it's more obvious. I'm not sure Discovery have the art. Because there's
in
that art. Yeah, so there's the art where you clearly see Adam Cringer, and that's clearly like filmation, like style Adam and Cringer in that movie. So I think this is just because I mean they always said Chronicles was gonna be their new collector's line and probably replacing Masterverse at least at retail and such like that. So like really cool they're tingling.
I mean, Masterverse did also start with Scareglow, so it's actually kind of appropriate.
I mean, technically, it's kind of like how Masterverse started with all the Revelation tie-in figures. So same thing. It's just we're getting but like it's kind of nice to get sooner than later. I mean, honestly, because when I first saw it, I thought it was like back. So like I actually got excited because I thought I was so excited for the figure, but I thought like, oh man, this is like the olden days of movie tie-in lines where we're getting what if movie designs of other characters. I don't think that's the case.
But I do think you could slip him into with the movie display because of the way the movie designs are.
Yeah, and he looks fucking cool. He looks so cool.
I have a guess. I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna shot in the dark. This inaugural edition is gonna be like San Diego exclusive.
Yeah, because I feel like because I think like inaugural edition that doesn't sound like it has to be good. That sounds like an exclusive thing. Yeah. Like that. Also, like the Mattel logo is black. Some people only have like the Mattel logo and the Masters logo is black instead of the red.
I think it's either a Creations thing or it's a Creations in San Diego thing to kick off the non-movie part of the line. That makes most sense to me. We did not cover the Scooby-Doo news because I just didn't think there's enough about that show yet. There's a live-action Scooby-Doo they're doing for Netflix, and McKenna Grace was cast as Daphne. That's good casting. So, all right. Next piece of news. We got images of Monstructor for Transformers, who is an extensive retool of Dino King, which makes sense considering the Dino King molds back in G1. You know, Japan got Dino King, US got Monstructor. So,
yeah, you get green dinosaurs or freaky abominations.
I like my freaky abominations.
I do love how like Jerry Rig they had to make their monster forms. Like especially the one that was Slug in the original set, the Triceratops. They just like, how do we make his monster form? Stand him up on his butt.
They did that with Swoop too. He's just standing, but with a monster head. Yeah, I think this looks great. Like if you're somebody that wants Monstructor, I like stupid ass glup shitto G1 characters like Monstructor, so I'm in. But I think this is the best we're gonna get. And unlike Dino King, Dino King was larger in the cartoon than his toys were. This Monstructor is gonna be canonical size because when he showed up in the IDW comics and like a couple pages of the Marvel, he was smaller because he was a Pretender combiner. So his robots were originally smaller. And so I think this is kind of like he's canonically tiny, so this kind of works.
And G1 commercials yesterday, and like one thing I missed so much is those jingles. How much was Dino King was again?
Let's go find out. Which also means every once in a while something. I will say it's probably at 80. That'd be nice, but I think he's probably gonna be 100. We'll see. So we don't actually know where he's releasing. Like
what fan channel? So probably yeah.
All right.
Sound your stream's buffering again. Okay.
It actually is.
You know what's fun is OBS didn't tell me at this time. It just said, "Yeah, you got full bars. You got no drop frames." I'm like, "Oh, all right, thank you."
Wait, the stream back to there, but it's still buffering though.
All right, I think we're back. Okay, cool. Ultraman Zayarth, the obscure Ultraman from the '90s films, known as Ultraman Zayarth.
The Toothbrush Man.
The Toothbrush Man. He is got his figure art. It's premium Bandai exclusive in Japan, Asia, and the US. And it's not my connection, guys. It's YouTube. I just want to say, because I'm not getting any buffering, I'm not getting any connection drops, and I'm not getting any drop frames, which means it's YouTube that's causing the issue. For clarity, YouTube sometimes does that. All right. Anyways, he's got his beam effect, and he's got a bunch of hands. They tease Zayr's shadow as a teaser image, which is his evil clone. So
his easy repaint.
Easy repaint. I already ordered mine because I got paid, and I was like, I want Zayr.
You want that toothbrush man.
I want the toothbrush man. Also, he's a fully formed figure, and he's 90, which means he's still cheaper than some recent figure-arts like
Omega?
Kafka Hibino. Omega was 70, so
okay.
No, Omega was 80. Sorry, Omega was 80. But Nexus was 90, Zayrth was 90, so I'm like, okay, it's standard price.
So. Do we have Ultra? So we just need Ultra Boy, and what was the other?
We need Ultraman Boy, and we need Ultraman Nice to finish up the comedy trio from the Galaxy Fight.
I love that trio. Great Galaxy Fight.
Oh, Muteki, yeah, I was gonna get free shipping, but I already used the coupon to get Android 13 and free shipping. So
this one will get punched in the balls.
Yes. Actually, I should set up the Android 13 ball punch scene, but with Zayrth instead of Goku.
I mean, that's the biggest question. I mean, we don't want to know about ultra biology. We know there's babies. They can make babies, but we don't know how.
Maybe their testicles are actually their spine, which is why it's on the back for protection.
I always thought ultras mate by just bonking their heads bonking their heads enough until they just poof, a baby comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like telepathic birth. All right, Venom 2099's Mafex figure is finally happening.
He's free. He's alive.
He's alive. My wallet won't be when I buy him, but he's alive.
When was the last time we saw him? Because it's been a while, right?
It's been a long time. I think it's been almost 2 years since they showed the prototype. So I was so happy to see he's finally out. He's got multiple head options, so you can get like the standard head, you can get the tongue out, and then you can get the crazy like gooey, like he's sort of melting look. This is the first ever action figure of Venom 2099. They decked him out great.
Am I surprised Mafex signed first, not Hasbro?
I thought Hasbro would, but Hasbro's next 2099 figure is apparently Hulk 2099, so I don't know what they're doing. But I will be buying because I love this character.
Is he supposed to be that skinny?
Yes.
Skinny?
Yes and no. Every artist seemed to draw him a little different. So I actually don't know. It's not as consistent as Miguel. But I did notice, actually, let me look at him closer. He's bulkier than Miguel. He's bulkier than Mafex Miguel, so I'll take it. This crazy psycho brother is getting into the line. All right. Now we have comic news. Now it becomes the true part of the show.
I mean, a good transition from comic here to comic news.
Thank you. I planned that on purpose. So the first piece of comic news we're going to do is general comics news before we get into publisher-specific stuff.
Specific publishers.
So first things first, I just want to talk about business. Stock business, because ComicsPRO's was this weekend, and ComicsPRO is the toy fair for comics. It's a trade show that's like about the industry, and industry people are there, and they're talking about stuff. So that's why we have a ton of news. Plus the Mace lists came out, so tons of stuff.
I don't know. Every time you mention business talk, all I think is the unique and like business.
Yes. So, in exciting news, the Energon universe has sold 6 million copies across 96 issues, averaging 63,000 per title. That's incredible. That's just like, that's insane to me. That the Energon universe is outsold basically every other Transformer and G.I. Joe comic of the modern era.
I'm glad.
I'm so glad. It's so good. It's like some of the best comics ever. So.
Like legitimately, and like, cause I'm fully caught up now, which was great. Breezy read, honestly, trying to catch up on everything.
Mm-hmm.
But also, one thing I'll say is, I honestly think it's been so long, but I honestly think that the universe is probably honestly the best connected universe currently out right now. I have yet to feel like something's contradicting each other right now and stuff like that. I feel like Marvel, DC, there's always something that feels like either non-canon or like how does that work with the timeline or stuff like that. Everything you were just like everything just feels so natural.
That's even flowing over into Absolute universe, because Absolute Batman doesn't feel like the same character when he showed up in Absolute Wonder Woman. Like it didn't gel. I was like, that doesn't feel like the same dude. Whereas when a character shows up in any of the Energon Universe books, it's like, oh yeah, that's that character, like without a doubt. Also, Absolute Universe is basically the most popular thing in comics right now, with 8 million copies sold from 116 issues, averaging 69,000 units each, which is bonkers. You know what this article doesn't talk about, though? Marvel, at all. Nothing Marvel's doing is pulling in these kind of numbers. And then Skybound and Image Invincible also was sold 1 million copies in March alone.
Wow, that's actually cool. Because
that means the show's actually getting people to read the comic.
Yeah, but I say it's actually nice because it shows that that's actually nice to hear because you don't really hear that much about it, but it's really nice to hear that.
Yep. So Veloquid said, "Do any of the Transformers comics exist in nice, beautiful, easily collected editions like IDW Turtles, Boom, Power Rangers?" Yes. So the current Energon Universe comics are available in trade paperbacks, but they're also available in deluxe hardcovers, which
Where they covered two single trades combined to one.
It's 2 trades combined into one. They're absolutely excellent quality. They do this thing that it was controversial at the time, and at first I was kind of unsure about it. They don't put breaks in issues I don't think they do this in the trades either. Basically, they take the covers out, and it's just it's the 6 issues or whatever's in that volume. It's just run continuously with no breaks. And like Ryan was talking about how easy of a read they are, I actually really like it because it feels more graphic novel-y, but I kind of like that because these story arcs are very planned out, like having beginning, middles, and ends. It reads clean.
Does that.
Yeah.
Image does that because they did that with Ghost Pepper.
Yeah.
Because when I was reading that, and like there was no breaks, so I didn't. It just felt like all one continuous story. My brain was going like, wait, I wonder where does each issue end? Because I couldn't pin down which issue ended.
It also depends on the creator, because I know the Massiverse stuff still puts their chapter breaks in, but I actually like it. I actually like it with the Transformers and G.I. Joe and the Void Rivals. It makes it a clean read, right? Kind of just, it feels like you're reading one thing as opposed to just like a collection.
I certainly get those deluxe hardcovers. I had a frustrating moment where like Amazon listed G.I. Joe Volume 1 of the Comic G.I. Joe Volume 1 for like $13 on Amazon. I'll get that tomorrow when I get paid. Check back to it was like back to $23. Like, damn it, I missed a good deal.
Yeah. I hate when that happens. Let's see. We'll talk about Absolute Martian Manhunter ending when we get to the Absolute Universe news. All right, so that was the business thing I just wanted to bring up. Next, the Penguin Random House catalog started putting up new collected editions, and I wanted to touch on some of them because that way, when the full catalog comes out in a couple weeks, we're not completely overwhelmed and sitting here for 5.5 hours. So what I want to do is I'm not going to look at every single book. I'm not even going to read off every book. I'm just going to highlight some stuff. So we're going to start with Marvel. Start with Marvel first. All right, so Marvel. There's some neat stuff coming up, like the new Avengers omnibuses are getting closer to being done. They're doing the Silver Surfer Infinity Gauntlet omnibus. I talked about that in my video last week, about how they're actually including the Infinity Gauntlet miniseries in with the Silver Surfer issues, which is going to be like the coolest way to read that's ever existed. They're doing, we got Uncanny X-Men. There's some other interesting books in here, like they're doing a Marvel's Ultimate Guide to X-Men by DK Publishing that I'm actually kind of curious about. Some people have been asking if I'm excited about the Ghost Rider by Benjamin Percy omnibus. Absolutely. I'm getting that day one. I have all the trades, but I'm going to buy the Omni and sell my trades.
I mean, as you said in your video, it's Ghost Rider.
Yeah, exactly. The sucky part is it comes out the same day as Ghost Rider Epic Collection 4, and a week before Danny Ketch Omnibus 3.
So the Wall Destroyer. I see the Wall Destroyer.
Yeah, they're destroying me with like basically it's an Epic and 2 Omnis. Luckily, the Benjamin Percy Omni's a $100 cover price. The Danny Ketch one's a $150 cover price, and the Ghost Rider Epic's a $50 cover price. I'm like, you know what? I don't get worried about it. I'm just gonna plan my money. I'm just gonna buy all 3 books. Like, it's Ghost Rider. I am a little sad that Side Dimension Rivals is going straight to standard trade and not getting a Treasury edition, because that book is beautiful, with Peach Momoko and Stan Sakai and Assad Ribic and all these different artists are doing it. I'm kind of sad it's going straight to standard trade and not getting to do a Treasury edition first. Veloquid, yes, I did see the Fanaticals restock with the Epic collections, and I I had to look through it, but I was gonna buy something because they're like, oh hey, here's some cheap epics, but then I was like, I have all these that I want, and I shouldn't buy ones I don't need.
Say you're like so much like wallet. Must say wallet.
That being said, they put the X-23 omnibus up, and I, in a moment of weakness, clicked add to cart. I was like, Laura. The Blood Hunt omnibus is something very interesting to me because this is an event that had, I think, too many tie-in issues, even though I really liked all of them.
There was a lot of tie-in issues.
It's a 1,368-page omnibus.
Oh, that's a big boy.
They managed to get it all in there, and I'm actually pretty impressed by it.
Is that bigger than the Doom 29 omnibus?
Yes, I think by like about 50 pages, but
I'm curious about that forward spine. Then
I'm curious too. That is a chunk of comics, because the thing was when they first announced. Oh, Ace also bought the X-23. I feel like when you see an Omni and it's like a character you like, and they haven't put it out in another format, and you're like, oh, but it's like $40. Like, sure. It's bad financial decisions. Anyways, so like the thing was when they first announced this omnibus, it was missing some stuff, and Near Mint Condition, Omar at Near Mint Condition was able to get stuff into it. But it's like 5-issue main series, free comic book day story, a Spider-Man issue, a Spider-Man 3-issue series, 2 issues of Miles, 3 issues of Avengers, 3 issues of Black Panther, 3 issues of Strange Academy, a Hulk one-shot, a 4-issue Blood Hunters miniseries, 3 issues of Doctor Strange, 3 issues of a Dracula miniseries, one of my favorite tie-ins to this, which is Union Jack the Ripper. I just love the title. 3-issue series, a Midnight Suns 3-issue series, a Werewolf by Night one-shot, Jubilee one-shot, Magic one-shot, Psylocke one-shot, Laura Kinney one-shot, a Wolverine 4-issue miniseries, 2 issues of Fantastic Four, 3 issues of Moon Knight, and 2 issues of Venom.
I love the Fantastic Four Blood Hunt tie-in issues. Those are so good.
They're so I love those Fantastic Four issues. I am very excited. I loved Blood Hunt. I mean, it's vampires and it's supernatural characters, so of course I did.
Also, it was just like really good writing. Like it's one of the few events where I feel like the writing was really on top.
And I liked most of the tie-ins too. So I was like, I waited. I didn't buy any of the trades. I was like, I'm gonna get the Omni, and I'm glad. I think
honestly helps. I think what it helps with Blood Hunt. It was actually like I think what made Blood Hunt work. It was simple, nothing super complicated or anything like that. It was just simple. The sun is gone, vampires everywhere. Right.
Yep. I loved it. Veloquin says apparently they were supposed to stock the X-Men animated series adaptations today, but they didn't receive stock, so they'll probably be next week. Yeah, if you guys want that X-Men adaptations omnibus, which I do recommend, the artwork is beautiful. Check eBay's. There's an eBay seller called Fanaticals. They've been liquidating stock for a bunch of publishers and warehouses, so they just got like. I tell you, it's a rabbit hole. Be careful. I was going to get this Blade Epic collection, but now that it's $55, I think I'm going to skip it. Because it's mostly Tomb of Dracula issues, and I'm hoping they reprint the other 2 Omnis. So, it's a little too repetitive for me.
God, Epics are getting so expensive now.
They are. I don't like the fact they're 40 to 50. I think 50 should be the cap. These $55 ones, I'm like, ugh. That was also why I bought the X-23 Omnibus, because if they reskin the X-23 Complete Collections, that'll be 2 $50 Complete Collections. That's more expensive than this Omni. Anyways, if you guys want really good Krakoa stuff, this Way of X Omnibus by Cy Spurrier, top notch. I mean, I'm saying that also because it's like Nightcrawler focused, but still top notch.
I see Nightcrawler in the front there.
Yeah, it's also got Uncanny Spider-Man in it, which I think is great. I think Oh, also if you missing the X-Men Executioner Song Epic, that's coming back out in September, which is good because that was one of the ones I was missing. And I think there's just like a couple more things, and then we move on to DC. Oh, we're getting more Larry Hama Wolverine and Epic. Makes me happy. $55 price does not make me happy. Yeah.
It's the wallet. You look at your wallet, I'm like, I'm sorry.
Yep. I don't know if I talked about the Poe Dameron omnibus. I feel like we did. Talk about that, right?
Yeah, we mentioned it several times, yeah.
Cool. All right, we can move on now. DC Finest being $40 cover price is still insane. I don't know exactly if that will last forever, but I'm enjoying it while it does. Because those books are great. I will tell you guys, I did stop reading a DC Finest for the first time. I gave up.
Is it Supergirl?
It was Supergirl.
I don't blame you.
Edgy teenage me really liked it, but adult me is not into it.
That's it. I have how far did you get into the question?
I was like, let me give it 6 issues, and so I had to read that really terrible Supergirl Plus issue with Mary Marvel in it.
Oh God,
and I was like, all right, let me read issue 6, and I was just like, I'm just not feeling this. And I got the second volume of Mike Grell Green Arrow, and I'd so much rather read that.
I would get. Is it just 6 the weird like everyone went crazy ape people because of Grodd?
Yeah.
That I did not like that story.
I was like, I don't. Why? I was reading 1999 Wolverine, which was not good, but I was enjoying it more because it was less depressing and grungy than Supergirl.
I know, right? Because I heard like, oh, Linda Carter Supergirl. I'm like, oh, let me go check it out. And I'm like, why is everybody so mean?
I know it did not age well for me, but oh, Ace said very excited to pick up the Demon DC Finest tomorrow. All right, guys, let's ask a question of myself. I'm buying the Absolute Edition of Jack Kirby's Etrigan series. The DC Finest has stuff that isn't the Jack Kirby stuff. It has like appearances after and like Brave and the Bold and stuff. Should I get the DC Finest even though I'm also buying the Absolute? Just because it does have some new stuff.
I mean, it depends because you said you talk about in the Marvel video about like I won't pick up certain things, which is some issues I get. But how much new is there compared to Dominies?
Let's go check it out right now. I just pulled up on Penguin Random House. So, oh, that's not going to help. Let's just go to Wikipedia. It just says and other stories. Thanks. That's not helpful for what I need to figure out. Let's see. Where is the Demon? So it has Demon 1 to 16, which will also be the Absolute. So Brave and the Bold 109, 137, Batman Family 17, Detective Comics 482 to 485, and Wonder Woman 280 to 282. Let's think about how good the spine will look on the shelf. You know what? Let's see what In Stock Trades does tomorrow, because they put the DC Finest on sale sometimes, and if that thing is like 50% off, maybe I'll just get it for... Because that is at least... What? That's half the book, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. It is Etrigan. I don't think I'd do that for Batman or Wonder Woman or something, but for Etrigan, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm still. Yeah, Blade Runner said, "What about what? Well, they have book style. Wait, they have book styles called Absolute in addition to the Absolute Universe. That's not confusing. I know it is. The Absolute format's been around since like the early 2000s, and they were like, let's name our new universe that, and I'm like, no, like that's just confusing. But hey, someday we'll get Absolute Wonder Woman, and I'll buy it. So. All right, so DC, Batman the Black Casebook Deluxe Edition, which is that's true. We do need to support Edgren. I'm getting distracted about the Demon. Anyways, Batman the Black Casebook is a collection of stories that Grant Morrison said was their direct inspirations for their Batman run, and they're putting it all together in a deluxe edition, which I think is actually really cool. Do I technically need this because I have the Grant Morrison Omnis? No, because I don't need these older stuff. I have a lot of it and other things. But I think it's kind of a neat idea of like, here's a creator's inspirations of what influenced their run. I think that's pretty cool. All right. Gotham by Gaslight Absolute Edition we talked about. They keep pushing back the Hush 2 hardcover because the Hush 2 is still not over.
It's still not over?
The new date for Batman 163 is May.
My God. God, what's Jeff Loeb doing besides being stupid?
I think it's actually Jim Lee the problem, because Jeff Loeb's got other comics that are actually coming out on time. I think Jim Lee being in charge of the company and doing interiors is not a good mix of his schedule's too busy for that.
Yeah, so that's another pattern. Like Jim Lee needs. I feel like Jim Lee needs to like only do one-off issues. He can't do full series with that because didn't that happen with All-Star Batman and Robin also?
Yep. It happened with that too. All right. Absolute Green Lantern Rebirth's coming back. Man of Steel by John Byrne's getting an Absolute. Batman by Neil Adams getting an Absolute. Demon by Jack Kirby's getting an Absolute. I'm so excited about that one. But it's funny, I don't actually have any Absolute editions currently, but I'm on schedule to buy 5 this year because DC decided, let's go for his wallet. We haven't been getting him with Absolute yet. And they're like, here's the Demon, and Gotham by Gaslight, and Christ on Infinite Earths, and Batman White Knight, and Amazon, Wonder Woman Amazon Historia. Like, they're coming after me. Like, the Wonder Woman Amazon Historia has, like, a leather-bound look to it. It's too nice. Also, Birds of Prey by Gail Simone Omnibus Volume 2 was solicited at one point, was pulled off the schedule, and is back on as an August 4th release. We don't have the contents, So it should contain the rest of her original run, and I think page count wise, it should also have her Brightest Day era run on the characters. So that'll be nice. Batman the Bronze Age Omnibus is going to be the original colors, I've heard. So for anyone wondering if that was going to be the original colors or modern colors, apparently it's going to be the originals. So there you go. Information on the Bat. All right, let's go. We're going to touch very briefly on IDW, Dark Horse, and Image because, I mean, we just don't follow as much about it. We should follow more of all those publishers, but we don't. So, you know,
I've been keeping my eye on more Image more. I need to look at more Dark Horse stuff. More.
Yeah. Dark Horse does really cool things. There's actually a couple of Dark Horse listings that kind of piss me off, so we'll get to that. All right. Not to say it's bad, but because I made poor choices. All right, so IDW, they're doing Star Trek comics in their compact collections, which are called the Classic collections, which are like smaller trades. So they're doing like the Kelvin prequel stuff. Godzilla's getting some more collections.
I'll figure those because like the Sonic to Go ones, which are like the compact ones, are like pretty much the IDW hardcovers but shrunken down for $15, which is like holy shit, that's like a good deal.
I think they're 6x9. Yeah, that's actually they're like really good price, right? For what they include.
In terms of how much, like, do they contain how much do they contain? Do they contain a lot of stuff like the Sonic ones?
Yeah, they're like that. Like this Star Trek one is like 15 issues. For $14.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
It's really good.
Hey, Marvel, how come you're the only one with the bad like compact style?
Ninja Turtles Ongoing Compendium Volume 3, for those that don't remember, that is just the Ninja Turtles issues. The main book for the IDW era, none of the side material, and that's just a paperback for $60 that's got the last 50 issues, so it gets up to 150. I don't think any of those are out yet. They're coming out quick, but I haven't seen any in person yet.
My brain's like, oh, don't I get those? But like, if somebody tell me the spin-off stuff is important,
like Rat King's just gonna roll up into the main book, and you're gonna be like, "What's his deal?" And they don't explain it because they had like 4 miniseries he was in.
It's kind of frustrating because I like to save money.
I think the compendium format should have been everything, but still offer like huge page counts, but was like everything. Yeah. Also, it's confusing that these are called compendiums, but they're paperbacks, whereas the Mirage compendiums are hardcovers.
Like I think like they should like if you even still have to split them up, still having like
they should be like the Green Lantern compendiums, where it's everything and it's just a huge chunk. Right?
Yeah, because I think because it'll say again, it's the same money. Because I love the IDW. I think the IDW Turtles hardcover are great, but they're pricey, and that's a lot of books to put on the shelf that I don't have space. I don't have space for, and such like that.
Interestingly, Naruto and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles getting a manga edition. I don't know if it's going to be black and white, but I imagine it's going to be manga sized.
Interesting.
Yeah. What else do we got here?
I need to catch a good sale for the rest of the TMT art because I want to read more IDW Turtles. I really love the first volume. I just need to find the right prices for them. Hoping like another like Target sale happens and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Target does those buy 2 get 1s a lot, and they do the buy 1 get 1 half off a lot. So keep an eye out. All right, Ninja Turtles Booyakasha books is actually interesting because they're reprinting a Turtles magazine comic from Europe that was for the 2012 show. And they're reprinting all the comics strips from it in this series called Booyakasha books. And there's like a second one of those coming.
Oh, that's cool.
It seems like Godzilla Library Collection is the only library collection still going on in IDW. It's the one format that actually sold. Those were weird because they're not chronological stuff.
Why are those exactly the library?
They're just thick paperbacks that reprint like a couple series. They tried them for Star Trek where they're like, here's a Kelvin volume, here's a TNG volume that they didn't sell. For Godzilla, it's like, here's all of Godzilla Rulers of Earth in one paperback, and it's just, they're numbered, but they're not sequential because they're not connected. That's just how Godzilla comics are. They're very strange. They're like epics if epics were numbered the order they were released, not the order they take place in.
Like funny, imagine.
Yeah. Star Trek's getting Edges of the Final Frontier, which is some TOS comics in the Classics collection. Ninja Turtles by Jason Aaron's getting a deluxe edition, and that pissed people right the hell off because they did a quote library edition of the first 6 issues.
I remember when they released. Yeah,
it didn't sell well, so they didn't do a volume 2. But then now that his run's done at issue 12, they're putting it back out as a deluxe edition.
So you should have just waited at that point scenario.
And also, I feel like they're just going to put it out a third time with Night Watcher and Mutant Nation and the other side comics in an IDW style format later, right? Like, weird. Tales. All right, this is the one I want to talk about that I thought. Also, first of all, the Sonic the Hedgehog on the Go is up to Volume 4 in solicitations. I have to give credit to IDW. They're the only publisher doing a compact size format that has multiple volumes. DC does one volume everything. Marvel has been sporadic. They're actually doing all of Sonic, it seems, in this format eventually.
And again, assuming Volume 4 is like another to go, it should be just the hardcover for Volume 4.
Yeah.
Then.
Also, the Amy's 30th anniversary one shot is getting a $10 hardcover. I don't know why they don't just collect all those one shots together.
Is that? Because I remember hearing the Amy one's gonna have the Knuckles one in it. Also, I forget it was gonna have the Knuckles one. Because I remember
it's only $10, which says me it's not. Oh, Ninja Turtles Mirage. The first 10 issues and the first 4 one shots are coming as a classics collection. So a compact of Mirage.
I might get that, honestly, maybe because I do want to get into Mirage, and
the format's expensive, so it makes
It's that's what I mean. Much as I want to get those zombies to get the complete story, but like it's expensive.
Yep. I'll try to see if there's anything else here that
what was the Rise? What was the Rise thing? I saw
the Rise thing. Okay, that was a Ninja Turtles Power Pack. The Power Packs are just collections of the Kids Aimed comics.
Oh, okay.
So it has like a Rise. It has one of the Rise issues. It has one of the 2012. It's like a best of collection.
Okay.
There was a complete collection of the Rise comics. It was in a smaller form. It was like a slightly digest.
Yeah,
size.
I saw. Yeah. I need to get the. I need to pre-order that Rise art book. I think that's available to pre-order now.
It is. Yes. Looks like the Amy one is just the Amy. It's just a 48-page, $10 hardcover.
I think Knuckles. Okay, no, I think I remember seeing Knuckles is also getting.
Knuckles is also getting one of these too. Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Tails is orphan, I guess, because that's really long that one. I guess. Also, I guess I just had to get the Sonic. I guess they're not. I guess they really should have done the classic, all the classic stuff in one collection. Like all the 30th
I think I'll get these hardcovers because I got the Sonic 30th hardcover, so I guess I'm just gonna buy these hardcovers.
And they're not good. And if they, if they are gonna do a collection, I'll just sell them off. Then I guess in that scenario,
we're gonna talk about that when we get to Dark Horse. Let me get to this real quick. So, Ninja Turtles Adventures, the Archie comic Compendium hardcover 3 has been solicited, getting us up to issue 35. So we're still only about halfway. Because there's a ton of miniseries, right? So there's still like at least 3 more of these to come.
I didn't get them because the Archie. I heard nothing but good things about the Archie Team of Cheese stuff. I need to get those eventually.
Looks like Casey Jones is dead. The comic, because we don't have the contents of this, but just like Night Watcher, this doesn't say Casey Jones Volume 1, and then Night Watcher ultimately only ended up being 7 issues. So I think it got canned. This whole relaunch of the Turtles era has been a disaster. They keep going, here's an ongoing, and then it just gets canceled. And then here's an ongoing, and then it gets canceled. Nobody seems to care about the book.
Have you read the Casey book?
I've actually been keeping up with it monthly, and it's all right. It's well made, but the current status quo of Turtles is just not exciting. So it kind of just, it's good though. I like it. It's Casey Jones, so I'm inclined to like it. I also missed the first issue because my comic shop sold out and I forgot to put it on my pull list. So I've just been reading from issue 2 onward, and I was like, I'll just get the trade later. Didn't realize it was going to be just one trade, but, you know. All right, and then I want to talk about this mess. I need to talk about this mess here. The Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mirage Years Omnibus Volume 1. Can I slap IDW? Can I slap the publishers at IDW? Because this is the most confusing book they could have made.
First off, not that Tales of the TV, and not that Tales of the TV.
Exactly. This is not the... So all right, for context, in the original Mirage era in the 80s, I had talked about this in my Mirage video, there was a 7-issue series called Tales of the TMNT. It was not included in the Ultimate Collections, but it was contained within the compendiums that contained all but 4 issues of the Mirage original Volume 1 run, right? So it would make sense after they did a hardcover of the Volume 2 era that they would then do a collection that would be the Volume 4 era, which had a 70-issue series called Tales of the TMNT. That was what I thought this was. And it is. But it also contains Tales of the TMNT Volume 1, 1 to 7, that's already in those compendiums. So if you're buying the $150 hardcovers of the Mirage stuff, they've now duped up 7 issues for you, which does not need to be the case because they have zero connection to Tales of the TMNT Volume 2. So, and then the main TMNT book from Mirage Volume 4 is just coming out as standard trade paperbacks with the TMNT Journeys reprints. IDW feels like they're doing this intentionally. They just keep making the Mirage stuff confusing. Like, I had to make a whole video to decipher all the formats, and yet here we are going again. This does have some short stories, and it does have the Tales of Leonardo Blindsight miniseries, and it is said to begin the first of these. But there's no reason to include Tales of the TMNT 1 to 7 because those were already in this format in another book. You're just making people rebuy it for seemingly no reason. The only ones this benefits is the people that bought the Ultimate collections and did not pick up the compendiums, because then now they have the 7 issues. But why is it a mess?
Really, it really is a mess. I wonder, because it's just the scenario where do you think this is a modern problem, or do you think this is the problem right now, or do you think it's caused of the weirdness of the older releases? 'Cause I feel like it's a both.
It's
Scenario,
a both.
'cause I feel like
It's definitely a both.
yeah, because I feel like if I feel like it wasn't for those how messy those older releases were, I feel like none of this headache would have started. And so, I mean, I think
the older releases, because that's the thing. This is actually mirroring the paperback Tales of the TMNT collections, which start with 1 to 7 from the old volume. Then it started with Volume 1 of the second, which are not even in this. They're 15 years apart in continuity. There's no reason to pair them up together. But it feels like this is just, oh, let's just take the paperbacks and then just reprint them in oversized in a hardcover, instead of actually looking and going, all right, well, here we have our 4 oversized hardcovers. Let's go with the next one. Where would that start where those left off? But instead it's a mess.
Yeah, no, it's just like, the Mirage Turtles, such a weird thing to collect, and I think because of how, like, again, it's it is the most super indie book I've ever seen because of how it was made and such like that. So it's hard to keep track with everything, such like that.
And I don't mind them throwing in 7 bonus issues, except when it's a 800-page omnibus that's 150. That feels like if you're buying it at this price, it is $150.
Is this a hostage issue scenario where they're holding some issues hostage from a big price tag scenario?
This is the thing, because everything else beyond those first 7 isn't available in any other modern format. So
it isn't a hostage scenario.
Yeah, and the thing is, it just feels unnecessary, because it feels like if you're buying the books that of this price, you're buying everything. And there's no actual reason to include those 7 issues. And I don't know if this is going to cause an issue later on that, I don't hope this doesn't extend the book by 1 line because they couldn't fit everything into the because there's like 3 more miniseries plus 69 more issues that have to go into these. Why are you not using 7 of those slots for stuff that's not been reprinted before? Yes, Blade Runner, that's exactly it. It's like putting Robots in Disguise 2001 and 2015 in the same box set just because they have the same title. That's exactly it. They're completely unrelated.
So what you're telling me is now you just need to make the Turtles buying guide video.
Yes.
At this point, I feel like you should, because
I'm going to wait a bit because I just did that with Mirage and they're throwing this shit at me now. But I feel like we do need a buying guide for this damn franchise at this point, right?
It's getting so confusing on what to get now. There's the Turtles, because I legitimately want to read more. I really want to read more Turtle comics, but like I don't know what to get.
Yeah.
at this point,
the best thing is to find a good deal and get the 3 Mirage compendiums if you want to have like a full experience. But like,
the most consistent is literally the IDW hardcovers.
Yes.
At least those are just simple.
It blows my mind that we have the IDW era in 18 consistent volumes with the same spine design where everything's included in the proper reading order, and then every other piece of Turtles media that IDW reprints is a complete like mess that you need a flow chart to just understand.
Yeah,
I don't get
it. Get the cork board out.
Yep, it's like trying to collect Hellboy. Let's talk about Dark Horse. So Dark Horse, most of this is trades of existing stuff. That's just, this is what's going to be printed. We're just going to print new. There's a Western comic called Carmen Redclaw that's in the Hellboy universe, and I can't wait. I'm very excited to read that.
That name sounds Carmen Bloodclaw. That name is beautiful.
It's beautiful. Let me talk about this. So I've been buying. I don't usually buy Hellboy trades. I stick to the omnibuses, which are usually thick hardcovers, right?
I have the Hellboy
Yeah.
Omnibus box set, which is like paperback versions of the complete collection of Hellboy. Pretty much.
Exactly. I love those because they contain everything in reading order, because for some reason every Hellboy universe title is printed out of order. It's insane. So I've been sticking to that.
It's also the Finch brick because it's heavy as hell.
Yes. So the thing with the Hellboy universe is I stick to the omnibuses, but I broke out from that because they started publishing some of these miniseries as hardcovers. They put them out as hardcovers first instead of paperbacks. And I was like, okay, well, maybe if they're putting them on a hardcover, they don't have an intention to put them into an omnibus. Anyways, I was completely wrong about that because apparently I just had to wait like 3 more years because they put, there's a Koshei the Deathless omnibus coming out, which has 1 Koshei miniseries that was only in paperback and then 2 that were in hardcover originally. And then now we have Secret Histories Volume 2 finally coming out after 6 years since the last one. And this has Rise of the Black Flame, which was paperback only originally, House of Lost Horizons, Time Out of Mind, and Silver Lantern Club, which were all hardcover first, and I already have them in hardcover. But I'm going to go for the Omni because shelf space. I gotta say that, like, I don't recommend collecting Hellboy in anything besides the omnibuses. Whether you get the hardcovers or the paperbacks of them, the omnibus collections are like the only way to read this stuff at this point.
So what you're telling me is we need the Hellboy buying guide video now.
The only reason I haven't done that is because I thought I'd provide a reading order as well, and everybody's reading order online, and nobody agrees. Not a single person agrees with another person on what the reading order is. And this is a franchise where they actually date the comics as to when they take place. And we still can't agree.
I just find it funny because you think Hellboy would be very simple to follow, but I guess not.
Nope. It's mostly because of the BPRD stuff. Looks like they're doing some more collections of the Avatar Legends comic, which is cool.
Do we have any masters? Because I know doesn't Dark Horse have the master license?
Yes,
right?
we have a new Master of the Universe comic coming up, but they don't do any reprints of older stuff. Ooh,
I know because
they got a new Bad Batch miniseries. Oh, I'm excited.
Because what Dark Horse released, there's the hardcover with all the old mini comics, right?
Yes,
that's one and then there's like all the newer stuff like Masterverse and such like that, right? What's Masterverse and such like that? I think it's the other Masters comics they have. I want to get into the Master comics.
They've done some after, and we're going to talk about a new one they're doing. But they've done a lot of miniseries. They were in the Revelation universe. A bunch of them were.
Yeah. I want to read more I want to read more of the Master comics. I really want because I remember reading Masters of the Multiverse. And I really love that book. Never finished it, but I remember really liking that book. So I want to read more of the Master comics.
Actually, here is one. That's right. There is an ongoing Masters of the Universe comic right now. I just forgot about it.
There is?
I will talk about it in a moment. I'm just scrolling through to see what we got. I think I've run out. I'm trying to go through the catalog. What was it? So Blader said, wouldn't just be release or timeline then? I think the release order is good, but the release order is also bad because the problem with the way that the Hellboy universe is worked out is that they'll, like, BPRD, for example, was an ongoing comic, but like issues 31 to 36 take place in 1948, and then issues 37 through 40 take place in 1992, and then issues 42 through 44 take place in 2005. So in some ways it's the best way, but then in other ways, you look at the BPRD omnibuses, and they actually put it in chronological order as to like when the stories took place. So it's hard to say. I think the easiest thing though with Hellboy is just stick to the omnibuses.
I mean, this thing about like anything like Hellboy, so that like after the main series is like a good and bad thing because it's confusing to read them in order, but also you kind of can't just read them in any order because they're all over the timeline and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I've recommended to people who have asked me is read Hellboy. Then, do you want to read BPRD? Go read all of BPRD. Do you want to go read Ape Sapien? Go read, you can't read Ape Sapien. That's the thing. You can't just read Ape Sapien without reading BPRD because it'll spoil BPRD. So if you want to read all of it, go. I always say Hellboy, BPRD, Abe Sapien, and then everything else is just up to you at that point because it'll all just fill in. But like if you read Hellboy, you at least know where things take place. And then there's comics like Miss Truesdale and the Rise of Man, which is just like and the first Miss Truesdale comic was a mystery. It took place in 1930s. Does it have anything to do with Hellboy? No, but it's in the same universe because it's fun. Lobster Johnson's second omnibus is getting a paperback as well. If you guys have not read the greatest comic of all time.
The lad himself, Lobster Johnson.
For those who don't know who Lobster Johnson is, he is...
he kills Nazis.
Yes, he's a pulp hero who had comic books written about him in universe. But he was a real guy that existed, but he died. But his ghost can't move on to the afterlife until all Nazis are dead. So he still wanders around the earth looking for Nazis.
Which is also sad.
It's very sad. The Lobster Johnson comics take place when he was in the 1940s as a pulp hero, and they're really fun. Highly recommended. All right. Also, I just love this title, Captain Henry in the Graveyard of Time. I don't know what this is about, but I'm going to buy it.
That's amazing. There's some comics where you just see that title and you look at the description like, I want to read this because
there was a comic I bought at the comic shop last week. It's called like the Florida Hippopotamus Cocaine Massacre, and I have to read this just off the title.
This sounds amazing.
It was fantastic. I had no idea what's going on.
I mean, that's the thing. How do you get into like non-Marvel DC comic? Just look at the title.
Captain
look at the
Henry and the Graveyard of Time.
Like, yeah, look at the title, look at the premise, look at the art. I'm like, that sounds like my type of book scenario like that.
I think for me, because I've read pretty much all the Hellboy stuff, and I'm going to keep buying the Omnis, I think what I'm going to do is I'm still going to buy these hardcover trades to just read these comics, and then when they put out an Omni, I'll just sell the trades. I think I'm okay being a little bit of a recycling plant for the Hellboy comics. All right, so
as long as you get money back, it's the most important thing.
Exactly, and if for some reason the comic shop won't take them, I'll just donate them to the library. You know, that's my backup plan. All right, so He-Man and the Masters of the Universe Volume 1, The Sword of Flaws. So this was announced as a 4-issue series called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. It sold well enough, and Dark Horse said, all right, here's issue 5, and it's just going to continue from here.
Oh, that's great. I might probably get the first trade, and then if I like it, I'll pull on my pull list.
Reason I forgot about it is because I don't buy Dark Horse singles, but I will buy their trades. I have all their Masters trades because I have the DC He-Man Omnibus, I have the mini comics collection, I have the newspaper strip, so I have all the trades that they put out. I'm going to read this.
Will you do a Masters viewing guide for the movie?
Yes, because there's actual buzz for the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I might just throw the comics in there for fun too, because
I mean, Masters is great because there's like what, just 5 shows, 5.
They're very straightforward shows. So
you include She-Ra, that'll be 6 shows, right? 6 shows or
6 or 7.
She-Ra.
But all of them are like you just watch episode 1 to episode whatever, and they're not like insert this movie, insert this movie. But I think I'll do it. I'll include the comics in that because actually for me, the reason I got into He-Man was because of the comics, not the shows. So.
Mm-hmm. I think probably in the comics would be fun because I feel like that's an area that like people are familiar with but not fully like know. I think it's where to start. I think it's also with the Masters comics. So
I will say when I go to do the reading order for the DC comics, I'm just gonna take a picture of the table of contents page on the Omni and just say, "Here you go." You know what? Fun fact, because we're talking about He-Man, I'm gonna grab it off the shelf because I just want to tell everybody this and show everybody. Anytime I have the chance. My first ever omnibus purchase was the DC Masters of the Universe omnibus. It is also the thickest omnibus I own.
That's all the mini comics, right?
This is everything DC published. So this was the mini comics that were for classics that were done by DC. Then DC did a mini series that was popular, and it spun an ongoing that had a sequel ongoing that also had crossovers with the DC universe and with Thundercats, and it's all in here.
I don't think that's in print anymore.
No, because Dark Horse has the license now.
I hope they make a deal with DC to reprint that because that's something I now regret.
This is the comic where Despara debuted.
That's like because that's the thing I really want not only that to reprint, but I also like Mattel and Dark Horse to print like all the newer mini comics from Origins into a new like omnibus,
especially because they stopped doing them. I think that'd be great to have a new big comic.
Yeah, mini comic on it. Because there's the new because Dark Horse did their own, which is just the toy mini comics, right?
Yeah, it's just the original toys up through. It doesn't include all the classics mini comics because it came out before. Blade Raider saw the Wolverine in the corner and start laughing. Leave him like that. So Dark Horse, their mini comic collection did not include all the classics mini comics because they weren't done at the time. So it's missing like the last 4 or 5. But it does have everything else. It even has the She-Ra like fashion catalogs in there.
Oh, that's amazing. Cool. That I didn't pick that. Yeah,
the DC Omni has the Superman crossover issue and the 3-issue DC or the 3-issue Master Universe comic from the 80s is also in the back here because they're like, oh yeah, no, this didn't have enough pages at 1400. Let's add another couple hundred pages.
Because wasn't that the comic they pack in with those Toys R Us He-Man, Superman, Lex? Yeah. God, I wanted those as a kid. I always wanted those as a kid, but never got it because I never got the Toys R Us. Also, I think I was frustrated that I think He-Man didn't give him his power sword, so I got frustrated as a kid.
Also, guys, I'm just gonna show you a little bit of the artwork. This is the reason I got into He-Man was this comic. That's why I bought that's why it was my first omnibus. Was because I read these as they came out, and I was like, oh, I just became such a big fan of the mythos because of these comic books. Like,
that's not to be too tangenty, but like, as much as I really like Thundercats, like, I think I'm more of a Masters guy because I love how bonkers Masters is. That's why it appealed to me so much. It's such a crazy world, and that's why I love it about it so much.
All right, so I will be picking this up though and reading it at that point. All right, Image Comics. Just to kind of, because we should get to the ComicsPRO news now. King Spawn's getting a compendium, which is exciting because
I can't wait for that because King Spawn's so good for what I read of it.
Yeah, that's the first 50 issues in a $60 paperback.
That's pretty much a comic per dollar.
Yeah,
pretty much.
It probably won't contain the covers because the Spawn compendiums don't, but it's also fine. Like the price value is too good. All right, so let's see. What else we got here? I think most of this is just kind of standard. We're just continuing things that we already started. I think. Radiant Black's getting a compact edition.
Oh, that's cool.
Please read Radiant Black. I love it. It's $15. Let's see how much does it contain.
How much does it contain in that?
Let's see. 1 to 12. 1 to 12 and a 6x9 for $15.
Is that the deluxe hardcover? Wasn't that go up to 1 to 12? Forget.
Let me check. Nice part about redoing my shelves, I can reach everything. I can just get up and pull it off the shelf. I'm so happy about that. Yeah, 1 to 12 was what was in the deluxe hardcover. It won't have the bonus features, but
that's a deal right there.
That's a hell of a deal. I love Radiant Black. All right. So, let's see what else we got. Fan of the Opera. I'm excited about that. Fan of the Universal Monster comics are so good right now. Oh, people have been asking, where's G.I. Joe Compendium 4? It's finally got solicited. The paperback edition. It is coming out. When is this coming out? It's coming out sometime. It's eventually. It's in the product details. September 22nd. September 22nd will be the last G.I. Joe of the paperbacks that'll be the last of the Marvel run of Larry Hama's G.I. Joe. So, and we will talk about G.I. Joe in a minute. I think that's it though. I think this is all we're going to cover.
That's all because everything else is the usual
it's just, usual trades volumes for stuff. Yeah, cool. All right, let's get to. So we're going to break this down by publisher. We're going to start with Boom. And I think there's an interesting set of Boom comic stories here, from 2 different perspectives. So there was a couple Boom collected editions. I just rolled into this because I didn't want to go through all of Boom. We're only talking about Power Rangers. I'm just going to say that up front. If anybody loves any other Boom comics,
recommend them because that's saying more.
I have no idea what else Boom publishes besides Power Rangers.
So. I know
Hero Club only covers Boom, the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Did they do the Disney Comics Boom or no?
No,
or is that
Dynamite?
No, that's Dynamite. Yeah, I keep thinking they
All right.
I would say, man, I've been reading Ghost Pepper, and like the writer said, "Oh, we only got up to issue 12." I'm like, "Please do well. I want you to continue." Indie comic where it's like, "Please continue more. It's so good." Scenario where it's like,
All right.
the sweat, the
Yo, I
sweats
know.
of like, please.
It's like God, there's a comic I've been reading called Planet Death, and it's awesome, but it's like 6 months between issues, and I'm like, is it gonna finish?
I'm like, because with Ghost Pepper, Lulu Live, he's like, "Oh, we got 12 issues to see right now. If we get the fan support, we'll create more." I'm like, please, please, Image, renew it for more issues. Scenario like that.
All right, so let me switch the tag here to Boom. All right, so Boom has introduced an interesting premise, which is that they're going to make all their comic books returnable from comic stores. So basically, Boom says that all standard comic covers will be returnable, which means retailers can now take risks on new titles with reduced financial risk. So basically, the idea is that if a store wants to be like, "Oh, I want to order this, this, and this, but I only want to order these," they'll say, "Okay, well, you can actually order as many as you want, and if it doesn't sell, you can return it to us, and we'll give you credit." And that's to like encourage that. That's to encourage trying out new series, and I think that's a great idea. Hope it works well for them. Hope that it doesn't backfire and ends up being like 70% of all our comics got returned.
That sounds like a good thing, but also it could sound like something you could take advantage of also at the same time.
Yes. So we'll see how that turns out, but I think it's neat. It's a big of a risk, but it could be beneficial, right?
Hopefully.
It's thinking of the consumer, which I do like about. That's really nice to hear and such.
Because a lot of comic shops are, direct relationships between customers and the shop, right? And so I think it's good to give incentives for that. So, all right. If you want to get all of Go-Go Power Rangers in one big, thick paperback, there's the Go-Go Power Rangers Omnibus. Omnibus, not a hardcover, but Omnibus paperback, which contains all 32 issues.
I'm tempted because I love Go-Go so much, and I haven't, and especially since how hard to get those hardcovers are, also just all the repeating.
I hope the description's not complete, because why is Forever Rangers not in here?
Yeah, better, because that's the finale.
It's Forever Rangers is the finale to all the arcs. If you don't include it, the story literally just jumps. Time jumps 4 years, and you don't get the rest of the story. So, yeah. Anyways, we'll see. There's a lot of times with Boom, their solicits don't have the full content, so hopefully they know they need to include. Also, they should put the back to school special, and the 2 specials should be in here too, especially for $70. But yeah. Also, the Darkest Hour paperback is coming out in October for those that have been collecting the thick paperbacks. And Power Rangers Compact Edition, Volume 1 for $15 contains 0 through 12 of Power Rangers. That's the first hardcovers contents.
That's a good... Man, Marvel, why are you so bad?
Yeah, literally everybody else figured this out but Marvel. But then again, we haven't heard any Marvel premiere announcements in a while, so maybe they're going back to the drawing board.
I hope, because I would buy more Marvel premiere. They were actually good.
I heard rumors that the Marvel collected edition team at ComicsPRO was asking retailers, what omnibuses should we keep evergreen? So I'm hoping they're taking in a lot of feedback from people this past weekend. So, all right, and on the collector side of front, Near Mint Condition was at ComicsPRO, so I'm sure he was talking to people as well. All right, let's get to the big news though for Power Rangers. We're getting 3 new comics. So we heard a while back that the final issue of Prime is going to be issue 16, and
it's kind of unfortunate because Boom was doing
something getting good.
Yeah, Boom was doing something unique, and even like I say, I give a lot of leeway with Prime, because even if I think that from what I hear, Prime is kind of here and there, but like I think Prime, I give it they're doing something unique, so I always give it the credit it deserves. Scenario,
yes.
But
we'll talk about what these are, but I have enjoyed Prime. It was a little rough to begin with, but once it hit its stride, I think it's been great. I think once they decided that Rita was the main character, the book's just been really solid, and I'm really sad it's ending. The thing I liked about Prime, though, was like, it's a new universe. Anything could happen. Rita's making Power Rangers. What does this all mean? It had kind of the same vibe of Ultimate and Absolute, right?
Rita was hot.
Yeah, she was Queen Bitch, eat the rich all over that place. It was amazing. I loved it.
Rita being Emma Frost is like the greatest thing. The greatest thing.
It really is. I've been enjoying. My mom's been enjoying it. And I think, the VR Troopers miniseries, like Mr. Doogie's mentioned the VR Troopers miniseries not going anywhere. That was a big waste of time. I don't know what the hell they even made that comic for. It was competently made, but I was just like, what was the point?
I think they were trying to do. I wonder, like, with the VR Trooper thing, like Boom saw how successful Energon Universe was, and maybe they thought they can do that with their own. But like,
I think the
I just
issue
think
is
they
that if you never read the VR Troopers comic, you never knew anything. If you read Prime and not VR Troopers, didn't matter. If you read VR Troopers and not Prime, didn't matter. They were like, there was no, like we talked about with the Energon Universe stuff, there's like, you don't have to read every book, but you can tell things line up and connect properly. Whereas like the VR Troopers comic was just so. Anyways, I will think that Prime, if Prime didn't, my thought was, and we talked about this when we heard that Prime was getting canceled. Like, well, if Prime doesn't work, then they probably should just put the comics on a break because Mighty Morphin sales dropped and they canceled it. Prime sales dropped and they canceled it. You really can't reboot another season for a comic. But they're like, let's just go back to Mighty Morphin again. And I'm like, come on. Really?
I'm not mad about it. I'm not it's just, I'm not surprised. It's
this is the lamest possible outcome, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, also, JD Pocket isn't large because of Prime coming in while Diamond Select was falling under. I don't think that's related.
No, because Boom bounced to Penguin Random House as soon as Diamond started going down. So they.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing about this whole going back to Mighty Morphin thing. And I'm not surprised. Am I disappointed? Honestly, for me,
I don't even have any feelings because I was disappointed when Prime ended because I knew we weren't going to do anything that interesting after that.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, it's a not surprise thing.
This will be the first time in 10 years, though, I'm not going to buy a Power Rangers comic because no offense to Marguerite Bennett as a person, I've never read a single comic by her that was anywhere near what I would call good.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's why I'm not interested in it. I'm not, because that's the thing. I like a lot of.
If they were like Jonathan Hickman writes Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, I'd be there day one.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Because I like so many people in the fandom. I'm not. I'm Morphin. Ew. Like, all I want is good writing and good story and good art. That's all I care about. That's all I care about.
Bringing back the woman that wrote Beyond the Grid.
Yeah, that's the Margaret Bennett. That's the
bringing back the woman that made Batwoman go from being a character that had a monthly title to going 6.5 years without one because of how badly it sold.
Oh, okay. Because that's the only thing I read of Margaret Bennett was Beyond the Grid, which I hated, and I read the Ruby stuff, and I really didn't like the Ruby stuff at all. And so when I saw her mail attached, it was like, oh, again, no offense to her. But when I saw she wrote a Batwoman, I was like, oh, what's her Batwoman like? And then, okay, from what you tell me, okay.
I mean, we went from Greg Rucka to James Williams II to Marguerite Bennett.
I'm assuming.
And it sold so poorly that Kate Kane has not had an ongoing since Rebirth until the new Greg Rucka run this year.
Yeah, so. Yeah, it was like. So I think also going from a writer that wrote for the franchise again, like, I think that's the problem because I think.
Side note: shout out Melissa Flores. She wrote that Armor Soars adaptation that's on Disney Plus of that.
Oh, I saw. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, I didn't know Melissa was involved.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I hope that show's successful for her.
But here's the thing, like, that's the with Power Rangers. No matter what, because the problem is Mighty Morphin. I think people need to let that goddamn go.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, is fresh blood. I think we just need fresh blood with Power Rangers.
Yes.
I think that's the number one thing that Power Rangers needs is fresh blood. That's all it needs. It doesn't matter. Like, no matter what, if Margaret Bennett was writing a Dino Thunder comic, I'll have the same reaction. I would not pick it because I don't like her writing. That's the thing. It's all a matter of creative.
It's like if Mark Millar was writing Power Rangers. I don't care what the subject is. I ain't reading it.
Yeah, that's the thing. So many people keep thinking about.
But also, a lot of the Power Rangers fandom doesn't understand comic books, and that's also
like. No, right. Yeah. Dan Mora started big his career, but not started. Yeah. Like, he got big with Power Rangers. No one in the fandom cared about Dan Mora, but the greater comic community did.
Yes, and when he jumped over to DC, everybody's like, Dan Mora.
Yeah, that's an example of that. But yeah, no, that's the thing. And Margaret, again, that's why I'm not book. It's not because of Mighty Morphin. It's not even because of the suits. Because I would say the suits here. This is a greater Hasbro problem. I would say this is the most Hasbroification of the Power Rangers I've seen.
Yes.
Because this is evergreen Transformers here. Because we want to redesign the suits, but we still want them to look like them in PR suits.
It's
So
like we
we're
want
in
to
this.
redesign, but you also can't stray too far because brand identity.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. So we get these very much half-ass practically suits.
And we had Dan Mora designing the Prime suits, and they were beautiful. They had that. They invoked
right?
Mighty Morphin, but they were new and fresh and interesting. I loved them.
Yeah. Yep.
At least, I'm hoping though that like Boom's going to announce a deluxe edition for Prime. I'm there for that.
I think a lot of, even though I think again, like you said, Prime took a while to get good. I think the whole greater took me really no reason I'll diss Prime for dumb reasons. Because I saw like, what was it? I think didn't they introduce Gold Ranger, like Zeo Gold in like near the last
third to last issue.
Yeah, and like some people were like, I saw people like dissing it, like dissing it because like they're
they
doing
weren't the reason the book was canceled and couldn't do the whole storyline anyway.
Yeah, like they were like trying to compare it to Sentai, like Power Rangers, like Power Rangers, comic Power Rangers trying to make this weird cosmic lore, and Sentai is like he's just a dude. I'm like, isn't that a good thing? That
Actually,
like, Power
O-Ranger's lore for King Ranger is insanely complex. He's a out-of-time Egyptian prince child who looks Japanese because reasons, but he's actually from space, and he's an ancient artifact, and he's the whole source of the powers. And even though he looks 14, he's actually like 4,000 years. Like, dude from space that has 3 bodies is actually the simplification of all that.
Yeah, I don't know, like stuff like that. When I saw from the Toku community,
a lot of the Toku community, especially in the Power Rangers community, is like Sentai did it better, but actually haven't watched Sentai.
No, yes, totally.
Yeah.
Because
but now we're getting on a tangent about fandoms. Let's get back to the comics because there's 2 more we got to talk about.
Yeah, which we don't have any image for.
Yeah, so the second book is called Power Rangers Unlimited, which is okay. We talk about reused names, Tales of the TMNT. We have too many things called Power Rangers Unlimited already, but whatever. It says, okay, the way the CBR article's written is like crazy. It says, which seems to be more like an anthology series, as it's said to include 30 years of Power Rangers stories. The previous Unlimited books are mostly one-shots. This will be an ongoing series, and it seems to have the entirety of the TV show and other comics canon to pull from.
I mean, wasn't that what Unlimited was? I mean, Limited was kind of because
sort of, but they were actually in the Boom. They were in the main Boom canon. This sounds like it's going to be more like the anniversary specials, where it was like Mystic Force story, Dino Thunder story, Ninja Steel story.
I hope it's I hope it's an anthology book, like multiple writers instead of one writer and such like that.
I hope it's like TMNT Unlimited at IDW, where it was like short stories. Maybe some of them would continue issue to issue, but they were, anthology, different writers and artists doing different characters. Because that's the only one of these 3 announcements I'm actually intrigued by, but I need to see who's working on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because again, the biggest Power Ranger problem right now is so many people want so many seasons recovered, but like, let's be honest, is if you just want their season, it's just because Power Rangers, like Power Rangers and Sentai, also, this just the whole. It's hard to pick. Like, how do you pick one season to continue to make stuff up?
And especially when people are like, "Oh, we really love In Space," and then they do In Space stuff and it doesn't sell, and they're like, "Did you really love In Space, or are you just really loud about it?"
That's the thing. I think Scott DeVoe was making a really good point recently about people wanting like Mother 4, for example. Like,
but no one's actually going to buy Mother 4.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
perfect example. New Pokemon Snap. Remember, everybody was like, "We want Pokemon Snap. We want Pokemon Snap. We want Pokemon Snap." Comes out, it's kind of a dud.
Yeah,
nobody actually bought it.
That's a good. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, about Power Rangers is so many people keep begging.
People keep begging for a new Darkstalkers, but we all know that game would actually flop if it came out.
Yeah. That's the thing, yeah. People keep begging. We want Dino Thunder. We want Time Force.
They put Dino Thunder into Fortnite. Did everybody go buy the skins?
You better.
You better.
If
you want anything different, you got to go buy it when it shows up.
Yeah. You need to. Yes, thing. When it comes to especially Power Rangers right now, which is very much in the wilderness years. I don't call it zombie era.
Vote with your wallet is the common phrase, right?
Yep. Because I know people keep saying Power Rangers in zombie territory right now, but no, it's wilderness.
Comics coming out.
It's in wilderness years. Like it's like all the other series. Like was Doctor Who? Doctor Who was not zombie. During post
Ooh, I'm glad to
movie
hear
and
the Dino
X-Men.
Thunder skins were top sellers in the item shop. That's exciting.
That's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, like for the Doctor Who, that wasn't zombie franchise during the wilderness years. There was still stuff coming
It's
out.
actually
Just
more of a
nothing
zombie
major.
franchise right now. Because
Yeah,
there's nothing in
yeah,
production.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. No comics, no nothing.
We keep avoiding it, but let's get to it. The last book is Power Rangers Green, which will follow Tommy Oliver as the main focus. Through his story, Tommy is the only Ranger left. Not everybody needs to do the last Ronin.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like this is not because it's Mighty Morphin or Tommy. If they did this with like West from Time Force, I have the same reaction. Like we've done this story so many times. It's just a story we've done so many times.
I'm so sick of the last Ronin and everybody trying to do the last Ronin.
Like I don't know what you can really do with a story like this.
We've already done it. Like
yeah, it's called Soul the Dragon. It's called Soul the Dragon practically. Like I don't know. Like something like I see a story like that. I'm like, is there anything you really do with that story? Like at that point, just a single superhero story at that point.
I really don't think there's anything to it.
Because that's the thing.
And also we know it's gonna like Last Ronin's a bit rehashed of Old Man Logan, right? But like now it just feels like this is gonna be Old Man Logan, but Tommy, which was what Solo the Dragon was.
And that's the thing, and like because we all know like the only thing they could do is trauma, but Last Ronin did that of Last Ronin having trauma of him being the last turtle. And I think like and that's the thing, Last Ronin was crudely written, and that's why it became so big. But like it's I think what made Last Ronin work because they really did take advantage of the Turtles IP.
It also was Eastman and Laird writing a story together for the first time in like 40 years. And also it was the story they envisioned back in the 80s of what would their last Ninja Turtle story look like, and so it finally came to fruition. We'll talk about Last Ronin again in a bit, but none of the sequels have ever been able to live up to the first one because it was a special passion project. Every other time that we keep trying to Last Ronin on other stuff, it's not for passion, it's for money.
Yeah, with this, like I don't know.
What I was literally gonna
yeah,
say.
yeah, and with this, like I don't know what they can do that doesn't copy Soul the Dragon or like Darkest Hour.
Ooh, Mighty Morphin the Return, which was Kimberly doing the same exact story.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, they did that pretty much.
I hate Mighty Morphin the Return. That comic's awful.
Yeah, like there's really not much you can do really in a scenario like this. Like this is just a pointless comic. Pointless comic, honestly.
All right, let's go talk about the one Dark Horse headline I got, which is He-Man and the Masters of the Universe: The Wings of Fate will be a tie-in comic to the movie. We also see Mechanic here, who's not been in some of the other marketing, so that's nice to see.
I won't be surprised this might be our Masters crew in the movie. Like we might get some cameos of other Master characters. But
I just realized it's the first time we've seen Ram Man, isn't it?
We have a toy leak of him from a Chronicle.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the thing. I think honestly, like Mechanic, Roboto, Ram Man, Fisto will be our other masters besides the main trio. And I think focusing on like a cast like that is good because I don't want the whole film to just be shove so many characters in. Like I think we'll get cameos of Manny Faces or Moss Man or anything like, but that won't be like major characters and stuff like that.
This feels 2000X in size of roster. I think that's good.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 4-issue miniseries by Tim Sheridan and Will Slenny. Any other thoughts on this? I feel like it's just kind of like cool comic.
Again, I really appreciate how much Mattel and MGM are really pushing for this movie. Because this was announced alongside like multiple children's books and young adult graphic novels, and it's like good. I'm really glad they really are trying.
They're actually doing a marketing push. Meanwhile, Mando and Grogu doesn't even get a season 3 Mandalorian comic adaptation. Don't want to keep comparing those two, but I just have to because it's like Masters is just doing better.
I like Mateki. Hey, it's the cookie jar in the background.
Yeah. All right, you guys, you ready to talk about probably the big Dynamite news? This was the big Dynamite news, right?
Oh man,
Dynamite or Dynamite?
Dynamite.
Dynamite.
Man, this was like I was it was the most like,
You're too
holy
young.
shit, it's finally here moment for
The
me.
Ben 10 comic by Joe Casey and Robert Carey. It's finally happening.
So it's Man Action in general. It's just Joe Casey's gonna be the first writer of the first arc. Essentially that. But finally, because we got this announcement 2 years ago of Dynamite doing Ben 10, and we're finally getting it. Like finally, I'm so glad. We're finally getting it. So yeah, Man Action back again with his comic, and I can't wait. They describe it
So for
as like
context, it is a full reboot.
Yeah,
of
this
the
is
series.
new continuity, which I expected. And they said this is pretty much like Absolute Universe Ben 10, Ultimate Universe Ben 10. Pretty much, again, just new universe, new character designs, and everything like that. Which I really can't wait because I'm really curious what it's gonna be. Because from what I understand, Cartoon Network / WB doesn't really interfere with these comics. From what I understand, they just kind of let the
they
writers.
really don't. Like the Space Ghost comic would not have him killing so many people if they did.
He still has a body count.
Oh yeah, he got a backstory with a body count.
Now I'm interested to read that now.
That I thought the Space Ghost comic was gonna be a little lame. I was like, it's gonna be like overly edgy, but I was like, oh no, it's like edgy, but like in a good way. Like it's wild.
Honestly, I expected with this comic because that's the thing. I'm really curious what's a Ben 10 series like without any Cartoon Network because Ben 10 has a history of mandates from Cartoon Network above the interview with the comic, and also like I think it's especially shows with alien designs because Ben 10 was always a merchandisable franchise, and a lot of the alien
That's
designs
why
were
they
definitely
changed the designs originally from what the concept art was.
yeah to make them more toy friendly. But as you
Also,
see
isn't that water dude from the reboot?
Yeah, or I think when I was looking at the aliens, people pointing out when I list all the aliens that this is just the first season of the reboot alien playlist. I'm like, huh, I didn't realize that because we have Four Arms, Diamond Head, Wildvine, Upgrade, Cannonbolt, Stingfly, Heat Blast, Accelerate, Gray Matter, and Overflow. Which is like, oh yeah, that is this first season 1 playlist of the reboot. And I would say because I know a lot of the designs of the aliens have been mixed from people, but honestly,
Diamond
I do
Head
like
has pants. He finally put that dick away.
No, he's always had clothes. This is the first time he gets shirtless.
Oh, okay. Well, everyone was talking about him like he didn't have pants before.
But no, he only has a onesie, like a
Oh, it
onesie
was a onesie.
uniform.
Okay, so he's okay. So he's just like pecs out. Let's go. Okay.
Yep. I actually really like the cosmic, as a lot of people calling it, the cosmic horror looking at the aliens because it gives it its own
Stinkfly being
identity.
like a tiny little like.
No, he's huge. There's the artists of the comic had been releasing the images.
Oh, is he like actually big? Because he looks
he's
like
huge.
He looks like a tiny mosquito that could kill you.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not nanomech, but like, if the concept were to be look like, he's a giant bug alien.
Also, this variant cover's throwing me off because Cannonbolt just has a completely different design.
Yeah, no, like the main cover with all is the main is what they look like because of the artist releasing the concept art. That's the Duncan Rouleau cover. A lot of people were like, because before the artist released his image on his Instagram, a lot of people were like, which one's the canon ones because of the different variant covers.
Yeah,
but the first
because
one
also because the only interior art we got is just of Max,
Max, Gwen, and Ben.
Yeah. Also, Grandpa Max got a beard now.
Which I like. I know, like, yeah, it's definitely a lot of your, because again, we never really seen the series outside the cartoon art style of the main show.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it's probably a lot of people of just seeing Ben 10 in this very, I don't want to say fully realistic, but not animated cartoon style. But like, I can't wait. And like, from what you tell me, the Dynamite like WB comics are like nuts.
They're crazy.
Fun.
I love Space Ghost. They did the Johnny Quest comic was genius. The Johnny Quest comic was like, oh, here's the Johnny Quest characters from the 60s cartoon. They're still from the 60s. And they get transported into present day. And they're just like, gee willikers, the future's rough. I love it. It was so good.
Yeah. I can't wait for this because it's interesting to see like what's Man Action Ben 10 version of Ben 10 like without Cartoon Network mandates.
Also, Blade Raider did bring up a good point. Dynamite is the company that's really bad about trades, right? Yep. We've had one Gargoyles trade in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, this is a get the singles. If you want this, get the single. If you want to read this book and support it, get the singles, people.
Yep. I'm not sure if I can. I'm debating on this because I want to read it, but I'm like, maybe I do need to wait for the trades because currently at Dynamite I've got Space Ghost, Elvira, There's not a Gargoyles currently, but I've got 3 Silverhawks and Thundercats books for the crossover.
I mean, Soundout. How many Marvel books are you are either
A
ending or
lot.
canceling?
I am canceling a lot of Marvel books, but DC's got stuff coming up, so I have to figure out like what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think you can fit this in. Yeah, for DC, probably just pick which one you got just read on DC Unlimited scenario.
Yeah, Benzuki said I pre-ordered Space Ghost Volume 2 and they never sent it over on Amazon. Yeah, they because Diamond owed Dynamite a bunch of money. Dynamite stayed at Diamond longer than they should have, and so it screwed up all of their trade plans. And so they're only just now catching up.
Yeah, I with me with comes to singles.
Yeah.
I always try to get like the non big two, like Image. I think I can probably get trade because they're always usually good with their trades.
Yeah,
They're
Image is really good with trades. If it's a mini series, I'll just pick it up and trade. That's kind of the way.
But with like Dynamite or Udon or something like that, I get singles because I don't know how they're gonna do how long they're gonna release their trades because they're not the big ones and such like that.
Perfect. Harley Quinn Elvira ends in April. This starts in May. So I'll just swap it out.
Timing.
I'll just swap it out at that point.
It's gonna be my first Dynamite comic I'm gonna read.
Yeah.
I
Dynamite's trade situation frustrates me because I think a lot of their comics are really good, but it's hard to read them unless you
I want to check out the Thundercats and the Silverhawks.
Their Gargoyles comic isn't good though. Greg Weisman fell off. I just want to repeat that.
That's your soapbox.
That's my soapbox. I'm going to buy all the trades for it, but it's not good.
You're that begrudging fan.
Yeah, I'm like, look, I'm going to keep buying it, but I don't like it. Anyways,
canceled so many times, he was just like, forget it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it wrapped up a Demona miniseries, and I was like, this is it, right? Like they haven't announced anything else, and then it's just at the end, it's like never the end. I'm like, yeah, I know, Greg, that's the problem.
Exactly. Have you seen the Goliath Chronicles?
Yes.
Do you think you're such not reading all the new Weisman stuff? Do you think the Goliath Chronicles is bad as people make it out to be?
I think it's better that the series ended there, honestly, because like the way that Weisman's extended the story to the point where I'm like, you don't need to have Brooklyn with an entire time traveling family. This is just too many things.
What?
And that didn't even happen in the Dynamite book. It happened in the SLG comic that never got reprinted. It still hasn't been reprinted at mass market, so I still haven't read that story.
What? God. It's real wild to say you've seen Gargoyles, but what I like about Gargoyles is how like down to earth it was.
Yes,
so
they got really crazy. They got 5 cyborgs on the team now. Everybody got kids.
What? Cyborgs? What?
I mean, there was one cyborg in the show. It was Coldstone.
Yeah, but like more.
But he got like he got a robot wife, and then somebody else got beat. So much.
Does Xantos do something stupid like he always does?
No, I mean he's just being a dick, but that's just normal.
This is Xantos on a good day. But I'm just happy.
Anyways, this looks great. I'm excited. I hope it's as good as Space Ghost, because Space Ghost is like the pinnacle at Dynamite quality right now.
I think it's probably nice to have something new for Ben 10 because the fandoms keep getting bigger, but yet WB is doing absolutely nothing with the brand right now. So it's like to have something new.
Veloquit says, imagine they put Generator Rex into this thing. I don't know if they legally can, but they probably could. Yeah, he was in the reboot. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he was in the reboot, so they could. They could. I'm not. They could. I mean, I'll love it because Generator Rex needs more love, man. It's such a good show.
All right, let's talk about the other Dynamite stuff. They announced an Aladdin comic, a Lilo and Stitch comic, a Book of Stitch comic, a Stitch Volume 1 comic, a free comic book day Stitch. Anyway, so it's basically just all Stitch plus Aladdin.
It sounds like I have a cousin who's obsessed with Stitch. It sounds like they just made that for her.
Yeah. I just hope for the Lilo and Stitch comic. It doesn't ignore the show because I love the show so much, and I just feel like that's such missed opportunity to include all the experiments. Same with the Aladdin comic. I hope they bring up all the crazy shit that happened in the Aladdin cartoon.
I used to watch the Aladdin show a lot.
That show
I know,
especially since Homer was Genie.
It so sucks that show's in limbo because it was on like NBC or something like that.
No, ABC. It was at ABC and it's CBS. It was CBS.
CBS because it was ABC because that's the rights thing is they couldn't air it because of that.
Yeah, I haven't read any of the Dynamite Disney stuff. I heard
it all right. Yeah,
Guys, get to hear me talk about Star Trek again. Are you excited? I'm excited.
Yep.
Star Trek. All right, so Star Trek's 60th anniversary is going on, and IDW is actually celebrating it. We currently have we have two ongoings right now. I got Lower Decks and got Last Starship. And then they're now launching a third ongoing, which is going to be called Star Trek. Clever title. This is going to be written by Christopher Cantwell with art by Dennis Minhiri, and this is going to feature Captain 7 of 9. Because I think IDW looked at Paramount going, yeah, you're never making that Star Trek Picard follow-up, huh? Let's do it ourselves. And I'm on board with that, because the idea of Captain 7 of 9 with the Enterprise G was like the coolest thing at the end of Picard Season 3 to hook us with, and I was like, let's go. So this is going to be basically building out a story from there. The interesting part is, even though Rafi was on board the Enterprise G at the end of Picard, there's going to be a second comic called Star Trek 0 Point that will be that will actually be starring Captain Rafi on her own ship, and that'll be done by Charlie Jane Anders. And we haven't gotten an artist on that yet, and we don't have any art, just a logo. Why isn't this a show? Because Paramount are cheap bastards. So IDW is like, let's just do it ourselves. Screw it. And then, just like last year, we got a Celebration one-shot for Pride Month, and we're also getting another one, which will be a second Celebrations one-shot with 3 different colors, or covers. And it'll be a 50-page special with stories by Dana Gold, Ryan North, Derek Cham, David Walker, Megan Camarena, and more.
Oh, Ryan North's sweet. He's a perfect for Star Trek.
Yeah, he wrote the first 15 issues of Lower Decks.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
I imagine he's writing. I'm imagining he's writing whatever this Mariner and Jennifer storyline is, since it's Lower Decks. And there will be multiple covers by Michael Cho, John Tyler, Chris Finoglio, and more. And then, of course, currently the ongoing Last Starship and Lower Decks will be joined by another miniseries, Starfleet Academy: Lost Contact, in April, which I'm very excited about, because I really like Starfleet Academy, and I feel like the show's not going to get renewed. So let's get comics.
How's Starfleet been going so far?
Going great. I think there's some episodes that have been stronger than others. That's like any TV show, but I think it's been a really solid season. I'm really liking the characters. They did a DS9 tribute, and I was like, it's so good. So it was great, and they've been really utilizing Holly Hunter and her acting skills a lot in the show, and I think it's great. I think the new cadet actors are awesome. There's been a huge hate campaign put out against the show, because they got tired of doing that to Star Wars, so they came over and did it to Star Trek. And also the show is one of those types of shows that hate campaigns can build around because of superficial things. Like, they can complain that the Klingon character's gay, or they can complain that this or that, and that's just kind of like, that's just kind of how it goes. Like, it's just one of those things, and the show's just trying to rise above it, and I think that's great. I enjoy it a lot. It's got the core essence of Star Trek in it, in a way that some of the other modern shows haven't.
There's no current Star Wars shows. They need to find some star ding to complain about.
Yep. Suparu Jadani said episode 6 of Starfleet Academy is my strongest episode, weakest episode 3. I would agree with that. I think 6 was the best. I was really surprised how much drama was in that. And 3 was kind of like, I felt like 3 was almost 3 was a classic filler episode where it only existed just to kind of establish the characters, so that way you can shake up their lives later.
Is Starfleet a good beginner show?
Absolutely. It's really beginner friendly. It's technically a Discovery spinoff, but it tells you everything you need to know. And
once it ever gets off the evil site, the evil streaming platform, I'll go watch it. But
I'd say give it a go. It's it is like Mr. You said, it's not my cup of tea, but it's not a bad show. If we still get multiple seasons for a show to find its footing, I try again in a season or two. I think that's the thing. It is a college set show, and so it will have young adult isms, right? Like, there's some storylines or some episodes that are more YA. But I think it's great. It's a good balance.
Look, I love Cobra Kai. That is such a young adult show with teen drama everywhere.
If you love Cobra Kai, you'll enjoy Starfleet Academy. I think one of the best parts is that it doesn't overwhelm with the YA stuff on it. It's more like, it doesn't focus on the YA stuff as the main focus a lot of times. Like, what they'll typically do with an episode, I think is great, is like the A plot will be about a cadet and the B plot will be about one of the teachers. So that way, if you're not like super into like the cadet storyline, you have like the teacher storyline. So I think it's done a good balance.
And it's his Cobra Kai by the sounds of it.
So yeah, I think it's so Veloquent said, luckily criticism I heard wasn't about Chuds making fun of identity. I just heard about the writing was weak and a lot of the characters sound like each other rather than individuals. I think the cadets are still finding their footing. I think they could kind of get it by mid-season, but like in the early episodes, it's like, yeah, they all kind of write young, but as it progresses, they get into their characters. Also because a lot of them are like first-time TV actors playing the cadets. So I think that's kind of like where it's at. But I think it's grown into it where it's like, okay, yeah, this character is this character versus this character. And then because it also works because again you're sharing the time with like established actors like Holly Hunter, but also established actors in Star Trek already like Tig Notaro, Robert Picardo. So the show kind of balances it out, and that way they can kind of shepherd in the cadets as characters. And I think last week's episode where they focused pretty much only on the cadets, I think actually worked because now they've had enough time to really work their way into the characters. So.
What? They're characters? I just thought they were blank slates.
Nope, they're actual characters.
Oh, wait.
Hey, Wheels. How's it going? He's on his phone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right.
Because the internet's not working correctly here.
Did the snow attack you?
No.
For some reason,
harder than attacked me.
So for some reason, the internet won't let me get on Discord and play on PlayStation at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah,
like
Becky Lynch is in Starfleet Academy. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, she is. She is, and she's an accomplished clown.
She's one
literally.
So
if you don't know the joke about being a clown is she went to actual training for comedy and clown before wrestling.
Yeah.
Sounds like Wheels is suffering from good old yield dial-up internet problems. Like you can't play online.
Basically, where he lives, the internet is like that. Yeah.
It is because in our area, Verizon's getting hounded for not supplying people FiOS. Mm-hmm. And a lot more people are switching over to Spectrum, but my dad likes the deals for Verizon still for TV and internet packages versus Spectrum, so they're being forced to eventually bring in FiOS, which is still taking its sweet ass time because originally they couldn't do it, and then Verizon was like, "We're losing too many people upstate. We need to bring in FiOS," so they got to bring FiOS in eventually to compensate for the fact that they've lost so many customers.
Yeah.
To Spectrum.
I'm sitting here hoping for the heat to come back.
Well, anyways, we get to talk about our favorite subject, guys. We all know so much about this. Hello Kitty's getting an IDW comic.
Oh, sick!
Lame.
Yeah.
I actually like Hello Kitty.
I do too.
Ironically, I like Sanrio.
Do you know the Hello Kitty lore? Because I don't know how lore accurate this comic will be, but.
Is it like Kirby, where it has a deep dark? It's actually for hot darker than actually.
I mean, Hello Kitty did stop a war.
There's some
space.
Things where Hello Kitty crosses over that are.
The Gundam Hello Kitty stuff's amazing.
Yep.
Anyways, the way this is going to work is that IDW is teaming up with Sanrio to bring Hello Kitty and Friends as a brand new ongoing aimed at readers of every age. It will launch July 22nd.
Oh, that means
same week
Hello Kitty's going to pull out the blicky. She's saying it's for every age, and I'm like, Hello Kitty just pulls out a gun and shoots like the villain.
I would love that. Also, it's
I want to see Hello Kitty doing the Simpsons thing. Can I hold my gun sideways?
Yeah.
Do whatever you want, birthday boy. Or birthday girl.
Mariko Tamaki's writing, and she did a bunch of Batman, so maybe Hello Kitty does pull the Glock out.
It's like happy funness. Your baby has happy funness. What else?
Because found out when we were watching Zets last weekend, and Knox pulled out the real gun.
Yeah.
Me and Jerry were like, "Oh shit, the blicky." We were like, "Oh,
I need to catch up on Zep. I did saw that clip.
Yeah, it caught me off guard. I was like, he could have a non-Bandai gun
for his Nitro special. He wields a gun.
Yep.
That was like my favorite part of that whole episode was him just like real gun, and I was like, "Oh my god, Irie-kun, you got hard."
Too, remember?
Yeah. Well, because Zets did have. Zets did.
No, Irie was the one too. He pulled out.
Oh, yeah. I know, but it's just funny when they keep pulling it out. They just keep pulling it out.
Right?
It's like,
no,
forget it.
Hello Kitty. It's like, oh, you don't want to. love and peace. I better call my friend Amuro to teach
Amuro just drops in with the Gundam. You're gonna have love and peace one way or another.
And then he's voiced by Toru Furuya, and the show gets canceled.
Artist on this is Cody
Don't worry
Lameau.
about it, Ryan. He'll show up somehow.
Oh my god, could you imagine if they get Yasuhiko to do a guest issue where he just draws all the Gundam characters?
Wow.
But Hello Kitty's in the same art style.
Yes, Hello Kitty's in the normal art style, but Yasuhiko draws everybody in origin style. Yeah. I just made up a dream I'll never have fulfilled. All right. Exciting times. All right. Ninja Turtles is launching its 300th issue at IDW. I went back and had to figure out the math on that one. I was like, 300? You only did 150 of the IDW comic, and I realized they were including all the miniseries and side stuff.
They're trying with the Sonic 300 issue where they're counting all the previous like Archie books, but like it's only IDW like fit like, but like counting, but you only count IDW. It's not even at 300 scenario.
Exactly. So it's including all the side stuff too to make it a historical milestone. It's going to launch the new story arc by Jin Lun Yang and Freddie E. Williams II, which is the stuff that's coming after the Jason Aaron run, because that thing kept getting delayed. It still hasn't ended yet.
Wait, it still hasn't ended? What?
It hasn't. It keeps getting delayed. It's ridiculous.
Oh god.
In addition to the main story, it will also feature a backup tale from Kevin Eastman and Tom Waltz, and they'll be joined by a lineup of classic turtle artists and backups to celebrate the many eras that define the series across generations.
So it's just the Dirty Anniversary issue 2. By the sounds of it, then.
Pretty much.
So yes, another part to the rise, another rise entry. Then.
Yeah. Basically. Veloquid said 300 issues has to be up there with the longest running ongoing series ever, right? Sadly, no, it's not even in the top 10. We still have Spawn.
I turned to these licensed books.
G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe's at 329. And counting. So.
Well, I think it's the longest with one publisher, because I don't think...
It's the longest for Turtles, ever.
Yeah. Because what G.I. Joe got... How long... G.I. Joe...
Marvel, IDW, and Image. Yeah.
And Marvel only went up to... How many issues again, Marvel?
155.
155, yeah.
Spawn's up to like 370. So... Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is still a huge accomplishment, though. Also, Star Trek just had its 500th issue last year at IDW. So, yeah. All right, and then we're getting a Last Ronin one-shot that takes place during the original Last Ronin series between issues.
Wait, where? That series, that book is still condensed. Like,
it says, let's see, where does it say? Story brings Michelangelo back to focus to trains Casey Marie Jones, trying to continue the fight the Foot Clan. I read somewhere it takes place between issues, but I don't know where.
It sounds like the only way this can work is Mikey Last Ronin's having another hallucination journey or something like that.
Yeah, Ryan. Want to know what his hallucination is? That he had a live action movie.
That was actually pretty good. Also, Kevin Eastman confirmed they're working on Last Ronin 3.
I don't know why. The way that we describe, I more imagine him being like some weird claymation.
Oh my god, the Gumby style too.
Yes.
Like as the joke,
like Gumbercules. I love that guy.
Like claymation is their version of live action, like they're animated or something. Oh, that's amazing.
Anyways, I think I've said this before. I'll say it again. I think that Last Ronin needs to stop making new stories, because every new story just makes the original story less cool.
I think the problem with Last Ronin, we just began.
Oh my god, it's almost like actual TMNT content.
Anyway, yeah.
I think what it is with Last Ronin is the fact there's no breaks. I think at least
we did Last Ronin, then we did the Lost Years, which took place before Last Ronin, and then we did Last Ronin 2, where it was supposed to move the story forward, but ultimately just repeated the same turtle formula we've seen 100 times, and then it ended on a cliffhanger, and then now we get this, which takes place during and it's like we're constantly getting Last Ronin. It's just like, stop. It was special, but now it's just milked. The cow's dry. Cow got no more milk. Leave Cuddly alone. Nobody knows who Cuddly is.
Milk.
No, Soundout. You forget to be the vegan. They're milking you! I told you! They're milking you! They'll milk you!
I need to edit that Mutant Mayhem clip and just put all the Last Ronin covers on the turtles instead.
Yes. They'll milk you! I told you! They milk you!
Yeah. Okay. And then, because My God, there has not been enough Godzilla crossovers yet. He's crossing over with Sonic the Hedgehog.
I'm getting real tired of these Godzilla crossovers.
I'm
As a
curious.
Godzilla fan,
I'll
I'm
still
getting
read
real
it,
tired
I
of them.
guess.
Also, no, I'm reading it, but like, I'm curious. Like, I mean, like that's the thing with Sega. I mean, like, I think like Godzilla might still win, but like, I don't know, maybe Sega like
Actually,
make this
I
deal
just
with, like,
realized that Sega doesn't let Sonic lose, and Godzilla and Toho doesn't let Godzilla lose. So how is anyone going to win this battle?
it's got stalemate.
Is this going to be a complete stalemate?
Well, because from what I read, the synopsis is very like Eggman's looking for a specific kaiju that's not Godzilla, so maybe that's like maybe it's one of those they fight, but then they team up to end.
They
Maybe
team up to beat, which is just the plot of Godzilla versus Kong.
Yeah.
Velquit says, if we can just power scale freely for a minute, Godzilla actually solos everyone in the Sonic universe, right? Like, real talk, he clears every single time. I guess except for maybe Supersonic.
I mean, it depends if we get the Chaos Emeralds involved, and like maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, Godzilla clears all of them until Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah, that's that's the thing. Because I mean, Sonic fights kaiju's regularly, so like it's nothing new for Sonic.
Question: are we gonna get toys?
No.
But yeah, that's my thought. It's like
because the Turtles Godzilla comic is one of those boring things I've ever read, but man, those toys are cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that gonna be our next like program after DC? Is Sonic Godzilla?
I guess.
I'll buy them.
And Veloquin said, "Okay, hear me out. Godzilla eats the Chaos Emeralds. Now we're cooking. That's what we should be doing. We should be doing stuff like that.
Godzilla turns gold.
Yeah, he better turn gold. I don't want his dorsal. I want him to completely turn golden.
Yes, I want him to look like a bootleg vinyl figure.
I want him to turn completely gold, and if this was animated, I want to hear the stupid music from GMK that sounds like weird ear sex.
Give us our crush.
I like Kootani.
Give us our Crush 40. Give us our Crush 40 cover of a Godzilla theme.
I love Kootani, 40, but that song was still weird.
Crush 40 doing Go Go Godzilla, but mixed in with Kootani remixes into the DJ set. I'll make it
because, like, for some reason, Kootani's because Kootani's GMK music, he'll have some good bangers, and then it's just the Godzilla theme, which is like, bow, bow, bow. I'm like, the fuck is this shit?
He's so great, though. It's so fun.
Oh, no, I know.
You never know what you're gonna get.
No, you don't, because like Kootani and the other guy that's named Ko are like the music of the 90s and 2000s, and everyone forgets they were like good composers. Unlike Kikuchi in the 90s.
So here's the thing: we have Sonic crossing with DC. Now Godzilla. The next one has to be Turtles at this point, right? At least it's to the comics.
I had a double take. I feel like that already happened, but no, it didn't.
I mean, we have them being cross worlds, but that's in terms of comics. I feel like we had to get a comic.
Hey, guys, the real thing we gotta point out is Mattel has Turtles now, which means only one thing: this is the perfect time to capitalize on sharks. Bring back the sharks again.
Street Sharks Turtles?
Yes, because you know why?
Wait, didn't IDW do a Street Sharks comic?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, they're
releasing it. Yeah, they're doing one right now. So yeah, where's our crossover comic? Oh, super chat from Comment64, $2. What are the Mount Rushmore Tokusatsu? Ultraman,
Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, and who is number 4? Godzilla?
It would still be Godzilla. Yeah. Like, if you think about it, it's Godzilla Kaiju, Ultraman, Rider, Sentai. Like, they are the 4.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll be Aka Ranger, Ichigo, Godzilla, and Man.
It's got to be like 54 Godzilla just for funsies because he's kind of goofy.
And then Gamera's just sulking in the corner as he just gets the.
Gamera's going to be like the equivalent of the Crazy Horse
Memorial.
Do you guys know about the Crazy? Do you guys know the Crazy Horse Memorial in South Dakota? That's like near Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's like the memorial to Crazy Horse, and it's like a giant rock face thing. That's going to be Gamera. Because it's the love of the people, bringing it together. So, yep. All right, you guys ready for this? Oh God, Sonic cost Star Trek would work so well. No idea. Do you know how much time Sonic spends in space? Enough. And also, the Sonic world's not Earth, so like you could just have the Enterprise land on the Sonic planet.
Yeah, so like, so it'll be TNG. I feel like TNG will work for. So like Knuckles is Worf.
Yes.
Worf. Was Tails Data?
Tails and Data. Oh no, Tails will be Data and Geordi because you have like engineer and smart guy, right? So Tails would go hang out with both of them.
I want Charmy to be Wesley.
Wesley and Charmy, yes. Actually, I want Charmy to meet Jake Sisko because I think that Wesley doesn't have the capacity for war crimes, but Charmy does.
Yes.
Also, you would have like Amy and Deanna Troi, right? You could have like Blaze and Beverly Crusher talk about how they're underappreciated by the writers.
Really, I don't think Sonic and Picard will work. I want Vector and Picard. I feel like that works.
No, it's just gonna it's gonna be Sonic and it's gonna be Riker.
Yes,
because Riker's Riker's gonna be like, I don't understand what the hell this is, but I guess I'll go on the away mission with him.
Also, Vector and Picard's perfect because they'll meet on the holodeck, both playing detectives.
Yes.
Yes.
Glenn's the alligator guy, and Sonic is Vector.
It's Vector,
the crocodile.
Yeah. Because don't forget. Remember TNG. Oh my God, Riker's so rad because he likes jazz music.
Yep. All right, let's talk about some Image Comics.
Jazz was the big thing.
So what's our next comic?
We have Image Comics. Remember we talk about how titles and premises are important to getting us into comics? I want to talk about a couple Image Comics. By the way, my comic shop is saying they have been having trouble keeping Image #1s in stock. Like, people have been buying them like crazy, and they're selling for like crazy amounts of money on eBay. Like, new titles with new creators, like, people are just going nuts for Image stuff right now, which is awesome.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, that's great to hear.
So I'm going to be picking up this, which is a sci-fi series called "If Destruction Be Our Lot," because it's about a robot Abraham Lincoln trying to find purpose in a future world where humanity's extinct.
It sounds amazing. I love the art style already. I love the art style already.
Can I ask how much cocaine are they sniffing, and can I have some?
Look, you weren't here earlier when I was talking about the Florida hippopotamus cocaine massacre.
Oh, so yeah, that's great. That shit's great.
That film goes insane.
This is what we need more in comics. Just crazy stuff like this.
Yes,
I can't wait for that to be the sequel to Cocaine Bear.
I mean, it really should be.
I just scroll down to the comic pages. The first thing I see, I fucking hate this. I hate this fucking guy. Great, now you notice us. Now hold on just a minute. Fuck off, fake man.
They're mad because he's a robot that looks like a human, and they're like, "Well, we're robot." Yes. And that's where the title comes from. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher. And everybody's just like, it's literally like somebody said J-Pog said, is that the Disney animatronic Lincoln? It basically is. It's just, he's just like mad because all he can do is say the same damn speech over and over again. I'm so into this.
That's amazing. I might not singles, but I'll definitely get the trade definitely for this.
Yeah, I don't know if is this a miniseries or an ongoing. Oh, okay. Also, let's see. Who is working on this? Artist Annie McDonald says, quote, "My hatred of AI is matched only by my love for weird little robots. So getting to make a comic about a weird guy looking for meaning in a world that has left him behind is both prescient and incredibly fun. I can't wait for people to enter our world of lonely robots."
Beautiful. I love that. Great.
This
lonely robots.
I might buy this in singles because I'm very excited about this. So
it's a great premise. It's a fun premise.
Listen, tell me when we're getting the sequel to Orgus.
Well, you have to find out
where
then tell me when
we're getting the sequel to the sequel
first. You have to answer the questions the theme song asks you before you can know that answer.
Yeah, and all I know is that Tom Fawn should have finished dubbing the whole show. Okay, I'm just to say this right now.
So
Tom Fawn should have finished the whole show.
Robert Kirkman's going to do a superhero comic game, which he hasn't done for a while. He's been away from the superhero books. He's doing a book called Terminal.
He's been too busy in his sci-fi space robot adventures.
Exactly. And we know that Kirkman's not going to be writing Transformers anymore after this arc.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, who's taking over?
I don't think they announced it yet. I think he's doing Kirkman's doing 12 issues. Dan Moore's only doing 6, and then now we're going to transition to somebody else.
I was kind of worried that Kirby would be overworking himself with Bad and White Rivals, so I'm glad to see.
So this is great because it's been co-written by Robert Kirkman and Joe Casey with art by Andy Kubert, David Finch, Arthur Adams, and colors by Dave McCrae and letters by Ross Wooten. That's what you call a superstar lineup to launch whatever the hell this is. I'm not exactly sure what it is yet.
It gives a very 90s comic feel to me. Although just the designs give me that 90s comic feel.
They did pull in Joe Casey, who's a very 90s comics type writer, but this is cool. I'm glad Kirkman's doing more stuff with superheroes, and I think it's neat. As you can tell, though, I'm not exactly going to be picking it up day one, but if I hear it's really good, I'll probably pick up the trade. I need to buy the Robot Abraham Lincoln comic. All right, so we just talked about this not last week, right? About the Transformers and G.I. Joe compendiums.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, when are they going to do the IDW stuff? And I was like, it's got to be like any time now. Here we go. G.I. Joe Real American Kickstarter Compendium Box Set 2. Which is going to be the IDW year. It's going to be 155.5 to 300 plus the side stories and the extra miniseries and one-shots. The Joe set will have Roadblock, Lady J, Shipwreck, and Beachhead on the spines. They are numbered as I hoped. Volumes 5 through 8. And during the Kickstarter campaign, you will be able to pick up box set 1 again if you missed out on it and wanted to get it. Thank you, Image Skybound. You're going to make sure my video gets a bunch more views. Much appreciated. So you can get the entire first 300 together.
That's so nice. You can get them both. Like I feel like other companies are like, "Oh, only new. You don't get no reprint old thing."
I forget who did. I think Boom was one of the first ones to offer prior book editions. It's like, look, if you want it, order it, and then we'll print it. So if you missed out on the first batch, here's your chance to get the whole thing. This will be going up March 24th at 6 a.m. Pacific. There will be extra bonuses. I imagine they're going to offer Larry Hama autographs again, because he had a quote saying, "I'm really glad that there'll finally be a quality compendium continuation of my run on G.I. Joe Real American Hero, beyond the initial Marvel run into the IDW issues. This will be the first time that a uniform hardbound edition will be produced that contains all 300 issues, along with covers and many exclusive extras. A real must for loyal fans and completionists." And they have confirmed, of course, you can buy just the new set, or you can buy both. Of course, I'll be buying the new set only. And so I'm excited. They will also be exclusives like Larry Hama signed book plates, the hardcover, spot glass, foil finish, gilded edges, satin ribbons, patches, pins, stickers, individual issue reprints, 2 sorts books featuring art from the trading cards, and more.
Do we have coverage who's on the Cobra covers?
We don't yet. We've only got pictures of the G.I. Joe covers.
Any guesses?
Probably, who was on the first set? Probably Dr. Mindbender if he wasn't on it already. Because he's a pretty big player in this.
Will Fumbles be there?
Will who?
Will Fumbles be there?
Fumbles?
Will Fumbles be there? Yeah, Fumbles.
I don't know.
This is where Dawn debuted, right? The new Snake Eyes?
Yes, Dawn. Yeah, we were just talking about her last week, right? With her figure.
Mm-hmm.
Dawn is in these issues, and this should also contain Silent Option, which was a really cool miniseries with her and Agent Helix. So, I love the Larry Hama run, as you guys know. I talk about it all the time. This IDW era of it is fantastic, because it's not shackled by any toy stuff. The Marvel years towards the end, you could tell that Larry was frustrated because he really didn't want to introduce Eco Warriors. But Hasbro said you had to introduce Eco Warriors.
From Marvel Comics.
Yep.
You think they'll try to force the Street Fighter stuff into? Do you think they forced it to do the Street Fighter stuff?
I think they wanted to, but I think licensing held up Street Fighter characters from appearing in the G.I. Joe comic, and thank God.
And Lam was like, "Whoo, thank God."
Yeah. So I think this is great. Also, because IDW was publishing G.I. Joe up until the 1 month before they lost the license, the last 40 issues never got collected into trades before.
Oh, so this is the first time they're going to be collected?
The first time they're going to be collected. Now, I imagine, just like we got paperbacks of all 4 of the previous compendiums, they're going to do retail paperbacks for 5 through 8 as well. The Kickstarter is just going to be for the hardcover box set.
I imagine, like, as the Marvel years had the more, like, classic comic paper feel, I won't be trying to see more like the Spawn and Invincible type of compendium.
Like the modern
quality.
paper. Maybe more like the Invincible. The Spawn's like full gloss, but I think these will probably be like the Invincible ones.
Yeah.
Where they're like, I'm very excited about this. So we will follow up when it launches. All right, and then the big news is we're getting a 4th Energon Universe comic again. and that is Mobile Armored Strike Command, spelled with a K, Mask. And for anybody that's been reading G.I. Joe lately, you know this is not a surprise.
Wait, I that was Transformers.
No, it was both, actually. I realized
I must have. What was in what was the mass tease? Because I'm
the
not
mass tease was in the Energon Universe special in the G.I. Joe. That's right. This announcement was, they had to wait on this because it's in the most recent G.I. Joe issue. They actually introduced what they did is the Energon Universe special, they put Matt Tracker in. He's like the lead guy.
Oh, wait, was that the guy? Oh, was that the guy with Clutch and Hound?
Yes, that was the guy with Clutch and Hound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because they did race change Matt Tracker from blonde
yes.
white dude. Well, so that's why I didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize him because I first realized they were doing masks when Major Mayhem came in the Transformers. Because I saw that name, I'm like, wait a minute, I know that name. I look it up, like, oh shit, Mask character.
The Roadblock issue also had somebody from Mask in it as the No. Yes. The Crimson Twins were talking to somebody from the Mask villains. I know nothing about Mask, if you guys can tell.
I know. I know, because Mask is a franchise I know of, but never really delved deep into. I did watch, because I did watch, when this guy announced, I did watch, an episode, the pilot episode, and I would say, compared to Joe, I think Mask, at least the original cartoon, kind of basic. It's definitely very much like Saturday. I think I think the problem with Mask, at least the cartoon, is how do you make it different from G.I. Joe? Because it's a similar thing where it's like we're fighting evil organization, Venom, and such like that. And
it's like,
that's why I always used to say to Soundout and all the other guys, it'd be great if Mask was just a subsidiary of like G.I. Joe, and then all of a sudden they're like, you know what?
It's like how the first time we've gotten a cohesive G.I. Joe Transformer shared universe is by starting both of them together instead of trying to combine it later, right?
Yeah.
And this is perfect.
Yeah, because the way they set this up with Major Mayhem Transformers and Tracker and Joe, I'm intrigued because I think Mayhem's insane insane in his universe.
Because I always said that in my head, I always felt that like the way that you explain it is a lot of the crazy tech was Tracker and Venom was like a group that like was contracted, like, either contracted or a subdivision of, it's like, oh, this is our Splinter Cell group, our corporate espionage group.
Also, they're doing the blind bag thing, but apparently that's been helping comic sales. So
I know the first one I saw was Batman. The manufactured Batman did that.
The first one that did it was Battle Beast. Battle Beast did it first, and then everybody started doing it.
Okay, I didn't know Battle Beast started that. Interesting. Because
Batman's done it. DC's done it a couple more times. Dynamite's doing it with Thundercats. Marvel's doing it with Daredevil, which actually I think is offensive to blind people.
No. That's no, it's not offensive.
Marvel's first blind bag is Daredevil. People wondering about blind bag.
Synergy.
Basically, you can buy
corporate synergy.
It's corporate. I know. That's why they did it. Anyways, the blind bag thing is that it's going to be one of several variant covers, and you buy it, and then you can find out, and some are rarer than others. It's like any other blind thing. It's like technically gambling. I did buy
Daredevil's not actually blind. Come on now.
He's blind, but it doesn't count because
he's a lying sack of shit. He's got radar.
The radar. That's why I like the MCU doesn't have his radar sense where he can literally see everything. Right? It kind of downplays him being blind. Anyways, that's a different conversation. Anyways, the blind bag thing. I did the Matt Fraction Batman one, and that was kind of fun because
I did. Well, I did that because it was the only issue of Matt Fraction Batman they had, so I had to do it of course.
And they're doing it for I think Thundercats Lost in Time is only blind bags, for example. I do think it's good. I think what it should be, and I think that's what they're doing here. When Image did Battle Beast, you could get the regular cover or a series of variants. What I think it should be, which is the way Batman did it, which is there's no regular covers in the blind bags. The blind bags are only variants. I think that's the way to do it. Because it can be, I think, that's right, Ultimate Endgame's first issue did it the wrong way, where someone bought 5 blind bags, and they were all 5 of them were standard covers. And the blind bags cost $1 more. So if you should be only variants in the blind bags, not any standard covers. I think that's like how they should do it. So, hey, it's selling and it makes things sell. I don't care what causes things sell, but I'm very excited for this. And also Dan Waters is writing it. Dan Waters is awesome. So.
Yeah, I did like his Destro. Like, the Destro miniseries was my least favorite of the books. It was so good. I do enjoyed it. It was just I liked the other ones more. But I got the did choose it right as familiar with Aaron John Universe so far.
And his Destro miniseries was really fun with like a lot of like corporate espionage and political battle lines.
Which are the way they're saying mask up in this universe. But also they give it to the art in terms of people who don't know Mask. Yes. Mask's whole thing is it was the toy line was all about transforming vehicles, because unlike where it's because they took Joe's vehicles and the whole transformation stuff and Transformers and combined into one. So it was, you're like the main character's car. Matt Tracker's the main character's vehicle is a car. Make it turn to a flying car, or Major Mayhem was the main villain, is a fire jet to a helicopter and such like that. And that was the gimmick. And also they had these mask that give them unique. It was like Bionicle Mask before Bionicle Mask, where it's like each mask gave them a unique power and stuff like that.
Yep.
So in the Air John universe, slight spoilers, I guess. So they've been setting up masks with Matt Tracker and Major Venom, where was it? I remember Matt Tracker was like framed, right? Right? That's why he's like in hiding.
Yeah, he got framed by the guy, kind of like Duke was.
Yeah, and Major Mayhem was hired by General Flag in Transformers, but he was doing stuff behind Flag's back, and thus he was wanted. And goddamn murder! Got the scene where he put his armor on and fried all those people. I'm like, holy crap! I was like, holy shit!
Such an evil bastard. It's great.
Yeah, so I
mean, at least this is better than the last scheme he did, where he tried to marry him and then divorce him for all the all the company shares.
But yeah, I'm actually really excited because I think what they did a really good job setting up this new book, and that shows how good this universe is. The fact that for a property I don't know much about, I'm excited to read because they did really good job.
I'm not going to do any research further into Mask besides just the baseline knowledge I got. I just want to read this comic.
The only thing you need to know is that the theme song's all right. It's not great.
I will say the fact that Mask was kind of like the intersection between Transformers and G.I. Joe toy wise, and now it's in the same universe as Transformers and G.I. Joe is brilliant. It's a perfect fit.
I mean, they're seeing one thing already.
What's going to happen is Matt is going to start experimenting on the Transformers committing war crimes like Age of Extinction, and he's going to discover. He's going to try.
In the book, Mayhem did that. Literally, Mayhem did that in Transformers. I mean, they're going
to discover Transformium.
Pretty much, that's what they said practically in the issue in Transformers. I mean, there's one thing I noticed with the covers, what they're sixing from at least what I've seen them as. They're actually adding a female to the crew because it was all a dude bro show from what I saw.
Dude, yeah, that show. Okay, because that show I think there was one woman in there, and she was on the bad guy side, and you barely ever saw her. And I only know it vaguely just because the Robot Chicken marriage thing makes a whole joke about how there was one woman on the enemy team and they rarely ever used her. And we'll send you undercover, but then it's actually Havoc who goes under this huge freaking oh yeah, we're doing this thing. Well, you'll look like a woman to everyone, and then he ends up in a relationship and marries.
Also, from the first episode I saw, it was very much of the times of stereotyping every nationality. Also,
because there's the whole. My favorite part too is he's also telling his son about one day he might remarry and shit. It's you never find a girlfriend now, do you?
All right, so we need to get over to our favorite section, which is bitching about Marvel.
I thought you almost said Naruto. I thought you were going to say Naruto.
I was going to because Veloquence's comment threw me off because I looked down and I was like, Naruto. Anyways, let's get to it. So Marvel Comics. You all know you can just make a mini-series. It doesn't have to be 5 one-shots that take place in the same point in time that therefore are just going to be one trade paperback.
I hate when comics. Udon did this with the Megman Timeline book, where they're all each number one. Just make the Megman Timeline issue 1 to 5. Why can't they make them all number ones? That means it's all confusing.
Marvel's addicted to the number one.
I hate number ones in general. Even if you make a mini series that's a one-off, You don't need to put the 1 in there. You really don't. Like when they did Power Rangers for Rita's Rewind, they're like Rita's Rewind 1, and I was like, this is the only one.
Shot. Say one shot. Just say one shot.
Literally.
That's all you need to do.
That being said, Star Wars doesn't have any ongoing comics on Marvel right now, so I'll take, stuff. This is kind of neat because it is one-shots focused on Cassian Andor, Jyn Erso, Saw Gerrera, Chirrut Baze, and Darth Vader, and they are prequels to Rogue One, but the cool part is that they have the context of Andor to work with, so they're basically going to... These 5 issues are going to take place between Andor Season 2 and Rogue One, and that'll kind of fill in maybe some of the little details, because Andor Season 2 ends pretty much right where Rogue One starts, so it'll be kind of interesting to see how these are kind of will work.
Like, what if it was like planned from the start scenario?
Yeah, that kind of thing. So I'm actually looking forward to these. I again don't know why they're 5 one-shots and not just a Rogue One miniseries where each issue just takes it, but Marvel. All right, next up, speaking of space and Marvel, the new Marvel Cosmic Initiative is dead.
I'm sadly not surprised because they didn't give them a chance. And also, what was it? They only care about number 1 pre-orders or something like that?
Yep, they only care about number 1 pre-orders. And so Planet She-Hulk and Nova Centurion, even though Marvel's policy is to give books 10 issues, they're ending at 6. And I'm like, wow, okay. So Imperial Guardians hasn't even come out yet. I'm dropping it from my pull list because it got downgraded to a miniseries. Because for everyone, just a slight recap. Imperial was a big event with Jonathan Hickman re-establishing the Marvel Cosmic Universe. It frustratingly ignored, a bunch of stuff in the previous Guardians runs, but I got over that, because I had to. It happens every time. But we had new establishment, new status quo type thing. There was the Inhumans were involved. It was building a huge new cosmic saga. And Imperial was supposed to be the new Annihilation and start things out. And then we had Stephanie Phillips writing She-Hulk with Planet She-Hulk, which was pretty good. And Jed MacKay was doing Nova Centurion, which was awesome. Dan Abnett was doing Imperial Guardians. We had a Black Panther miniseries. And then we were supposed to get an Exiles book, which was going to be with X-Men characters like Charles Xavier and Lilandra.
And there's Guardian, and then we have Guardians with Carol. And
that was
Dark
Imperial
Ark and
Guardians.
Like that.
Yeah, that was
Guardians,
which all of those were supposed to be ongoings. Black Panther became a miniseries because the writer was too busy. Imperial Guardians got downgraded to a miniseries because the first issue pre-order numbers weren't high enough. And Exiles is just never happening, I guess. And the entire Marvel Cosmic Corner just died because Marvel sent it out to die. Part of the problem is they gave everybody one-shots to start their series, and then it took 3 months after Imperial before Nova started, and then a month after that Planet She-Hulk, and then a month after that Black Panther, and a month after that was Imperial Guardians. And so the line's already dead because Marvel can't commit to anything. It doesn't give anything any time to build itself up. And it's already over, and it's so short. This run was so short, you could stick all the Imperial era cosmic stuff into one Omni, and it won't even be a thick Omni.
Why? Not what? It's how can something become big when you don't let it become big?
Yeah. Also, this is the 3rd thing that Jonathan Hickman did for them that they kneecapped. I would be surprised if he ever writes for them again.
Seriously,
they kneecapped his Krakoa plans, they kneecapped his Ultimate Spider-Man plans, and now they kneecapped his Cosmic setup.
Here's the real question: who there hates him?
Right? Good question.
Spider-Man editorial.
Spider-Man editorial. Because Ultimate Spider-Man issue 24 might be one of the worst comics I read this year.
Was it rushed?
It was rushed. It was so rushed, and I ultimately came out of it going, "Wow, that was a waste of time." It almost has soured my opinion of the entire run, actually. Because it felt like everything was building to something at some point, but issue 24 was so rushed to conclude it, and it was delayed by so many months that I was just like, wow, that was... and the final page almost made it feel like basically nothing happened in 24 issues. Because it was clear that Hickman was setting it up so that somebody else could take the reins. Just like he set up the Cosmic for someone else to take the reins. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually 4 products they kneecapped. They did not promote Gods at all. And they let Gods go out and die. I don't get it. It's stupid.
He's one of your best writers, and yet you keep kneecapping him. Seriously.
So I'm irritated about it.
I had never seen so much positivity and attention for Marvel Comics in such a long time. and everyone's talking about Hickman. Everyone's talking about like, thank you, Hickman, and everything like that. And they keep like Marvel. Do you not see?
Yeah.
People like Hickman. People show up for Hickman.
Also, do you know how sad this news is? The Imperial Trade.
Are you saying they want the Hickeys?
Sure.
Hickman fans should be called Hickeys.
Why not?
I agree.
I've had worse. There's worse fandom names. But I was gonna say, do you know how bad this all is? The Imperial Trade isn't even out yet. The first trade for this whole Marvel Cosmic event isn't even out yet, and the line's already dead. Like, we still have issues to come out, but like the line's already dead before the first trade even came out.
You know what's the thing I know? It's the way I describe how they release it. You know what? Energon Universe is a success because they feel like they actually plan things out.
Yes.
Plan things out how to release that universe and such.
It's like we got the first trade for Transformers before issue 8 came out.
Yeah,
like, that's quick. The first 6 were out in trade for $10, easy pickup, and if you wanted to pick up issue 7 and 8 and keep going, you could. Where's that energy for anything at Marvel?
Because, good. Void Riders came out this summer. Then what? Near fall, Transformers, Duke, and Cobra all 3 launched around fall time after Void Rivals 6-issue run, for 6-issue arc. That's how you launch the universe, to get things going slowly. Then, boom, here's our books. Go read them monthly and stuff like that. But Marvel's like, you can take your time.
They took their time so much on this, and they didn't give any support to it, that the 5th promised book, I don't think, is ever seeing the light of day. Because why would it?
You think that Eridan Yours being from an indie comic publisher and had to deal with toy, that's a deal with big company like Hasbro would be more messy, right? No. Yours is the most consistent universe I've seen in comics in a long time.
And how is it doing? It's the 2nd best-selling universe after Absolute Universe with 6 million copies sold. That's how the Energon universe is moving. And this just goes back to the same conversation we had where Marvel Premiere completely misses the mark while every other publisher understands how to do compact comics.
We're gonna keep talking about it. That's gonna be the top. I think
that's the topic of the Marvel section, because the Marvel editorial is old and out of touch.
Missing the point.
Yeah.
Missing the point, because there's several things.
Wait. They're out of touch.
They're old and out of touch.
There's several things in Marvel that are clearly trying to tie in things that relate to other Marvel media that totally misses the point of why people like the thing.
Which we will talk about. Like, Jay and Silent Bob crashed the Marvel Universe in Jay's a Future Past. Who asked for this?
Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith.
I was just going to say that. Kevin Smith himself.
Is he right?
He's writing it for himself.
Is he even writing this?
Let me see.
If it says Kevin Smith, me and Jerry win.
Yep. I literally because he.
Please, God.
Written by Kevin Smith and illustrated by Giuseppe.
Yes!
Yep.
Yes!
They also had that arcade game.
Sana, put that money in my hand. Put that money in my hand.
Ace in the chat. Ace in the chat said, "Sorry, it was me. I asked for it. My bad." I appreciate the honesty.
Jerry, we won the bet. All right, Sana, cough off 1520.
Also,
1520.
It's okay, sure. It's a one shot though. It's not a mini series, so it's not that egregious.
It is just weird.
Put that money in my hand.
It's just weird. Okay, sure.
No hate on Kevin Smith, guys. I mean, I'm just gonna keep pulling books off my shelf.
Oh, dude, it's funny. The one time, I met Kevin Smith one time. He's an all right guy, but I hate his he's an all right guy, but I just hate I don't know how to explain it. The concept of Kevin Smith, I think, is what I hate.
The Green Arrow run, it was really good.
After the stupidness that was Revelations controversy, I can't take any criticism of Kevin Smith seriously unless it's actually talking about his actual writing.
Yeah.
Writing, because also
oh my God, it's 6:30. Let's keep moving.
Also, Revelation was actually written by a lot of DCAU writers, not Kevin Smith people.
I think he only wrote one episode.
Also, what's going with Deadpool's head in this cover? He looks like he has 2 chins.
Why does he have lips?
Why is he a bald chin?
Moving on. This year's Pride Month special will be called Wiccan and Hulkling Raid of Ultron, which will reunite Wiccan and Hulkling with their extended family, including Scarlet Witch, Vision, Speed, and Viv Vision, for a story that blends celebration and high-stakes chaos. Created from an all-star roster of LGBTQIA plus creators and ties and talents, including Wyatt Kennedy, Josh Trujillo, Luciano Vecchi. Josh Trujillo's a great writer. Zoe Tunnell, Rachel Scott, and more. And it will be a character-driven adventure that explores love, legacy, and resilience in the face of a threat determined to tear a family apart. It comes out in May, which is a little early, but sure. And Russell Dodderman's doing the cover, because for some reason Marvel has Russell Dodderman on an exclusive contract, and he only does covers now. They don't ever have him do interiors.
They think they're too scared of making Wanda more gorgeous every time they draw her.
I agree. Also, Billy is looking fabulous on this cover.
I know, look at him.
Look at that mullet.
Hey, Hasbro, can we please get new Wandas based on her newer costumes, please? I'm so tired of the old costumes. She looks more beautiful. She has more rocking costumes.
I know, right?
God
damn it!
Wheels' computer maybe start working. Also, Hasbro, hey, the only characters on this cover to ever get Marvel Legends is Vision and Wanda. Why do I not have the Hulkling and Wiccan 2-pack already?
And even then, they're always classic, never modern.
Exactly. But also, like, why do we not have Hickman? I just called Hulkling Hickman. Because I was saying Hulkling and Wiccan, and they combined to Hicken, and it just became Hickman.
Is that their fusion form?
That's their fusion form, Hicken. It's not a ship name, it's a fusion form. It's like Vegeta. Hey, as long as it's not Vegerot, right? Anyways, Marvel! It's doing blind bags for the Queen in Black event. Guys, do you think there's any reason for this Queen in Black event to exist besides Marvel Rivals Synergy?
Here's the thing. This is the talk about missing the point, because, look, I think people like Helen Queen in Black for other reasons.
Yes.
I think they totally missed the point. Missed the point of the appeal of Queen of Black Hella.
It is a nice Momoko cover, though. Yes, I agree with this.
The Momoko is the best.
I am waiting for the day that Peach Momoko gets a Marvel art book, and I will be on... Like, they've been doing Kickstarters for them. Like, they're like, oh, the art of Russell Dodderman, the art of this. I'm like, great. You do an art of Peach Momoko, I'm going to pledge at the highest tier.
But still, like, I think Marvel, like, saw, like, oh, the Queen in Black, like, the Seed and Tree arc of Marvel Rivals is really popular. Yes, because the Seed and Tree of Marvel Rivals was unique and new.
Yep.
It was nothing. We've never seen that before. Trying to rehash in the comics, you lost the plot already. I'll try to rehash something from Marvel Rivals. Like, there's a difference between this.
They're also doing Doctor Doom themed blind bags because they have milked my favorite villain so much I don't care anymore.
They're milking you. They're milking you.
Yeah. But yeah, they totally have missed the mark on this, and that's not the last time we will be mentioning Hela today. Because the, let's see where we're at. Sorry. The next event after Queen in Black, because my God, we never can stop with events for 5 frickin' seconds. Sorry, I'm getting bitchy here. Anybody else event fatigued? I'm so event fatigued.
I think every comic read's always been.
No, we've been event fatigue for 20 plus years.
Yeah, for 20 years.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, remember, when I was a comic journalist, I had to review all of these things. And I was getting sick of them then.
Yeah. And it's just gotten worse.
I think people forget that part, even though I stay quiet.
Yeah, no, that's true. I do kind of forget. The next 6 stories are event related for Marvel. The next 6.
Ace asks, are you get the Doctor Doom Oreo?
I skipped the Doctor Doom Oreo story, but I will buy a package of them. I am burned out, but I'm not crazy.
You're too sure about it.
I do really like Oreo cookies. It's my vice. All right. So, as part of the Queen in Black event, will be a sub-event called Hell on Earth.
You're gonna say something that might kill you.
I gotta be careful. We're 3.5 hours in. Words are gonna start meshing together. So the Queen in Black event is gonna be it's Hell on Earth is gonna be a Null versus Hela event. All right. Now we get to play our favorite game when it comes to events, which is pick the character who doesn't belong here. All right, so we've got Agent Anti-Venom. Sure. All right.
Already.
Spider-Man. Okay. Iron Man. All right. We got Mary Jane Venom. Okay. We got Beta Ray Bill. All right. Cloak and Dagger. Sure. Light and dark stuff. All right. Dark Star. Dark Force. Monica Rambeau. Light Force. All right. Cool. I see there's a light and dark thing going on. Why is Sunfire here?
I was thinking, is that
Spider-Man's there.
Yeah.
Like I saw this when I saw this thing. I'm like, is that Sunfire?
Why is Sunfire here? Is it? They were just like. They were just like. I guess they were like, we need an X-Men in here somewhere. And I just like, really, Sunfire? Why? I guess that was me also last week. I was like, I don't even know if Sunfire's still alive, and then I guess Marvel heard me and decided.
You know, Marvel's really taking the wrong lessons of Rivals popularity. People like, oh, teams and heroes versus heroes together. Like, you missed the point of why people like Rivals is the aesthetics, the freshness, the designs, the
gameplay,
unique lore, the gameplay, the unique lore.
Yeah.
That stuff is why people like Rivals.
Oh, also because every character in Marvel Rivals is ridiculously hot.
Yep.
All right. To the chat, yeah, Mary Jane Venom. I just found out about that too.
Well, guess what? Let's follow that up with let me tell you about Mary Jane Venom, because she's been going around. She's been Venom for a bit, and she just looks like normal Venom with a gold chest because, it's Venom. But she's getting reborn in a new suit where she's got her red flowing hair, high heels, and in just a...
Cowards! People want the buff lady!
Yes.
Cowards! People want buff woman!
Oh my god, I just realized he wrote Venom J, and that's not a typo, that says Venom J.
God, Venom MJ's official name is Venomj?
My God.
It is now.
That sounds too close to vagina to be appropriate.
But still, cowards! People want the buff mommy! People want Tommy mommy!
No, the thing is, it's like, there was no reason for this to happen, because when she was Venom, it was supposed to be a mystery. It's like, who's Venom, right? And then it was revealed to be Mary Jane, because they threw out all these options, and it's like, it looked like normal Venom. But, yeah.
People, they did not see the reaction to Angela and Rivals. Again, taking the wrong lessons from Rivals popularity.
Taking the wrong lessons from The Mandalorian. We have a baby Venom called Symbi.
Hey, look, Symbi. He's my little gremlin. I like Symbi.
I told Soundout about Symbi. I said, Soundout, why does this feel like Batmite?
I like Symbi. Just having the idea, at least in the concept, like Spidey is amazing friend.
It works for Spidey and his amazing friends. Him being in main continuity with a tie-in to Queen in Black, though.
Like, as long as he's like a Jeff character, he's appearing in these silly comics, I don't mind.
Yeah, because the Jeff Venom War tie-in was not like canon, so I was cool with that.
Yeah, as long as they keep the character in the fun, goofy shenanigans like Jeff, I don't mind it. Because
but I also ask the question. This is no offense to Symbi, but I'm also like, Jeff is canonically a Venom host, so if you wanted to do cute little symbiote thing, you could just use Jeff. But here's the real question: will Jeff and Symbi team up?
I hope. I'll read that one.
Yes.
And they both get into jail again, like in the recent.
I would like that, because Daredevil. I love that Daredevil got Jeff out of jail by implicating himself.
Also, let's not forget. Also, I'm really glad for the comic, because remember, just real parents. So Emma and Deadpool. It's Gwen and Katie. Damn it.
Exactly. And that's what happens when you get I don't know how did Emma and Deadpool become? Was that Rivals?
I think it was Rivals. I think it's Rivals.
I think it's the Rivals dev spending too much time on the subreddit, because that's how Mantis and Loki became a canon ship, because people on the subreddit kept shipping them.
I like that crack. I like that crack ship.
Honestly. I like that one too. It's the best of the crack ships. Anyways, next up, the new Avengers event, Avengers Armageddon, will be written by Chip Zdarsky, and it is starting in June. And here is our team lineup for the Avengers. It is Synergy. It's Red Hulk and Sam Wilson, Captain America, and Iron Man and Vision, Captain Marvel, Sue Storm, Spider-Man, and Wolverine. Sorry, I got set on the seeing the truth behind the lineup.
Look, we have 2 queens here. I think
Yes.
I'm fine with a lineup like this.
I
mean,
the only thing that happens to me is when I look at it, I just see everybody here was in a recent MCU project.
Sue's also. I know Sue. Yes, MCU synergy, but I don't know. I just feel like Sue popularity went up so much because of Rivals. So I also think Rivals synergy would have been there.
I think Carol's the only one on here that's not having a synergy bump, right? Which is sad because I want Carol to have a synergy bump because that means they're actually doing something with it. She's so in the background too. I feel so bad.
Tokon Rivals, please.
I really want Tokon to save us. And my computer froze.
I'm starving.
You guys hear me?
Also, you like Brown Suit? Yeah. Also, we have Brown Suit Logan, I think.
We do have Brown Suit Logan, which is interesting because it's not the suit he's currently wearing. But I will gladly take Brown Suit Logan. Also, stream, can you hear us? Because my browser froze, but I think everything else is working.
Everything's looking good.
I'm still moving in the camera.
Yeah, it looks...
Yeah, it looks like we're good.
Cool, just Firefox then. The thing that I'm not excited about with this event is just because it's a Marvel event.
Is it an event? Is it an event? I thought it was just a new book.
I thought it was a new book, but it is officially the summer event for Avengers, which Avengers doesn't currently have an ongoing, so...
Oh yeah, because isn't the Jed McKay run just concluded?
It wraps up next month.
Okay, that's like the longest book I've seen for a while. Marvel currently now.
Well, Miles had the record at 42 issues, but it ended, and then now Avengers had the record, I think, at 39, and then now it ended. So the longest Marvel book right now is 22. Because Marvel can't commit to anything apparently. So
I'm just glad that McKay's run lasted that long. I feel like
me too.
I rooted for that run because I really like that run a lot. You get back to reading it.
I'm sad to say the last arc sucked ass.
I'm not
because Kang got involved and ruined everything yet again.
That run definitely has the Marvel mandates, but there's something about the vibe of that run I really like.
I did too.
There's something about really like the vibe of that run. It's one of those runs where there's a lot of annoying bits to it, but damn it, I like a lot of it. Also at the same time,
it was much better it was definitely better than the Jason Aaron run. That thing was.
I think what me with the JMK run. I think my problem with the Jason Aaron run is that they're how the Avengers interact with each other.
Yeah.
And that's why I really like the Jed McKay run. There's something homey about the Jed McKay Avengers team versus the Jason Aaron run. So the Jason Aaron run, they feel like they're all about snapping each other or something like that.
Yep. All right, now the chat's coming back. Yeah, everything froze on the browser side, so catching up. And my browser froze, so I got to reset that too, because we got to talk about the next event for 2027.
Another one.
Another one.
All right, let me get this. Click, click, click. All right, so they had an Incredible Hulk run. Then they relaunched it as Infernal Hulk. And then did you guys vanish? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Your icons are gone, but we'll just get them back later.
We're ghosts again.
We are ghosts. Anyways, so Infernal Hulk was the second run, and then now the third chapter of it is Hulk War. Because Infernal Hulk, that people were like, oh, it's off the schedule, and the guy's and the writer of it, he said, oh, the third part of this will be called Hulk War, and it'll conclude the Infernal Saga, and it comes in 2027. And I just gotta say, Marvel, you can't just name a bunch of events blank War. We just had Venom War. There was another war. Now we're doing Hulk War. So, come up with new names. I don't know. House of Ideas. Come up with new titles. Because all you keep doing is just recycling event titles, because you do too many events, clearly. Except for Blood Hunt, my beloved. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Cool. All right, we're going to keep moving on. So, there is this Ultimate Universe event miniseries, even though the Ultimate Universe is dead. It's called Ultimate Impact. And it's going to be a
sounds like, which was it? XA?
01.
Which,
01.
The Ultimate Impact.
Ultimate Impact. AR said coming 2028, Secret Wars 4. At this rate, yeah. It'll be right in time for the movie. So, all right. So the way this is going to work, this is so complicated for no reason. So there's a new miniseries called Reborn: Ultimate Impact. It is written by Chris Condon with art by Stefano Caselli, which will feature brand new heroes in the main Marvel universe, empowered by the origin boxes from the Ultimate Universe. So,
oh, okay. I thought it was Alter contained. Oh, never mind then.
Because in Ultimate, in Ultimate Incursion with Miles, he got these origin boxes which had the powers in them. It's the things Tony Stark sent to everybody to activate them. So this is going to be main Marvel universe, and here are our first two new characters. First of all,
so here we have, honestly, I say good synergy. Honestly, this is good synergy in my eyes.
I have two problems with this, but let's discuss it first. Vin Lerner as Wonder Man. So this is clearly an MCU Wonder Man inspired take, which is good. That hairstyle, okay, as the black community keeps shouting all the time, and I am 100% on board with them on this, black men have other hairstyles.
Hey, for real.
Not everybody has the Killmonger cut. Also, a lot of people in this art leak thought it was Killmonger.
I would say this is a scenario where I kind of wish this make him look like Yaya Abdul-Mateen, honestly.
Yeah.
I kind of wish, because, like, I'm all for this, honestly, because, like...
But it depends on how the character's written, because I'm worried it's going to be one of those, we synergize... Like, they don't, you know, they're like, we synergize the look, but not the character. Like, what made them work.
Yeah. Like... I want. It's one of those, like, praying hope, because, like, God, MC Wonder Man, I love.
So good.
I love that.
I'd love it if they could bring, like, MC Wonder Man energy into this new character. That'd be great.
Bring Trevor in.
Yeah.
Bring Trevor in.
That would be great.
That dynamic duo. I want that dynamic duo so bad.
And then the other character is Hostilicus, the Scourge of the Negative Zone.
He looks like a champ. He looks like a Ultimate Universe champion in the universe to me. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got Annihilus' helmet on his shoulder.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. I actually like that.
We don't do enough of the Negative Zone, so I'm interested. But anyways, it's a 5-issue miniseries. Yeah, the Marvel Universe isn't back, but they're like, what if the Ultimate Universe characters existed on the main Earth? And I'm like...
are they gonna bring, like... This sounds like they want to bring, like, Maystorm, like, characters like Maystorm into the main 616 universe.
Maybe that'll happen at the end of Ultimate Endgame or something. I don't know.
This is like... This is, like, the most, like...
Backtracking?
Band-Aid over... A band-aid to a wound that you can't fix.
This is like when they put out a Hellfire Gala Vigil one-shot when the Hellfire Gala was happening in Marvel Rivals. It's like, if you hadn't ended that thing prematurely, you could have just kept going and tied it in better that way. Anyways, hashtag Krakoa should have been longer. Moving on! We had one X-Men headline, and it wasn't anything set in the present era of X-Men. It is a flashback miniseries to the Outback era, and you know what? I don't want to sound like an old bitch, but current X-Men sucks so bad, I will gladly take a flashback to the late 80s. Thank you very much.
Why not the 2000s or Krakoa? It's more my thing, I guess.
I think they don't want to touch Krakoa because they know as soon as they do, we're just going to start a riot outside the Marvel offices until they give us the island back.
They already have. It's called Rivals.
I will say this much. The interesting part, it's not a Chris Claremont miniseries, it's a Steve Orlando miniseries. And so I will take this, like, basically, when they did Rogue Savage Land, because what they'll do is, basically with these flashback miniseries, they do a ton of these, by the way. They'll alternate, right? They'll do, like, okay, Chris Claremont wrote a Wolverine miniseries, and now this person's going to write Rogue Savage Land. And then Chris Claremont wrote Wolverine and Kitty Pryde. And then we got an Emma Frost comic. And then we got Chris Claremont doing another one. So now we're doing, like, somebody else is doing this one. I've actually, like, it's been kind of, like, I've been enjoying it. For some of these flashbacks, I think the Claremont flashbacks work better. But then Ann Nocenti did a Storm miniseries. So that was just, like, made for me. I haven't read the Emma Frost one yet. I'm just waiting for the trade to come in. The problem is that, you know, at least I'm glad it's not just let's go back to the 90s. It was the Outback era was fun.
But it's still an era that written by Chris Claremont still.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
They're having trouble getting out of Chris Claremont. because I think.
And I
mean, he wrote 17 years on the book. It's hard to avoid, but yeah.
And it's people talk. One of the YouTubers I watch who's a big comic book fan, also he said when talking about the Tokon, like people talk about the Tokon fighting roster, people going like, "Who's Magic? Who's Savior?" And he said there's more to the X-Men outside the '90s or the / Chris Claremont era.
I mean, yeah, Magic's in the Chris Claremont stuff, but only in the late '70s, early '80s, and then into the Mutants. Yeah, but
I think Magic blew not saying Magic before the 2010s was good. I think she was still a good character, but like Magic became her own big own thing since the 2010s. Why not do something like in that era scenario like that?
Yeah, also, I think it's a lot of we know what will work. For anyone wondering what the Outback era was, there was a storyline
Australia.
Yeah, it was called Fall of the Mutants, where the X-Men were all supposedly killed on live TV, but they actually weren't, and they ended up escaping to the Australian Outback. The Outback era for classic X-Men fans who were reading comics in the 80s, the Outback era was like the Krakoa era for them, and it's like it is kind of like going back to Krakoa, but for like first generation X-Men fans, because a lot of people felt like the Outback era was too short, that it wrapped up too quickly, just like how we feel with Krakoa. So,
or how beloved Sasha X-Men is, why don't they not revisit that era? Unless there's just no way you could fit things in.
I don't think there's any way to fit them in, because the problem with the Astonishing era was that it was those, like, the first 12, or no, the first 24, the Cassaday Whedon stuff, that was so tightly continuity fit, and it was also separated. Like, X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, and Astonishing, like, Astonishing was almost a different universe at times, because Astonishing was on the schedule of when the creators published the issues, whereas Uncanny and X-Men had to be on the monthly thing, right? So it was kind of sort of removed. It came to a continuity issue because the Giant Bullet storyline got referenced in Uncanny before it got introduced in Astonishing because of the delays. So I don't know how to return to the Astonishing era without just going to the same format of, here's a writer and artist writing the X-Men comic they want to write, and not worried about what's happening in the others. Which is kind of what's happening right now, because Uncanny X-Men, like, Gail Simone's Uncanny X-Men, I enjoy it in a bubble, but I can't believe that, like, the X-Men are just hanging out in Louisiana while, like, Monet and Dazzler are in prison.
I think that's the problem with the flashback. I wish instead of these flashbacks, we just get writers writing their own X-Men stories.
Yeah.
Not connected to any content. Not connected to...
Marvel is allergic to X-Men without continuity, because I swear you have to have an encyclopedia to read some X-Men comics.
I think that's the problem I have with X-Men, in general.
It's insanely impenetrable unless you read a ton of shit.
Yeah, I think that's what we need. I think that's why Ultimate X-Men really hit. Momoko's Ultimate X-Men really hit. It's just something fresh and new with X-Men.
Momoko's Ultimate X-Men is what X-Men should be doing, and instead we're doing whatever the hell From the Ashes and Shadows of Tomorrow is.
Yeah, because I think I love X-Men, but like it's such a series that it's hard for me to really invest because there's so much.
I don't know where to tell people to start.
Also, my God, I'll say, when Colossus, put your damn tits away. Also,
he's in the Outback. He's warm. Wolverine's wearing a costume. Wolverine wearing a shirt here looks unnatural to me because he wasn't wearing anything then either.
Also, my God, Havoc got the Dick Grayson effect there. Yes. Look at that ass.
They remembered he's a slut. I'm happy. Yeah, AR said this is why people like me like X-Men and Spider-Man, other media outside the comics. I think that's I think it's like X-Men and Spider-Man sell because of their external media, getting people to go, ooh, I should check out the comic, right? I don't think they sell themselves very well, because I think both are complete mess at the moment. Yeah, Mr. Yuki said, see also exceptional X-Men with Kitty doing nothing for 12 issues, and Laura Kinney, Wolverine with Laura just wandering around to different synergy crossovers. That's the whole issue with the era right now. They all, like, they said, oh, this new era of X-Men, every book's going to be separate. We're going to do all these solo books. And then they were like, we're not going to do that many crossovers. It's not going to be as interconnected as Krakoa was. And then 6 issues in, we had a crossover between all the books.
I don't know the way to describe Laura and Logan. It sounds like Yzma and Kronk never group lost.
That's the book I want, but we never get it. Laura's always separated from Logan lately. They barely get to hang out anymore.
I hear that. It's like Hotel Mario music to play like that.
Yep. All right, let's get the show back on the road. Marvel, You don't need to remake Books of Doom. We already have Books of Doom, and it's one of the best comic books ever made. We do not need another, here's Dr. Doom's true origin. I don't even care that it's written by Al Ewing. We do not need this.
It really does feel like that, like, hey, you like this character? Milk you!
Yep.
Gonna milk you!
Veloquent said, in your guys' opinion, what had the worst run/error of all time, Spider-Man or X-Men? This is me not reading a ton of Spider-Man, but
they're both very inconsistent.
They're both very inconsistent, but I think X-Men has had more bad eras than Spider-Man simply because of the whole, you're not allowed to use the X-Men and stuff because we don't have the movie rights era. That wrecked X-Men almost permanently.
I think what is with both Spider-Man and X-Men is it's so inconsistent. Like Spider-Man, like I don't think it's not like everything. Like I'm not one of those people that think everything post one more day for Spider-Man is garbage. I legitimately think there's a really the Stan Slott era, despite its issues, was really good.
There's an old joke within comic community that the worst Spider-Man run is whatever the current one is, because that seems to be everybody's opinion all the time.
Yeah, like the Stan Slott era has issues definitely, but like I think there's a lot more good that I think people give credit to it for and such like that.
And then X-Men has whole eras that are washed. Like the current one is just, and then you got like the Marvel Now era is just a mess. You know, okay. Yeah.
Thought you cut off.
Anyways, we should get back on topic though, because we could be on the Spider-Man X-Men debate all day. Doom Day 1. What is the point? What
you know what the point is?
I know. Synergy.
You already talked about it earlier.
Books of Doom just got a paperback reprint. Everybody should go read that.
Some of these Doom things, still, I'm just like, I even though I know, like you though, like, why?
Yeah, like we did a whole year.
I'm like, they don't make sense,
right? Like we did a whole year of Doom being in charge of the world, and then it leads right into a Doom 3-issue series. It leads right into a Doom 7-issue series that also has a Doom one-shot that comes out during it. That's too much of any character.
It makes me wonder if the whole Doom, like World War I of Doom, came too early, or because of the whole MCU fuckery in terms of releases. They like Doomsday was meant to come out last year. They call alongside one day of Doom, but oops, it comes out this year. So Marvel's like, continue it somehow.
Yeah, because like it's ridiculous. All right, and then Marvel's bringing back the What If comic for its 50th anniversary, because Marvel loves anniversaries more than they love #1 issues, which is impressive.
So let's go back to the old days instead of doing the new stuff.
Yep. So what do we have? So for what ifs, what are going to be our first what ifs? All right. What if Cyclops stayed with Madeline Pryor? We've done that already. That's basically just that already happened in a book like 2 years ago. So all right. What if Thor got Spider-Man symbiote suit? All right.
I mean, the problem with that one is they love doing symbiote versions for merchandise. So like, blank Gary gets symbiote so like overdone at this point that like okay.
Muteki, read Weapon X-Men from 2023. They already did the what if Cyclops stayed with Madeline Pryor. What if Kraven survived his last hunt? That's the most boring possible thing you could do with this did these get picked by the TV writing staff?
I see rival synergy for the next one there.
What if Captain America was freed in 2099? Again, this has already been done with a different character, because the current 2099 universe had the last member of the Nova Corps be Wolverine.
Also, again, that's just rivals.
Yes. All right. What if the Runaways hadn't run away? Then it's not any. That's a negative answer.
They're just stay-at-home aways.
What if the Runaways hadn't run away? Then they're not the Runaways. They're not anything. And then lastly, what if Cassandra Nova killed Charles Xavier? Was that not Deadpool and Wolverine? We had a Cassandra Nova that didn't have a Charles kicking around. I don't know. That one's got the most potential off of the premise, but like, guys, what if used to be crazy? Like, what if Storm got the Phoenix Force?
Also, a lot of it is also very classic era stuff. Like, why can't we do what else of the modern era stuff?
Do you want me to give you the sad answer?
Not enough room, or is it nostalgia?
The sad answer is the modern stuff hasn't had enough iconic storylines that people could go, oh yeah, what if Spider-Man was the lead of King in Black? because a lot of these major storylines that they like to reference, a lot of the modern ones, because they're like major events with 50 tie-in issues, people don't know them off the cuff like they do Madeline Pryor or Cassandra Nova. I mean, Cassandra Nova, that is a 2000 storyline, but a lot of the recent Marvel events, could you do a what if off of Blood Hunt? Like, what if it was werewolves that rose up? Like, it's hard to say because that's just kind of like, it's the nature of the modern Marvel storylines. I think they haven't existed long enough to have people going, what if? But even then, back in the day, they did a what if Atlantis attacks like a year after it came out. So,
Linkara just
yeah, I looked it up. I was like, how close to when Atlantis attacks came out was this issue? It was like really close. So,
why can't we have where's ours like Spider Island? Like, what if?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Spider Island was a big. Spider Island was a big event. Like, what is that? Or
I just remember they did a sequel to Spider Island during Secret Wars.
Still, you can still do
that. I think something like that would be fun, but I think Marvel's editorial's creatively bankrupt and kind of unsalvageable at this point.
Yeah, it really feels it, honestly.
All right, let's go to DC's news because I want to turn the positivity meter back up. All right, so DC announced that we are getting a second DC and Sonic crossover called Metal Legion.
Worst kept secret ever.
Yep. I mean, we're getting toy listings and reveals.
Thanks, Jax.
Thanks, Jax. Catwoman cross Rouge the Bat is like made for me. Thank you.
I love my favorites, Cream and Cheese as Crypto and Supergirl.
It's so cute. I love Blaze of Starfire.
Blaze of Starfire and Big as Aquaman.
Big as Aquaman is like what you call big brain, galaxy brain thought process.
So this
if Marvel Comics had 1/10 of the creativity behind Big the Cat as Aquaman, we would not be complaining for the last hour.
So once again, this is written by Ian Flynn, drawn by Ian Bryce Thompson, the first miniseries. But it's, from the synopsis, it sounds like at least follow up at the end because the first series ended with Eggman and Lex Luthor teaming up. So it looks like they made like a permanent portal between the Sonic's world and the DC universe, which is
Big the Cat fishes Aquaman out with a fishing pole.
I mean, you notice that, but in the panel above Big and Aquaman, we see Clutch and Rough and Tumble with the Bruno Mars, which that's cool to see because the first series focused specific on the game characters, but I'm really glad the second series is bringing IDW characters in here. That's nice to see, seeing such like that.
This is going to be a total blast. Also, I really like this cover where Rouge is staring at Catwoman's ass. Can't unsee it now, can you?
I didn't realize that.
Very excited about this. Nothing but good things about this. This is great.
And more toys.
More toys.
The most important thing.
All right. Poison Ivy's the mayor of Gotham. Just in case you guys were wondering what's going on in the Batman comics. I just liked repeating Poison Ivy's the mayor of Gotham because I think that's just kind of a brilliant freaking storyline because I can guarantee you've never seen that before. Does it work? Does it make sense? Who knows? It's it's new, it's unique, it's something exciting. I don't know. Works for me.
Also, they keep making Ivy so pretty in these covers.
Why do you think the Ivy comic's about to hit 50 issues?
Yep.
All right, let's see. Wait, was this out of order? No, this is in the right order. Okay. DC Next Level, their next wave of books were announced. I'm going to go with the timeline second. We're getting Teen Titans written by Kyle Higgins and Danielle D. Niculo. Welcome back, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
I love this idea because it's Jason babysitting again. It's Jason babysitting.
So the whole idea behind this is that Red Hood uncovers a network of missing powered teens and reluctantly joins forces with a new generation of plugged-in, hyper-capable young heroes to find them and expose the lie dividing their world. And Leanne Harper's on the team, so I'm going to read it on DC Universe Infinite.
I love Leanne with the cat, and we also got 2 new characters. Like, no, new young heroes,
characters. And they're not like reboots of old characters.
This looks fun. I can't wait for it. Also, just the idea of Jason babysitting kids that used to act like him is funny to me. I actually can't wait to see that interaction.
I will say, I know it's called Teen Titans, so it'll sell. But I will say, I would have liked a new team name. But I'm fine with it being Teen Titans. That's fine.
I mean, they're actually teens.
Yeah.
Teens. I just can't wait for the moment where, like, Jason's like, was I always like this to Bruce?
Yes. I hope Jason actually has a character arc, because he sometimes doesn't get one. Sometimes he's just kind of static, right?
I think he will. I think he will. And like, I'm a Jason fan, so I can't wait to see this.
Yep. All right. The Dead Man, written by W. Maxwell Prince and art by Martin Morazzo. Dead Man is going to be a story about life, death, and everything in between, complete with paranormal activity, possessions, and a profusion of other poignant peculiarities. I mean, that's just basically the description of any Dead Man comic, and I'll always read a Dead Man comic.
I can't wait for this because I love the idea, because this is going to be like aftermath DC, DCKO, and one of my favorite covers is him being a janitor. It's like, there's no I love about Dead Man. He's just a dude. He's such a dude. He's not like this. It's not the Spectre where he's all this mysterious ghostly guy. He's like, oh, do I have to clean this mess up? Fine.
Yep. Oh, Veloquence has a team name for Red Hood's little crew, the Red Hood Gang.
The Red Hood Gang.
All right. Then we got Barbara Gordon Breakout by Mariko Tamaki and Amansi Nauhupan. Framed, outlawed, hunted after she is arrested for aiding the Bat family. Barbara Gordon is shipped off to the Supermax. To Supermax. GCPD Commissioner Vandal Savage. I never hate reading that sentence. GCPD Commissioner Vandal Savage. It's been a thing for like a year, but it's still amazing. Personal prison. She will find herself alone and surrounded in a place where nothing is what it seems.
I love how smug Barbara's in these covers.
I also love that it's not called Batgirl. It's just Barbara.
Mm-hmm.
More Barbara not being Batgirl, please. We also got some higher quality art here for this one. I'm actually looking forward to reading all three of these. I don't think I'm going to buy any of them monthly because I have a DC Universe subscription. I need to save money. But I think these all three sound great. So
I love Leanne's Cheshire costume design.
It's really great. She was recently in the Cheetah and Cheshire Rob the Justice League miniseries. I liked it. All right. In the world of Absolute, there is.
Wait, you forgot about the timeline. Wait, you forgot the timeline.
Oh, the timeline. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, then check the timeline. All right, so this is the next batch of books. Legion of Superheroes, Doom Patrol, and Jonah Hex will be launching in the summer. The Demon and Batman Shadow of the Night will be in fall.
I can't wait for a new Jonah Hex. When was the last time we got a Jonah Hex book?
When All-Star Western wrapped up in 2014.
I know, right? It's like, oh man, like because we got Don DC had Doom Patrol, so like cool to see new Doom Patrol series, but like Jonah Hex, we haven't got anything with Jonah Hex.
The last Etrigan book was Etrigan, or was the Demon Hell on Earth in 2016.
Oh, that God, 10 years ago.
Yep. Also, Legion of Superheroes is confirmed to be written by Joshua Williamson, and we don't know the rest of the creative teams for the rest of the books. And Batman Shadow of the Bat, please anthology. Please be an anthology. Please don't, be boring. Also, I got to talk about my favorite thing to talk about. I got to complain about something. Because everybody's pointing it out, and Scott Snyder actually responded to this. There are still no black characters in lead ongoings in the main universe. None of these are black-led books. There's also no black creators on any of the next level books. But Scott Snyder has said, be patient. We've already got things working. There will be books with black creators on black-led books, or black-led books with black creative talent behind it. They just haven't been announced yet. So we shall see when that happens. Because a lot of people were like, people were pointing out there's no main ongoing black-led comics at DC, and people kept going, oh, but what about Absolute Green Lantern? And everybody missed the main part. There's nothing in the main universe that is black-led. Absolute Green Lantern's the only black-led ongoing. It also, sadly, is the worst Absolute book by a wide margin, because somehow Superman got better.
Wait, what? How?
Issue 15 started a new status quo, and I was like, oh, I don't know where it's going, but like I'm kind of on board with the new status quo for Absolute Superman. Kind of really digging it. So, yeah.
Is that Green Lantern actually bad, or just more not your dang scenario?
I don't know, because I don't know anybody that likes it. I've been asking around. I've been talking comic shop, been talking online. Everybody's like, it's the worst Absolute.
It's the one I don't see people talking about the most. Like, don't know what's like what's people's like what's the kind of normal conception of that book and such like that.
Yeah, so it's hard to get a read on it because I'm like, is it just not my thing, or is it not gelling with anybody? And I haven't found anybody yet that's enjoyed it. Mr. Yuki said, do you think they at least could get a Villain of the Week Static Shock ongoing? You think they could, because Static just showed up in DCKO. There's the Dakota Incident one-shot, which is the closest thing to a Black History Month special DC did this year. Marvel did not do a Black History Month special at all this year. Also, Marvel has no ongoings in the main universe of Black-led characters, because Miles just got canceled and his new ongoing hasn't started yet. So, yeah, both companies, like, your diversity needs work. Because remember we talked about Firestorm? We said, oh, it would be great if it was Jason. But instead it was Ronnie again. So, something to work on. Now I can go glaze the Absolute Universe.
I would say, I'm not a fan of if they are gonna merge the Dakota stuff to the DC Universe. I'm not a fan. I'll still pick up those books probably.
Yeah, it's because also like Dakota Incident's a one shot, so I'm like, okay, I'll pick it up. I'm always there for my milestone characters, regardless of.
Yeah, that's it. No matter how they're, I want to support the milestone universe, even though I'm not a fan of them merging with the DC. I'll still take milestone stuff no matter what.
I think Dakota Incident's out this week, so we'll see how that goes. I'll get it and read it and tell everybody about it later. All right, let's glaze the Absolute Universe. So there's this teaser for Absolute Batman cover 20, which is the Robin logo. How the hell is Absolute Robin gonna work?
I love people posting like the buff Robin from Teen Titans Go.
Yes. So based on the fact that everybody's an Eldritch Abomination, including Poison Ivy, what is Absolute Robin gonna be?
He's just actually a bird. He's just a bird.
Because the logo size implies that he's huge. What if he's a bird kaiju?
Be funny. Another weirdness that Absolute Bruce has to hand. I love Bruce in this year. Just some normal guy, he was a construction worker, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he has to deal with all these crazy.
All his friends keep being turned into monsters, and he's like, God, when do I get a break? And everybody's like, you don't have to do this, man. You don't have that guilt hanging over you of your parents being dead. You still got your mom.
He really feels like a Resident Evil book at this point. Just have Roger Craig Smith play this version of Batman again.
Legit. I'm excited to see whatever this is.
I need to pick up. I really need to read Absolute still. The
Wonder
only one I read is
Woman,
Martian Manhunter.
Batman. Oh, Martian Man. That's the other thing. Martian Manhunter is ending at issue 12, which a lot of people were really upset about. But Deniz Camp said him and Javier Rodriguez, is that the artist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are both going to be working on another book soon that's not connected to it.
So, because they said like DC was all up to continuing it, but they offered another book for them, and they couldn't handle 2 books, so they decided to end. I think it's less end, but like it says, like they did. I think they said they can come back to it any time.
Yes,
from what I understand.
They can come back at any time they want, but they're not going to put another creative team on Martian Manhunter. And I think that's.
Wait, isn't after the shit of the Ultimate with the Ultimate Universe? It's nice to see a book end on the creator's own terms like that scenario.
I read 3 bad Ultimate Universe finale issues to then see that news and go, "Oh man, Absolute's cooking." It's like how Vertigo used to be at DC, and kind of how it is now, where it's like semi-creator owned, like they get to kind of call the shots on stuff, and I think that's good. I like it. Let's talk about the new Absolute books though. Because we got details on Absolute Green Oh, wait, hold on. The browser froze.
That's wondering, yeah.
The Robin was too strong, guys. The Robin was too strong.
He was flexing his muscles.
Yep. Speaking of muscles, damn, Black Canary's looking great. All right. Absolute Green Arrow. So I have to spoil a minor thing from the Absolute Villains one-shot. There was a Villains Unite one-shot, and in that, they introduced Oliver Queen, who's going to go after a pedophile with his own private island. Totally not relevant to current events. And he got killed by the Absolute Hawkman, who's an evil villain in this universe. And he's dead. So everyone's like, well, then what about this Absolute Green Arrow book that got announced? And now we're seeing, I don't think they've given us full details on this, but we see what is essentially the closest thing to an Absolute Green Arrow being a Ghost Rider that I've ever seen in my life, and I'm 100% on board with it.
So the way I have to describe it, we got this Absolute Green Arrow that's killing all these rich, evil people, and it's a big mystery who is this Green Arrow. And the protagonist of this is the big, even though it's called Absolute Green Arrow, the protagonist is Diane. Which that's so cool. Diane.
I like how buff she is in this cover, and then there's this other cover where she's just an absolute unit.
Yep. Where it's like she's a Streets of Rage character. She's a Streets of Rage character.
Yep.
But like, God,
yeah.
that sounds cool. Also, God, this Absolute Green Arrow. Like, give me a toy. This looks so cool.
It's the coolest thing ever. I love that they've like.
Also, I love his bow. His bow's just two machetes.
Yes, two machetes combined together. This thing looks brutal. I think this is fantastic. I think this is the coolest thing. I'm a big fan of Green Arrow, and I'm a big fan of Oliver Queen's crusade against the rich. And I love that it's just like, oh, he may be dead, but he's still out there. Still going.
I love they're taking the Robin Hood idea, but up to taking up to 11, and like that, and make it like a murder mystery with Diane as our main protagonist. Like,
Muteki, did you watch Arrow? He said it's like CW Arrow, but he kills. CW Arrow also killed a lot of people. He only got a no-kill rule in like season 5 of 7.
I need to read more Green Arrow, man. Cause I really love what I read Joshua Williams run, but I need to read. I need to get the finest of Green Arrow.
Mike Grell Green Arrow is so good. I hope they do I hope they finish the Mike Grell Green Arrow and then go into like the Kevin Smith and Judd Winnick stuff, because that stuff's great.
I hope they make a like compact, compendium of the current Green Arrow stuff, because
that'd be good.
Current.
I think they could do, because I think I'm waiting for the New 52 omnibus. I'm surprised they haven't done it. They're reprinting a deluxe edition of the Lemire part. I'm like, why not just do a whole New 52 omnibus for Green Arrow? It was 52 issues. You can put that in one book. I'd buy it. There's also like, they should do the Rebirth era. I know the artist on a bunch of it is an actual Nazi, but the writing's really good. Benjamin Percy on Green Arrow was great. I really like Green Arrow, so I'm very excited about this. So sign me up. All right, I'm also very excited about Catwoman. I love Catwoman as well. Absolute Catwoman is great. So there's two things. I believe both of these are miniseries, right? So, God, YouTube's gonna kill me for this name, but I'm gonna go for it. So Absolute Green Arrow will be written by Ponsak Pinsote and Raphael Albuquerque. And then Catwoman, I forget who's doing Catwoman. But Catwoman's coming out first, I think. Yeah, Catwoman by Che Grayson and Scott Snyder with Bengal on art launches June 10th. And then Absolute Green Arrow will be coming out in July? I think. I don't remember when Green Arrow's coming out. Also, they did make an announcement. There are no character or plot details on the Absolute Universe event miniseries, but it will be coming in late 2026. So they will be doing a crossover later this year, which will be kind of fun. Because we've had a little mini crossover where Batman showed up in Wonder Woman and Wonder Woman showed up in Batman. So I think it'll be very cool to see. All right, Velquin says, how do you think they'll handle collecting Absolute Universe and Omnis? Where are they going to fit all the one-shots and minis, maybe like Krakoa or Omnis? Okay, so I actually was thinking about this the other day because I was like, oh, do I want to get the trades for Absolute Wonder Woman? And I was like, no, they're going to do an Omni. These things are selling too well, right?
Omnis are deluxe edition, editions.
There's going to be an oversized format. I think because of the way the books are, I don't think it's going to be a Krakoa-like. Because with Krakoa, the reason why that format works, or like the Green Lantern Compendiums works, is because all those books interconnect and you see characters overlap, and they're constantly referencing the events of the other books, right? Not so much in the Absolute Universe. They're pretty standalone, which I think is part of the success, outside of a little bit of crossover. So what I think will happen is like Absolute Batman's first omnibus would have whatever number of issues. It would include the issue of Wonder Woman that he appeared in. It'll include the Villains United one-shot. It'll include the Arc M one-shot in the annual, right? And then like Wonder Woman would include Villains, like all of them would include Villains United because all their villains are in that issue. And then they'd include the crossover issues, right? But then like this crossover event would be its own standalone book, right? That's kind of how I think they would do it, because that makes the most sense to me, like from a reading experience perspective, which DC's very big on making solid reading experiences with their Omnis. I think it's going to be each title will get its own. Now, when it comes to where do you put Catwoman, well, if Catwoman doesn't get extended to its own ongoing, I think Catwoman would come into maybe be part of the Batman book, right? Like as an addition to the Batman book. I don't know about Green Arrow. We'll see how he connects to other stuff. And for Martian Manhunter, I feel like Martian Manhunter is primed to get a deluxe edition. Not that long after his second volume comes out, because that's a nice 12-issue series in a deluxe. DC loves those. So that's my thoughts on how they'll collect them. But that's our comic news. It's also our show. We did it.
Yay! So what's the moral of the story? Marvel's doing a lot stupid.
Yeah, everybody, I feel like my impression from ComicsPRO is every publisher is trying really hard to do new things, to bring a new energy to comics, to engage readers, to look at stuff like Compact Comics and Absolute, and then go, all right, people are liking that. How do we do more like that? How do we get people to keep reading comics? Except for Marvel. Marvel doesn't seem like they don't care about any of that. Every other publisher, as we were seeing the variety, right? We were talking about like Hello Kitty getting comics. We're talking about like Mask getting a comic and Ben 10. We're getting like, there's ups and downs in a lot of this, but like all the publishers are trying new things. All the publishers are trying to replicate tactics that have worked. Marvel just doesn't seem to care. And I think it's a clear sign that Marvel's editorial department does not know what current comic readers want, and they are going to be hurting the company until they start losing so much money that they will have to change. And by that point, it might be too late. A lot of people are shifting their focus. There's a lot of people seeing the Marvel Cosmic News, and they're like, why should I ever get invested in a Marvel thing if it's going to die that quickly? And I'm kind of there with them. I don't really want to, all these Ultimate Universe books are going to end. All the Cosmic books are going to end. My pull list is going to have a lot of room. I'm going to throw in some DC. I'm going to throw in, obviously I'm going to buy Legion. I'm going to throw in more Image books. Like that Robot Abraham Lincoln book really, got me interested. So, I think that's just where we're at. I think the industry's shifting in a good, positive way, and I think Marvel's going to get left behind. And if they don't want to make changes to keep up and have fun, then that's their problem. We'll just keep doing what we're doing and enjoying our books, because there's so much more to comics than just Marvel and DC. That's kind of what I also wanted to highlight today.
I think it's just a shame that the Ultimate Universe went out putting, because it was it is such a promising series and such like that, and yet they really fumbled the bag because there's no really good reason why they fumble it so bad. Like there was it wasn't sales weren't it's not like sales weren't well. It wasn't like the reception wasn't good. Everything was going good for it.
As soon as they announced that it was ending with issue 24 and that Ultimate Endgame would be the finale, do you know what happened to the sales? Fell off a cliff.
Down.
People just gave up. I was talking to my comic shop people, and they're like, yeah, we started ordering less Ultimate. They basically only ordered a couple extra copies of the Ultimate books beyond their pull boxes, because they're like, nobody knew's jumping on because it's all ending. And everybody that was reading it is like, well, I'm just going to dip now and get the trades later.
Like might as well they order it for me. I don't want to screw my comic shop over, so I'm just gonna get the last issues of all stuff. But that's the thing. I'm not sure I'm gonna the only Marvel book I asked is Iron Man, and that's it, because I really like the first issue of Josh Williams' Iron Man. But who knows? I don't know how long this gonna last. I'm gonna support it because I like Josh Williams and I like the first issue and such. But that's the problem with Marvel, is they don't let things savor. I just feel like
Veloquence, there's two Marvel Ultimate Universes. The one in the early 2000s, which was like a new fresh start on the Marvel Universe. That lasted a long time. It ended around 2012-ish. Then they restarted the idea of the Ultimate Universe 2 years ago, and then they kneecapped it after 2 years and said it was over, even though people were enjoying it a whole lot. That's what it is. That's what it's not only 20 issues in 20 years. It's only been 2 years. But that's basically kind of the way it was. They rebooted the idea. So. Yeah, I was going to check my pull list real quick and see how many Marvel books are left.
New continuity.
Yeah, new continuity. But they did use Ultimate Reed Richards, who became the maker. He's the villain of the new Ultimate Universe, and he created it. So it has a little bit of a tie-in, but it's a relaunch. All right, so the Marvel comics currently on my pull list is Fantastic Four, which luckily seems to be going.
Fantastic Four and I think besides the Ultimate book, I think Fantastic Four and Iron Man, the only two Marvel books that is an Ultimate.
Yeah.
I still have my pull list. I'm keeping those. I'll keep Fantastic Four because I really like Ryan North's writing. Yeah, it's Fantastic
Nova
Four.
and Planet She-Hulk only got 2 issues left each, so I might as well finish them. Planet of the Apes versus Fantastic Four is a miniseries. Side Dimension Rivals is a miniseries. Shadow of Maul, that's a miniseries. Avengers is about to end. The End 2099 is about to end. There's the Fantastic Four movie tie-in one-shots. So those are still gonna stick, but those are only one-shots. Ultimate Endgame ends soon. Ultimate Wolverine ends soon. That's it. That's all that's left on my Marvel pull list. And all the stuff they announced, I think the only book that I'm actually going to pull... Actually, I'm not going to pull any of those. I'm not reading any of those monthly.
Let's see. Actually, yeah, let me check it. Like, any of those...
all of it is event slop. I don't want to call it slop. That's mean, but still, all of it is event stuff. I don't...
I'm not a Star Wars guy. Let's see, Pride, maybe. James Silent Bob.
Oh yeah, I'll get the Pride one shot. That's the one thing I'd probably get because I've been getting those.
Queen Black, no interest. Hell on Earth, no interest. Simbi, no interest. Venom, no interest. Avengers Armageddon, maybe. I might check that out because I like that lineup. Well, Hulk War, probably not because I haven't kept up with the modern Hulk books. Ultimate Impact, if people say it's good, I'll pick it up.
I'm gonna get Ultimate Impact only because I have all the Ultimate books, like every single series and all that. And eventually, I'm thinking they'll do Omnis, and I'll buy Omnis for like Ultimate X-Men and a couple of those, and then just sell all my singles.
Yeah, the rest are just made. The no issue or made. The only maybe is the Avengers Armageddon, because I like that lineup, but that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else, I'm probably skipping.
Meanwhile, DC's got me. Like DC's got me excited. Yeah.
Problem with the DC, and in terms of I have DC Unlimited, the Ultra, so like it's hard to go which books do I want to get because the only DC book I have is Martian Manhunter, which is ending, and Superman. I do want to pull more DC, but it's like it's hard to beat the deal of all of DC.
My Ultra. DC books right now, I got Batgirl, Batman Static Beyond, Batman Superman World's Finest, Batwoman, Justice League vs. Godzilla vs. Kong 2. Hold on, I swear there's another one, but I don't think there is. Nope, that's it. I only got 5 DC books on the full list. So.
Yeah, all DC Infinite's just a good deal.
It is. That's why I'm only buying I'm buying Batgirl because I want to support Cass. Later, it start laughing at Wolverine in the corner again. He's ashamed to be in a Marvel right now. Yes, that's why he's there. I'm picking up Batwoman because, oh my god, it's Greg Rucka on Batwoman. I've waited so long for this. That's like one of those, I can't wait the extra month for Infinite to get it. I have to read it day one. I have to buy it. Like, I'm very adamant about it because I'm too excited. My other books, for anyone wondering what else I'm reading. Deadly Tales of the Gunslinger Spawn, amazing. It's Gunslinger Spawn in the Old West. G.I. Joe, fantastic. G.I. Joe, Real American Hero, fantastic. Gunslinger Spawn, pretty great. Harley Quinn X Elvira, little disappointing. King Spawn, fantastic. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, basically more of the same, but you know what? It's still good. Mumra the Ever Living hasn't come out yet. Power Rangers Prime, that's wrapping up soon. Radiant Black, still great. Rat City, Rat City's my favorite Spawn book.
I need to read Rat City. I might get those trades when those come out.
It's funny because people will say like cool. Todd McFarlane like just is like, some people throw accusations on him like he's like a right-wing misogynist, and it's like, yeah, okay, his toy lineup's not great with women, but Rat City is like, it's the book that's like, okay, Todd put his seal of approval on this book. You can't say that this guy hates diversity because like,
guys, it's a bit annoying. Like, look, I get a lot of toy decisions. Yeah, I mean, I think the toy stuff is just pure marketing with him. It's like, the females don't sell, which it's just pure
the
like.
Sad reality is a lot of female figures don't sell. It's just a.
Todd just takes that to the take that fully, and I get it. It's a business in the run, but they're like, oh, it's undivided, man. But like, if people calling him sexist, is like, come on, look at his
comics.
There's a lot of Yeah, look at his comics.
If you read his issues of Spawn, he still puts in the 3 commentators like the old days, and he very much is like taking pot shots at like the far right podcasters that are just like spewing hate and vitriol and nonsense. Like he takes pot shots at him like every issue he writes. Like Todd's a cool guy. He's just a little too ADHD and a little too much of a showman sometimes.
He's too unk. He has too unk energy to him.
I would show off variants, but they're all sitting in the other room. Rogue Sun, still great. Side Dimension Rivals is fantastic. Sonic the Hedgehog, I mean, that's just Sonic. It's Ian Flynn Sonic stuff. It's great. I love it. Space Ghost, as I hyped up, Space Ghost is great. Spawn's still pretty good. Star Trek Lower Decks is awesome. Star Trek Last Starship's great. Ninja Turtles Godzilla is boring. I'm probably going to sell those comics out buying the trade. That thing has just been nothing. Been a whole lot of, wow, nothing's happening. Casey Jones, apparently that's ending soon. Muppets Noir was so good.
I heard good things about it. I heard good things about it.
The whole premise is it's a noir mystery because Kermit hits his head and knocks himself out right before the show goes on, so he's dreaming a whole noir thing while he's in a coma. It's Roger Language understands how to do Muppets comics. I love it. Scorched, great. Thundercats, all right, but I'm looking forward to the crossover. Transformers is great. Phantom of the Opera, I haven't gotten the issue yet because I think the first issue got delayed or my shop didn't. Yeah, the first issue got delayed, so I haven't gotten it yet.
I feel a lot of fans hate the Kurtman era too much with Transformers. It's different, yes, but I feel like it's still carrying a lot of the spirit from Warren Johnson's era.
It's also like you can clearly tell that Kirkman is just here to kind of shepherd in the next era. It's like a transitional arc. And Void Rivals is still... Oh, Void Rivals is great. I love Void Rivals.
Void Rivals is great. I feel like that's the most underrated book because it's not the existing IP. But I like that's just the cool sci-fi stuff I've been looking for in cosmic books right now that Marvel's not giving us.
Yep. All right. Well, on that note, we should wrap up. We've done enough of this. I'm starving, and
me too.
I'm also starving for Marvel to get a damn clue. So it's appropriate. But I'm glad. I hope you guys enjoyed this comic book deep dive because, as you can tell, we love talking about comics. Do it all day. So.
Cass, what do you do tomorrow?
Persona 5 Royal. Well, we talk more.
Yeah.
New Game Plus. We're on the going to the last whatchamacall?
Dungeon.
Shall we have expensive sandwich discourse tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
What?
People are saying you could get an expensive sandwich instead of a Pokemon game. That's a better use of money, and I'm like, what is wrong with all y'all?
You know what's funny is I watch Sandwiches of History. We could talk about sandwiches all day.
Let's talk about sandwiches. I eat sandwiches for lunch, so it'd be perfect actually. Because I usually have my lunch right before your stream, so you could have sandwich talk.
Does Santa eat the giant burgers that Joker does in V5?
I can't eat burgers. I will die. Beef hits me worse than dairy.
Just instantly combust.
I have a joke with my family. We like to go to Olive Garden after the movies, and we have a regular waiter there, and he's great. And I ordered. I was like one day I was like I just really want something with cheese because I always tell him like I can't do cheese, right? He's like, and so the thing was I ordered like the chicken and shrimp carbonara, and he was like, so you want to die today? And I was like, no, I just didn't eat lunch and I just want to take the risk. And he's like, all right, well, it's your funeral and you asked for it.
Yeah, well, we did. Well, you don't know, guys. We actually talked to Soundout12. We had to clone it after he ate the carbonara. He just instantly combusts once we ate it.
I'm combusts. I was, oh god. It was funny because guess what? I was like, this wasn't too bad. And then like 11:30, I was like, I don't want to get off the couch. My stomach is cramping bad. I did find out Olive Garden has lunch portions at dinner time now. And that is perfect because I can just get half a meal and it's like, it's excellent. It's perfect. Yeah, love Olive Garden actually. Yeah, I agree with Eloquence. The price on the Pokemon ports is fantastic. It's not a problem. I pre-ordered Fire Red. That was my first video game. I'll tell you guys more about it tomorrow.
Did you go to your waiter and go, Olive Garden guy?
I should. I should be like, are you secretly like
stuff like
a
that. I
military
already
operative?
talked about
Are
it.
you? Yeah, are you thinking a gun agent?
Makes me feel old AF. Your first video game was Fire Red. Me, I'm
Yeah.
like me playing OG Mario and having an Atari 2600.
In your defense, I didn't get a game console until I was 10. So I started late.
In general, yeah.
Yeah,
I literally had been told I was playing literally as a baby, newborn.
Do you guys want to know what my second game was? My second ever video game on a console?
What was it? What was it?
Shark Tale. There was a platformer for Shark Tale as my second game. My third game was a Shrek 2 spin-off game to show Puss in Boots' backstory. And I was so mad when the movie retconned it.
I know.
Me watching Puss in Boots in theaters again. This doesn't line up with the canon of the tie-in platformer on the GBA. And on that note, Ryan, would you like to plug your stuff?
Follow me at DarkHorse343 on YouTube and Blue Sky. The art commissions I don't see is very channel. You want any for the DM Blue Sky or just go to ComicsPRO. Call link in the description below.
On that note as well, there'll be some fun videos this week. I have a sponsored video coming up, but I have to ask them a couple questions before I film it. And they're out for Chinese New Year, so I have to wait a little bit, but there's some cool stuff. One of the things sometimes I don't need to plan super in advance. I want a little peek behind the curtain, guys. Both videos last week, which did very well and people really enjoyed, and I'm happy with how they turned out. Both of those were I woke up, came up with the idea, made the video. They weren't planned in advance. I just was like, what should I talk about today? And I looked at my Blu-ray shelf and I was like, Lupin. And then I made that video. Thought it turned out great. I woke up and I was like, ooh, what should I talk about? Marvel Comics, and then I just did I'll probably do a DC edition, by the way. There was a lot of people in the comments that were like, you're going to do a DC one, right? I was like, yeah, that's why I didn't do a DC and Marvel combined video. I was seeding, for the future if it did well.
It'll be 10 hours long.
Exactly. The Marvel one was 45 minutes. The DC one might be a little shorter because I'm a little pickier, even though I've read more DC. I think that's why I'm a little pickier, because I've read more of it. Sometimes with Marvel, it's like, I'm going to get the Silver Surfer Epic, and I've never read the issues inside of it before. I just like the Silver Surfer. So, all right. Anyways, we'll see you guys next week for another stream. Cool stuff coming up on the channel. We're getting close to March. There's going to be 2 big One Piece videos. 2 big One Piece videos in March. Hope you guys are excited, because I'm gonna die. Just kidding. I'll be fine. The notes for one of them is 16 pages. And the notes for the other one haven't been finished yet, so I probably need to get on that. But,
oh boy.
Oh boy. You guys remember that Dragon Ball video where I put everything in arc chronological order? That, but One Piece. It'll be after season 2 of the live action comes out, so I can make it complete. But yes, that's coming. See you guys next week. Have a good one. See you later. Bye.